for 12 months thereafter. Well, if those in the chamber would kindly turn their laptops and mobile phones to silent, and those online, if you keep your microphones muted unless you're actually speaking in debate. I'll now head over to the Stuart Fraser, who will call the roll.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. So, members, starting with those in the chamber, could I ask you to confirm your attendance by pressing the green button when the lights start to flash in front of you. Thank you. Sorry, members, can I just check it? Has everybody managed to vote? Okay, if everybody's... Okay, well, we've got a note that you're here, Councillor Burt, so that'll be fine. Thank you. So we'll now close the vote down in the chamber. Thank you, members. And then go round those members who are participating on Teams this morning. And I'll start with Councillor Jarvie, Barbara Jarvie.
Oh, morning, present.
Thank you. Councillor Logue.
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Councillor McLennan.
Present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Online, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Present.
Councillor Morrison.
Morning, Stuart. Present.
And Councillor Rosie.
Good morning, Stuart. Present, thank you.
Sorry, and Councillor Niven.
Morning, Stuart. I'm here. Thanks.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
Convener, we have a number of apologies this morning as well. We have apologies from Councillor Willie Mackay, from Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Mackey, Councillor McEwen, Councillor Patterson, and Councillor Sinclair has an appointment this morning but hopes to join us this afternoon.
Members, are there any declarations? Sorry, Councillor.
I didn't quite catch, but if Stuart, when you were there, told you about Councillor McCallum, Morgan May McCallum.
Members, are there any declarations of interest for this special meeting only? None by the looks of this, Chair. You have any?
No for this
one. Okay, members, we now move to item 3 on your agenda, which is the review of the Highland Council scheme of establishment for community councils. And I have an introduction from Alison Clark.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, members. So the report in front of you is the final stage in the review of the Community Council scheme. It's the culmination of a review that commenced around about a year ago and has gone through 2 phases of public consultation, along with a pre-engagement phase with community councils to inform the proposals that have come forward. As you'll see from the report, there are only minor amendments proposed following phase 2 consultation. The main amendments from this phase relate to the boundaries, and it's mainly around clarification regarding the original proposals. So members, one thing I would like to highlight, we've highlighted in the last couple of reports, we do continue to receive requests for formal sanctions to apply to the Code of Conduct and complaints process for community councils. As previously advised, our legal advice has confirmed that the provisions contained within the Local Government Act do not give us the power to implement sanctions, and therefore we'll continue to raise the matter with the Scottish Government. In terms of for community councils, however, though, we have got a training programme planned that will focus specifically on the Code of Conduct and also complaints process in order to support them through this. Members, all the proposed amendments can be found in Appendix 2. You're being asked to agree the formal proposals today, and the new scheme would take effect from the 13th of October. Myself and Willie McKinnon, who I would just like to say thanks to because he's led this review of the scheme, he's online today, and we're happy to take any questions. Thanks, members.
Members, I'll move the recommendations, and are there any questions or points you wish to raise? Councillor Rees.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Alison. Members will probably recall that it's now quite some months ago, Councillor Mackey's motion on this subject, and after the motion, both him and myself, we were approached by people from different areas of Highland, just basically saying that they either did have or in the past had difficulties regarding the issue of sanctions and dealing with these problems, which are not common, but they do occur. I've got one specific question, please, Alison, for you. Section 8.2 comments that only 10 responses were received to the consultation, which was, I suppose, disappointing at one level. And then in section 9.1, it goes on to say that, if I understand it correctly, that 8 of those 10 responses were, quote, not within the legislative framework. I was wondering if you can expand on what the you know, if these actually did relate to the issue of sanctions or some of them. And secondly, could I ask if it's possible for either yourself or perhaps Mr. Fraser to sort of give us a little bit more information on the difficulties with the legal side of it, specifically regarding sanctions. And I wonder, is it possible, you've talked, and I'm very pleased to hear you talk about, you know, specific training for community councils in the future. Is there any other type of document they could sign up to try and basically try to give them a bit more of a backbone? We want the community councils to work well because, in my opinion, they've never been more important than they are now, particularly in the world of planning, the responsibilities they're being asked to undertake. But if there was something that was able to reinforce the authority of the community council in a general view, whether it's voluntary or mandatory, you know, any advice you can give us certainly be very helpful from my point of view. May I finish by just thanking you for the fairly, you know, very comprehensive work. Thank you.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you. And thank you for the report, everybody. I'm glad to hear that we will be writing to the Scottish Government about sanctions and how we deal with the Community Council Code of Conduct. There always seems to me a slight inequity in the system in that community councils have their constitution effectively chosen for them, and we don't give them support when they're in desperate need. I know of some instances, I don't really want to say too much here, where community councillors are being pursued, let me say, and the council have taken it upon themselves not to support them in the community councillors being pursued, how they've done their duties. And I think we need to really take responsibility as a council for, if we're going to choose how community councils run their business, then it is a basic contract, really, that we also protect community councillors as a result of the constitution that we put on them. I just wanted to just highlight this concern amongst community councillors near me.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Convener, and I too would like to thank the officers for the work they've done here and recognise that there hasn't been a great deal of response from community councils. I think too that if this is a partnership, then it's incumbent of the council to also look at how it cooperates with community councils, especially with communication. Many of the community councils feel that when they contact the council, it goes into this big abyss and they don't get responses, and that can be frustrating for them. They also, every community council, every year we look at our budget, complains that we expect them to do much more with much less finances. And I think that we have a duty to look at their finances and as we go forward. So thank you again. I just wanted to highlight those points. Thanks.
Councillor Gunn.
Yes, thanks for the report and thanks for your comments there, Councillor. It was what I was going to say as well, but we've had particular problems in Thurso, as you're aware. Thurso Community Council has fallen into abeyance twice in the past 6 years because it could not effectively resolve disciplinary issues. We're looking for a clear process for dealing with breaches of the Code of Conduct and guidance for when a community council falls into abeyance. And just following on again, there is a strong feeling, certainly in Thurso, that Highland Council didn't really help the community council out as much as they would have appreciated or would have felt that they should have with the problems that they have. And it would be good if we could get some guidance for them for future problems. Thanks.
Councillor Johnson.
I'll be incredibly brief. I just want to take this opportunity to thank community councillors. I think they do an amazing amount of work in our communities, and for many of us as councillors, they are our eyes and ears. I know that in the Black Isle, the community councils, we're very lucky to have some very strong community councils, and they do an amazing amount of work in our communities, and it is the first step of our democracy. I'd completely, however, agree with Councillor McLean. I do think there is perhaps scope to look at the funding of some community councils who do struggle to make ends meet by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, members, and thank you for your comments. There are a number of those that we'll take away, particularly in relation to the support around communication and around the training side of things, specifically in relation to the numbers who have responded during phase 2. I think Councillor Rees and Councillor McLean, you both commented on that. I suppose we had good responses during the first phase, and we also had really positive engagement from community councils in the pre-engagement phase, where they put forward proposals. So I think it would be fair to say community councils have been part of this and responded. So I just want to make that point. Your query specifically, Councillor Rees, yes, that's what that sentence relates to in relation to the comments not being within the legislative framework, specifically regarding Code of Conduct. And we had similar comments during the phase 1 consultation as well. And we do appreciate that that is a challenge for many community councils around about that. In addition to the training, which I think is really important, and during the last phase, during the last scheme period, we did introduce a formal complaints process, which gives a clear process to be followed through that. It doesn't have sanctions attached to it because of the legislative framework, and I'll hand over to Stuart in just a moment. But that does try to strengthen and support community councils in that regard. In terms of signing up to something, we do have a code of conduct in the scheme at the moment, and it's certainly something that we could look at for individual community councillors to sign up to that as part of the community council when they're elected. Now, still voluntary, however, signing up to something specifically rather than it being included in the pack overall may well help to send a particular message around about that, so we can certainly look to introducing that going forwards. And thank you for all your comments, and I'll hand over to Stuart in relation to the legal question specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison. Thank you, members. So the view that we have taken in Highland is that we see community councils as essentially legally autonomous bodies made up of a number of elected individuals, and we do not believe the council has any significant legal authority to intervene in the conduct of either the business of the community councils or the behaviour of their members. A number of authorities have taken a different view, and we recognise that. There was a correspondence from Scottish Government back in 2017, when the Minister for Local Government wrote to authorities encouraging authorities to put in place a conduct sanction system for community councils. At the time of that correspondence, we did make contact with Scottish Government to ask for the legal basis for that approach, and because we couldn't see anything within the governing legislation that would allow the council to take forward that proposal, and we continue to press the Scottish Government for clarification on that matter, and if necessary, changes to the legislation. And again, that goes back to the recent motion that was agreed by this council, that was brought forward by councillor Mackey.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Convener. Just a quick question. One of the main issues and costs for community councils is their public liability insurance, which used to be included as part of this council, but suddenly it's a huge cost burden on them, on each community council. Surely to goodness we should be revisiting this and seeing if there's any way that us as a local authority can sit down with an insurance company and establish public liability insurance for them to hold a meeting, because they're holding meetings generally in council-owned buildings, and it seemed bizarre that we're wasting thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money, because taxpayers' money we're given to community councils, but we're effectively taxing them twice, and it seems silly that they're restricted in the money and we could be doing so much more to help them with their public liability insurance. So could that be looked at? Thank you.
I think there's a reason for that change. Alison.
Yes, previously we did act, and in fact acted for a number of local community councils across other local authorities in relation to public liability insurance. The legislation and the rules around about that changed quite a number of years ago now. I think it was pre-COVID, which allowed us no longer to act as a broker for community councils. So at that particular point in time, the money that was paid directly to the insurance provider by ourselves was put into the grants for community councils, and unfortunately they need to deal directly, because they are independent bodies, they need to deal directly with their insurance provider themselves. So the money was put into their grant to ensure that that was put forward, but unfortunately we're not able to act as the broker any longer.
I'm looking for a seconder. Councillor Fraser. Can we agree with the recommendations, please? Thank you. We will reconvene at 10 o'clock, I believe. We're now at the time for prayer. Members, we're now in our second meeting of the day. Just remind you that this meeting will be filmed and broadcast. I won't deal with the rest of it as you were all here a few minutes ago. I'll now ask Stuart to call the roll again.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning again, members. So, members, starting again with those in the chamber, could I ask you to confirm your attendance by pressing the green button when the opportunity appears on the screen before you? Thank you. So just checking everybody's managed to vote to confirm attendance in the chamber, in which case we'll close the vote down. Thank you, members. And then going around those members online to confirm attendance, please. I'll start with Councillor Andrew Jarvie.
Present, thank you.
Councillor Barbara Jarvie.
Morning again, still here.
Councillor Logue.
Hi, yes, I'm here, thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Here, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Present.
Councillor Morrison.
Present, Stuart.
Councillor Niven.
Present, Stuart.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
And Councillor Rosie.
Present, thanks, Stuart.
And Convener, again, just for the record, we have apologies this morning from Councillor Morvenmy McCallum, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Mackey, Councillor McEwen, and Councillor Patterson, and Councillor Sinclair will be hoping to join us later on this morning.
Members, are there any declarations that you haven't already made?
We'll do these ones.
Yeah.
So thank you, Convener. So we have no declarations of interest, but we have a number of transparency statements to share with the meeting. So the following members have applied the objective test, reviewed their position in relation to these items and any personal connection, and do not consider that they have an interest to declare. So in respect of items 5, 6, 7, 10 and 19, motion 1, Councillor Christie, in his capacity as a non-executive director of NHS Highland, and also Councillor Gregg as an employee of NHS Highland. Councillor Green in respect of item 8 as the owner of a short-term let property. Councillor Baxter in respect of item 18, question 12, as he has two children attending one of the schools mentioned in the answer to his question. And in respect of item 19, motion 3, Councillor Gowans, as a family member, is employed by Highland Council in this area, and Councillor Campbell as a holder of a short-term let licence.
Members, just for information, you'll probably all have noticed through your emails that there is a member survey out for the moment. The response rate has been, let's say, sparse, putting it politely. So staff would be very grateful if you would make the effort to fill the response in. And I must admit, I'm guilty too, because I haven't filled it in either, so I'll need to do it today. Members, were this not a day of full council, a number of us would be in Newtonmore today, paying our last respects following the passing of my colleague and great friend, ex-councillor Gregor Rimmel, who passed away recently. Gregor put his heart and soul into this council, and more importantly, his local community of Baiting and Strathspey. I'm sure you'll join with me in sending our deepest sympathies to his wife, his family, and his friends. May your God go with you, Gregor. Councillor Christie.
Yes, thank you, Convener. Gregor was a very valued member of the Liberal Democrat group, and as the Convener said, he put his heart and soul, but also his humour into everything. He was an extremely witty man that could quickly come with a quip or a line and deflate conflict or confrontation so easily. He's a great loss to his community, although he's not been a councillor for a number of years, but as an individual member of his community, he's a huge loss. And I would like to extend my best wishes to his family in this time. Thank you, Convener.
Members, recess powers were not required to be used during the period. Item 4 on the agenda will be considered at 12:45, and in this respect, I'm actually going to suggest to the joint chairs of the Poverty Commission that they organise a meeting whereby members can meet them face to face. I think that would be probably helpful for most members. I think it's quite difficult to do these things online. Item 5 on your agenda is the Chief Officer Social Work Annual Report. And we have a report from Fiona Duncan.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. Obviously, the report is with yourselves as normal. It's quite a long report and needs to be, and it covers the period 2024 to 25. It's a statutory report, and it allows us to report to Council on the delivery of social work services in Highland, highlighting key activities, developments and challenges. In turn from this, an annual report is then collated by the Institute for Research and Innovation in Social Work Services, and that's from all 32 councils across Scotland, and that gives us a really good understanding of what the social work landscape is across Scotland. Members will know that social work covers everything from pre-birth to death and everything in between. And the greatest challenge we have in Highland is understanding that, understanding the challenges that go along with it. But the real report about the report itself is about the protection, the support and the removal of liberty, and that's why we need to report on it. During 24-25, we face significant pressures and challenges, particularly around workforce and workforce shortages, funding instability, particularly within adult social care. No surprise to say there was geographical challenges with that as well. However, despite these challenges, real progress has been made during the year, and that continues now. We have service innovation and redesign, and a lot of community-based models are being taken forward. Huge amount of work around rights and participation of those that we work with, community engagement and workforce development. Without doubt, there's a shift towards locality-based models and collaborative working, and that's central to future service delivery. I will go into a wee bit detail about the services, but just for information, 24-25, yes, was business as usual for us in dealing with the pressures. But it was also a time, as I said, where we introduced many new services, many new teams, etc. They have not yet reported in their outcomes. So the difference with this report is I can't actually put that into the report, but this is very much the work that's going to be reported on to committee as we go forward. And then the report in 25-26 is where that detail will come forward. And that is purely a timing issue with these sorts of things. But within children's services, we've continued the implementation of keeping the promise, and that's through the Families First strategy. That's Highland strategy. Bairnshuis has been developed and implemented, and we now have two houses, one up in Caithness and one in Inverness, and a third house is going to be introduced in Skye as well. Focus of that is to enable trauma-informed practice with our partners for children who have been abused and are about to go through the legal system. We're looking to develop that further to see if we can use the space in a better, more informed way. And I was just in a meeting earlier on this week with the courts system, and they're actively looking at that as they're working alongside us with that. Family group decision making has been expanded, and that is working alongside families. It's not telling them what to do, and that's the really important bit. It's empowering families to work with us to the benefit of their children, and we can then give them the support that they need. Comrich is a service for asylum-seeking young people, and again, across Scotland, we are getting significant plaudits for what we are doing. It is based on, it's person-centred, and our numbers are increasing, but as with everything, they are our care experienced children. They are no different to anybody else. Child protection concerns remain high, particularly around parental mental health and domestic abuse, and exploitation of young people at the various different ages as well, but there's robust collaboration with all partners around that, and that's articulated in the report. Justice service, there's been a growth in community-based assessments and diversion approaches. That's a real positive, so it means that custody is being used less, and when it is being used, it's for the more serious offences. The new prison comes on board next year. We wait for further details for that. And within justice, there's also a new funding formula which will come on board next year, so we're keeping a very close eye on that one. MAPA is working effectively to manage increasing numbers, although we are seeing increasing numbers on an ageing population within that cohort, and that brings its own specific challenges for our partners within adult social care. Adults, you will have seen that in the report, there are ongoing viability concerns in the care home sector, many closures and acquisitions, they continue. Care at home services have significant workforce challenges and capacity challenges. But I would like to draw your attention to Appendix 2. It's very small print, and I apologise for that. That is a list of all the inspections that have taken place in Highland in 24-25 in relation to care at home and care homes. And you'll see the vast majority have scored really highly. So the actual service delivered is exceptional. Strategic planning has been delayed, but transformational work, which is aligned to that, is ongoing, and that is now starting to progress. And that is one of those areas that within 25-26 we'll have much more to report on. MHO service, mental health officer service, increasing demand for adults with incapacity, but they have implemented a new allocation and triage system, which is working well. And just for noting, the effective use of the graduate trainee scheme within the MHO service not only has meant that it's as near fully staffed as it can be, it's actually reduced the age profile of the team by 20 years. So it's really significant, and within our workforce pressures, it's one of those areas where it's a huge positive within Highland. I would just like to mention perhaps one of the issues, which is about workforce. It's a key area for us. And again, this is perhaps bringing you up to speed. So just from last week, we did the most up-to-date figures in terms of our vacancies. And our vacancies are now sitting at 21.14%. So that has come down considerably. It's still a big figure, however. I would like to say that the reason for that and the big difference in the figures is our trainee scheme, both within Highland Council and NHS, is working superbly. That is something, having done all the mitigations that we've done, we were going to have to continue with I would estimate, for the next 3 to 5 years. That way, we will have a workforce that has far more people in it, that has far more skills. The most recent cohort of trainees were from, the vast majority were from internally in Highland Council. They actually worked for us, and the level of their skills and their ability was significant. We want to keep our staff, and we want to make room for them. So without a doubt, the workforce area is the part that we need to grow and develop, and we need to invest in. So for example, we have a number of newly qualified social workers now in the teams. They can only take on so much work. 50% of their work, 50% of their time has to be learning, and that is being governed by SSC now. That has just come in last year. So whilst the vacancy rate has reduced, what we have is a workforce which has a bit of an imbalance in it just now. There's a lot of new staff and there's a lot of experienced staff, but the experienced staff are having to mentor the new staff. So what we're looking at within our model is bringing in some posts that will do the mentoring, etc., and allow the more experienced workers to do the job that they need to do, and that should balance itself out. So without doubt, across Highland, one of the biggest challenges is workforce, but again, it's one that we are leading the way in Scotland, actually, and how we reinforce that. I appreciate that in the report, it covers a huge varying degree of information, and I would like at this point, if maybe perhaps ask for questions, because you might have specific questions that you want to ask on it. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fiona. Just before I start, I actually just want to correct the care at home cost quoted in the press last week. The paper stated that care at home was costing more than £2,400 an hour. That is wrong. It looks as though they took the cost per year divided by the hours per week and failed to make them both either weekly or annual costs. The correct figure is under £50 an hour. So that's just in case people have been reading the paper. So moving now to Fiona's report. I would like to start by moving the recommendation. That will be seconded by Councillor Coburn. As ever, this is a very comprehensive report covering the wide range of activities carried out by the social work teams. My thanks to all the staff for their dedication and commitment to making the Highlands a better place to live. The review outlines the key developments, achievements, challenges, opportunities facing our services. My ask is that we continue to support the strategic actions necessary to sustain progress and deliver meaningful outcomes for our communities. The report has highlighted areas of increasing demand, the need for changes to working practice, and for me, an outstanding attribute of the team is how all areas are adapting to deliver improved services in a sustainable way. This will not be achieved overnight, but we're showing real signs of positive change being embedded in the Highland Council Social Work Service. Fiona mentioned the Bairns House initiative, and that's all about connecting services around the needs of the child. It's important to reduce the number of times children are asked to retell their stories, and as this can be difficult and re-traumatising. The geography of Highland has led us to develop a hub and spoke model for Bairns House, and that provides children with a choice about where they receive the support that is right for them. It's really good to see the progress we're making with this. We're very aware of the importance of delivering a short break service. Members will be aware of significant progress being made on providing that in Caithness, Inverness and Skye. Moving to adult services, the report clearly articulates the challenges with care homes and care at home, not least staffing and funding. This emphasises the need to change the balance of care to a more sustainable model of local care. The way forward for adult services is captured by the Adult Social Care Strategy 24 to 27. Through the Joint Monitoring Committee and Council, we will be bringing forward strategies which support delivery of this strategic plan. This will include a care home strategy, care at home position, but perhaps most pressing, a strategic commissioning plan. We're also making progress in terms of development of a plan to support the third sector, and all this work is ongoing. My one question for Fiona is to ask for an update regarding Castle Hill Care Home, given that it's been subject to a number of recent inspections recently. In terms of costs, I'm encouraged by the work currently ongoing in terms of service delivery, budget control, to improve the financial position as we move forwards. I also really welcome the investment in staff, well-being and performance. They are absolutely our key asset and need to be supported. The proposed changes to Justice Social Work funding formula raise serious concerns. Highland's unique geography must be acknowledged in any future financial model. On staffing numbers, it's encouraging to see the success of the Grow Your Own scheme and other staffing initiatives. As Fiona said, as of March 25, vacancy rate was 44%. It now stands at 22%. This is a great improvement. We still have a lot of work to do. We also recognise we've got a lot of new staff within the team, and it's about getting that balance. Yeah. So finally, the Council, NHS, Third Sector and carers do an amazing job to protect the vulnerable and to create a more resilient Highland. Members, please continue to support the work. Thank you.
Councillor Christie.
Convener, I had considered whether to put a transparency statement in if I was going to talk about adult social care, because I'll probably need it very soon, I would have thought so. But I decided after applying objective tests, I probably didn't need to do so. All my comments are political, so therefore there's no need for the officer to reply to them. Thank you for a very open, honest, transparent, and at times difficult report to read in places, especially on adult social care. £50 an hour care at home cost when a worker gets paid £12.60 does make me wonder where the other £34 goes, and if some of that £34 actually went to the worker, maybe we wouldn't have such a difficulty recruiting for it. So I think it's a question of what are we going to do about that, because these are people that deserve a lot more money than and £12.60 is actually the higher end that some of the care at home workers get. Some actually do get a lower than national minimum wage. We've got a motion on the agenda that talks about care homes in the name of Councillor Baxter, and the opening line of the amendment in the names of Councillor Fraser and Coburn are to continue to support the implementation of the Health and Social Care Partnership Adult Strategic Plan. Yet, in the report from the Chief Social Work Officer, it actually says there is a misalignment of the strategic vision detailed in the strategic plan, whilst operational pressures that are being dealt with through crisis management. Yet the answer for the administration is to carry on with this plan regardless, even though the professional opinion coming out is there's a misalignment of the strategic vision detailed in the plan. And it'll be good when Councillor Fraser sums up to it, as if you could actually explain to me why we're carrying on with the plan when there is a misalignment in the strategic vision of it. I'm only going to talk about adult social care because we're going to get a few minutes to talk about things here, and I've got an amendment that can be put into the chat. Thank you, Lorraine. There's some things we need to point out and talk about, isn't there? The national care home fees, I think the administration's been weak in addressing this. You've got to have a 50-bed home to actually make it work financially and stack up. We don't have many 50-bed homes, and one of them is going to be the subject of an update very shortly as to how it's performing. And I think the administration needs to call out the government quite clearly on this, regardless. It doesn't matter which party you're in or how you feel about it. It's not good for Highland if we could get variation, a local Highland agreement, we could perhaps get care home operators that would establish care homes that could help our elderly and vulnerable people. The shortage of nurses in care homes is a worry because that creates a risk of harm and challenge. And it means that we actually are acknowledging that our elderly people are at risk of harm. And we know that because we've had 4 large-scale investigations in Highland. And you only get a large-scale investigation when not 1, but two or more adults are at harm. That's what triggers a large-scale investigation, and we've had 4 of them. Where it actually says in the report that servicing has not been able to be safely and sustainably staffed. The services have not been, it says that in the report. So it also says that there's 2,980 hours of unmet need. That would cost 2.2 million to fund if we could get workers straight off, and we require probably 80 to 85 staff. Where are we going to find 85 staff when care at home costs us £50 an hour and we're only paying £12.60 to the workers? We need to up the game on this, colleagues, and we need to do it fast. So my amendment says, let's have a special meeting of the committee to actually tease this out. Not a seminar. A seminar is not formal enough. Let's have a special meeting of the committee to tease these issues out and make the necessary recommendations, because we owe it to the older people in our society to be able to provide the care at home they need, the care home places they need, and the support for their vulnerable needs and the fragility of their health. We've got an opportunity to do that, and we must do that. It's not political. It's about people that live next door to you and me in our streets, in our communities, in our villages, in the city. So I would urge you to support the amendment, because all it does is take us to the next stage of having a debate at a committee that can make recommendations to take it forward. Because quite honestly, on adult social care, we are in real danger of actually having a catastrophe in Highland at some point if we don't take immediate action. Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Convener. I would also agree with Councillor Christie with his suggestion and would support that. Thank you, Fiona, for the report. The scale of challenges is clear. I won't go into huge detail. It's in the report, but I feel strongly that our communities deserve assurance living here in the Highlands that action is being taken now. So I didn't know that Alistair was going to come with this suggestion. I urge the council and our partners to be able to set out concrete plans and timescales, not just aspirations, so that we can sustain vital care services across the Highlands. I have a few queries around care home viability. What is the council doing with the NHS to prevent further closures and to secure stability for older people and their families? With the unmet care at home demand, I would be asking what urgent measures are being implemented to tackle delayed discharges and reduce unmet need, particularly in remote and rural areas where services are stretched. Will there be a clear and robust care home strategy and commissioning plan brought forward to give confidence to providers, staff and families? And with our stakeholder and community engagement, who are currently in discussions, I presume, with providers, community groups and staff representatives, how are their voices shaping our future service model? Will the Council and the NHS formally request additional targeted support from the Scottish Government to recognise Highland's unique rural challenges, including travel distances, lack of staff housing and recruitment pressures, so that services can be sustained? Both the Council and NHS Highland have agreed to move from the current model to a new integration. Can I ask, what is the timescale for this transition, and how will members and communities be fully consulted to ensure transparency and accountability with such a fundamental change? And the funding, how confident are we that Highland's rurality and geographic scale will be recognised in these funding allocations, and what is being done to influence that process now? The National Care Home contract fees are not beneficial to financial stability for our providers. I've heard this firsthand, due to the small scale of our care homes. And finally, I would like to bring in here a point that I've been involved in recently. This week, we saw the launch of Highland Inclusive Living Group, a new lived experience forum to put voices of older and disabled people at the centre of shaping inclusive communities across Highlands. I'd like to ask if this could come into future meetings at the council, because this group now forms part of a UK-wide, and I'm going to say this without hopefully stumbling, intersectional stigma of place-based ageing project, and it's part of a major 5-year research programme funded by the Economic and Social Research Council. The Highland Group, unique, has been just set up and is unique in Scotland, will ensure local voices directly influence this national work on tackling inequalities faced by older disabled adults. I thank you for listening and hope we can work together. Thank you.
Councillor McLean. Kate.
Thank you. And thanks, Fiona, for the comprehensive report. Wee bit of perspective. I worked in public health 5 years ago when Rigmore was in special measures because of the number of people on delayed discharge. And I'm personally quite pleased to see that the number is down to 43, because I think it was approaching 100 at the point that I worked there. This makes a huge difference, and I'm glad to hear from Isabel that there's a group forming to take these things forward. Thanks.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to start by thanking the officers for presenting this report, but also to the Leader of the Opposition for his amendment. I think we need to monitor the situation a lot more closely and get ahead of things rather than be a reactive council, because fundamentally, members of people of Highland deserve better. Time and again, we are told from ministers in Edinburgh that Scotland's NHS and social care services are in safe hands, but this report lays bare they are not. Social care in Highland is buckling under pressure. In the last 5 years alone, Highland Council has been forced to spend over £5 million on agency staff and almost 1.4 million on overtime just to plug staffing gaps. Now, these aren't luxuries that are being provided. They're desperate stopgaps to keep this system afloat. The report we've just seen confirms what we already know. Staff vacancies are crippling services, care homes are closing their doors, and the care at home service is struggling to meet demand. And it says in this report that there's almost 3,000 hours a week of care go unmet. And that's leaving, as Councillor McLean said, 43 people stuck in hospital waiting for care packages that may never come. Now, obviously money is at the root of all progress, as one of my colleagues across the chamber is fond of saying, but instead of investing money in frontline care, we've got a government that seems content to squander 30 million on a national care service plan. I think money like that should be going and could be going into hiring permanent in-house staff right here in the Highlands. Now, we hear all these things coming about reforms and plans, but fundamentally it's the frontline staff who are left to pick up the pieces. It's our care workers who are already overwhelmed and forced into endless overtime. It's our elderly who are unable to get support they need at home. It's our families left wondering whether there will be help out there when they need it most. That is who is left to bear the cost for this failure. And I don't think it's right. I don't think this can go on. The SNP government in Holyrood need to stop wasting money on bureaucracy and national care services, and they need to start funding frontline services. And I think that's something that this council should be calling for. We need urgent investment to recruit and retain permanent staff, both in our hospitals and in our care services. But I think more importantly, here in the Highlands, we need a plan that delivers for Highland communities. We don't need more empty promises, and I really hope you can support this amendment. We can get a meeting the Social Care Committee convened, and we can all work together to make sure we deliver what's right for the people of our communities. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Fiona, for this report. It's good to see some progress being made, but I realise that there's still quite a long way to go to get there. My question really is about SDS payments, self-directed support. I don't see where it's reported. Perhaps I'm missing that, I'm not sure. However, I was assured in the summer that the problems with the IT administration had been clarified, only to learn last weekend that actually there are still payments not going through. And I'd like to know, please, what sort of support is available for people who take up the option of self-directed support to help them with their new role of an employer, because often there's not an understanding that they are responsible for replacing that care worker when they're on holiday or off sick, and the extra duties that are involved in keeping up to date with payroll, etc. They're often not aware about cover, and I wonder where the number of cases who take up self-directed support are actually included in this report. Thank you.
Councillor Cockhill.
Thank you. Thank you, Fiona, for this excellent report. I mean, there are certainly hopeful signs, as we've discussed before. There's still a lot of deep concern in there, as been raised by many in the chamber today. Can I ask, in the adult social care element on page 18 of your papers, page 16 of your report, can you expand on how you see this transformational change being delivered with the emphasis on locality and community ownership and empowerment, please? Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you for the report, Fiona. First of all, I feel that we need to embrace and celebrate the fact that we've got an ageing population. It's something that families can look forward to, spending on average 10 years to 15 years more with their parents than the previous generation was able to do with their own parents. So we should celebrate and embrace this. But the challenge that we've got here is that at the moment we appear to have a government who looks to prioritise prisoners over pensioners. And you only have to look at the new Inverness prison, which has got underfloor heating throughout the whole building. It's using up apparently close to the same electricity as 200 new homes. That's one of the reasons that we haven't got electricity for new homes in East Inverness, because of that. You know, and the other advantage is you're warm, toasty warm all year round, but you're not if you're a pensioner, because you've had your heating allowance cut. And you're guaranteed 3 meals a day if you're a prisoner, which you're certainly not if you're a pensioner. So we need to change that. Delayed discharge is definitely affecting things. In Rigmore Hospital, last night and tonight, and every night this year, there'll be an average of 54 beds that are being blocked. And that is your granny, your auntie, your granny, my granddad, waiting there because there's not anywhere a care package for them to live at home where they want to be, or a care home facility, which is a last resort. And that costs you, the taxpayers, all our taxpayers, £1,000 minimum between the cost of the lowest priced bed for a week in a hospital and the highest priced care home place in Inverness. £1,000 per patient per night, per week. So that's £54,000 each week times 52 weeks of the year. That's £2.8 million if two organisations, NHS Highland and Highland Council, got together, banged their heads together, dare I say it, and realised we're squandering £2.8 million of taxpayers' money every year. Let's set fire to £2.8 million. That's what's happening. But yet we could use that as a deposit for a mortgage to build a care home, or we could use it to build housing suitable for the people. A long-term carer told me, and she works for a well-known care company, going in and giving personal care around Inverness and in the Inner Murray Firth area. And she told me, she said, I love my job, but it's really difficult to make ends meet. I've got an 18-year-old daughter, and she's just started a job, and she gets paid more an hour than I do as a waitress in an Inverness garden centre. That imbalance can't go on. That's not good. In my ward, we've had Cradle Hall Care Home closing on the 17th of April 2024. That was a 50-bed care facility that closed, never to reopen as a care home. And it had a dementia wing in it. And we've got to find places for all these other people elsewhere in the Highlands. And now, also in my ward, we've got Castle Hill Care Home, which has had a number of inspector visits that are less than edifying and certainly not good for the patients that our patients, our constituents that are in there. That's an 88-bed care facility that is at threat of closing if it doesn't perform in the correct manner. So my question is, how can this council build more sheltered-style small homes, maybe even with a warden service to care for our elderly citizens? We send more people to care homes than any other council in Scotland. And we're sending them to care homes because we don't have homes for them. But we would free up the housing situation if only we built 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, small homes for people. How can we do this and make it happen? And finally, I want to end on a point about care homes. It was a chap who'd put his father into a care home, and he said it was a 36-bed care home, and yet they only had 12 parking spaces. And he said to me, that sums up what we do as a society. Because if we all visited all our parents, friends, relatives that went into the care home, then they would need 36 parking spaces plus the staff car parking spaces. No, we put our people to care homes and we dump them there. And that's got to change, and it's got to change now. And this council should be leading it by building homes and building care homes. Thank you.
Up till now, you've got 1 or 2 questions. I won't expect you to respond to the candidates who are standing for election in May. So.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be answering some, and I know the Chief Exec will want to come in a few things. Going back to Councillor Fraser at the start, just an update on Castle Hill. Obviously, as people have said, Castle Hill, there has been a lot of care inspectorate activity around that, and in May this year, they introduced enforcement within the care home. At the same time, in a separate process, is the adult support and protection procedures were instigated, and that was by social work. And as a result of that, that's where the large-scale investigation was triggered, again in May. As a result of that, admissions were suspended, and that is a result because until that suspension is lifted, we have to be confident that improvements are in place. Now, the welfare and the well-being of the residents remain our priority, and we will be linking in with the Care Inspectorate, who's ultimately linking in with Castle Hill providers as well. Perhaps into the conversation that we've had, obviously what that does do is it highlights that when you have instances like this, it impacts on care home beds availability across the sector, and that in turn will potentially have an impact on delayed discharge. So there's a connectivity through all of that. If I go to part of Councillor Mackenzie's question, we have a new Chief Officer for Health and Social Care. I think she's still in an interim post, but becomes permanent next month. And I know in terms of that, her priorities are care home strategy and a commissioning plan. Then they are definitely the 2 main priorities that she has to look at. And that will be reported into the committee as we go forward. I don't have a date yet, but that's definitely there. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, I think it is probably worthwhile me coming back to some of the other points you raised, Councillor Mackenzie. There's 2 or 3 things here, isn't there? There's the governance that we currently have versus what we may do in the future, and that would be for members to determine, and indeed for the NHS board to determine. There's the care model we currently have, and so that's as is and how it's working. And Fiona's report makes it clear that it's too reactive. And the adult social care strategy is designed to do something to change that. But there's other things we may wish to do to enrich it as we go forward if we could change the governance. So The changes to governance are being progressed as per a council decision taken last year through what we're calling a Models of Integration Steering Group, which is a bit of a mouthful. But in essence, it's a combined group of senior officers and elected members from the council and board members from NHS Highland and senior officials from NHS Highland. And they're working through what a future governance model might look like, so that we can look at how best to organise how we'll make decisions going forward. But most importantly, that has to be about a change in the care model. And I suppose some of the points that were made by others reflect the fact we do have a low balance of care in the Highlands. We're more likely to institutionalise people who are frail and elderly than in other parts of the country. But it hasn't actually solved the issue of delayed discharge. And we do still have the issue of high numbers of days spent in hospital, which is why I say we need to change the care model. And that's a radically different approach that's required. But I'm really delighted that we've had the questions today, because actually the response that has to come through the Models of Integration Steering Group has to answer those kinds of questions. I would say that we have raised with Scottish Government the issue of the National Care Home Contract. It remains a bit of discussion between councillor and with Scottish Government, so it's not simply about Scottish Government, it's also about the Convention of Local Authorities, and you'll understand our needs might be more in the minority sphere there compared to some of the central belt authorities. So I'll simply make that point and allow you to reflect on that, Councillor Mackenzie. And obviously, I would look forward to hearing about your lived experience forum in due course. On Councillor Coghill's questions about community ownership, I would say to you that that is the way forward. I think that's what the Models of Integration Group think is the way forward. We need to move to a more community care-based set of solutions, and that means building up community and voluntary capacity in areas. Hence why we've asked NHS Highland to come forward with an approach to how they can strengthen the work of community hubs in certain parts of the Highlands and turn that into more of their model across the piece. That goes back to Fiona's point about commissioning frameworks. And in answer to Councillor McPherson's question about sheltered accommodation, I'm very, very much in agreement with that. I think the officers are. We think that there's a number of tenures that need to be prioritised within our housing challenge action plan. And obviously some plans of that for that have already come forward. So we've identified mid-market rent as a key thing we need to focus on across the Highlands and in certain places in particular. But we also need to create a housing pathway for people if they're in larger accommodations but maybe isolated but wish to move to the types of provision you talk about with some of the supports that you've mentioned. That would be part of the ideal solution, I think, going forward. Allows you to stay with your own front door towards the end of your life and to be supported to live with dignity in your own independent space. So I think that is the thing that we'll want to be doing coming forward, and we have some plans to bring forward, a master plan in particular for Lochaber, in and around how we move forward from the Moss Park situation, that I think will become a template for what we will do going forward. So the interesting thing about this agenda, members, is just how it affects almost every other bit of the council and its planning. So we've talked about housing, we've talked about our relationship with the NHS, and I think we're going to have to do that 360 discussion around about how all the different aspects of public policy link together. It's probably one of the biggest challenges we have as a council, and so therefore it's good to have these questions from members. I'm really pleased it's being surfaced, and we'll be bringing forward plans through the Models of Integration Steering Group and through other channels in due course, and hopefully I've answered all of the questions that members had.
Members, I've got any?
Thank you. It was in relation to Councillor Robertson. In terms of SDS, there is a table in the report on page 10, but just to advise that there is active work around that in terms of governance, eligibility criteria, support, etc. All of that will be getting pulled together and taken to the Health and Social Care Committee for sign-off. So it's a very active piece of work, and it aligns with the short break service as well. So thank you.
Members, I've got 12 members wishing to speak before I go back to Councillor Christie. So, Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Convener. First of all, I would like to ask Councillor Duncan McPherson to carefully reflect on his terminology. I think to use the term dump our older people is completely unacceptable, and I would ask all my colleagues in Chamber to ask him to reflect and retract that statement. It's just not fair and completely incorrect. Thank you, Fiona, for the paper, and it is an extensive piece of work that goes into this. And we can all read papers and pick the bits we want to focus on. A couple of things I want to highlight are the recognition of the graduate training scheme. I think that's a testament to work behind the scenes and a good look for Highland. The report does mention transformation, and we all know that any of us that worked in any sector, that transformation is never quick or easy, but we must endeavour to do the best to our ability. And what we as a council and our NHS colleagues as well, we talk about care homes, but what we must be focusing on is the people. We must enable them to live their best lives, and I think that is really important. It's the care home is at the end of the journey for support, but we must support them well in their own homes. I also would like to use this convener to thank the NHS and the partner agencies for the support they've put into Castle Hall care home, because that is an independent sector, but this is where it shows that the NHS and the Highland Council, they galvanised teams to go in and support, and I think that must be recognised for the support they've put in for the well-being of the people. Now, one of my colleagues in Chamber has mentioned we must build smaller homes. Well, in actual fact, there are some good models in Highland already, and I think we must congratulate Strathburn, which is a small care home in Wester Ross. Councillor Campbell will know more about that, and Councillor Craft. It's an NHS facility that has recently reopened, and it had achieved an excellent care inspectorate report. We've also got, those of you that have been around for a wee while will know that Councillor Campbell is very passionate about the Howard Doris Centre, and that's where the care home residents are tenants, they're their own tenants. So I think we've got to recognise the work that is out there. We've also got the model, I understand, that's progressing really well in Ullapool for the technology-enabled homes as well. So it's not as if we're a backward outlier in Scotland. So let's support some of the good work that's going on. And I'm going to make a plea, and Convener, you may be cross with me for saying this, but some of the colleagues in Chamber today that are standing up, we have got 8 months before the next parliamentary elections in Scotland. Please don't use Highland Council as your party political broadcast. Thank you.
Councillor, I don't think we need applause at this early in the day, folks. So, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Convener. And thank you for the report, Fiona. The first thing I want to say is that when we talk about £50 an hour and the amount that the care workers are getting, I think it's really, really important to remember that there is quite a lot of costs associated apart from just the care worker's wage. Obviously, they have national insurance contributions, they have insurances, holidays, pensions, and the company overheads. Which leads me to the point that when many people are looking at SDS options, their first option that they would prefer to choose is actually not using an outside care provider. Many would like to go down a traditional service route where we had in-house NHS care workers providing care. And I do wonder if that would provide savings and actually a better value of wage for the care worker as well. I do welcome the additional facilities to provide breaks for children in the 3 new settings. I think it will again provide more choice to families and give very valued respite breaks to families across the area to be able to continue their caring roles and stop them from breaking down. I noted that the report said there were 62 care homes in Highland, and that 45 of those are private facilities. I was just wondering how many of those care homes are providing respite beds for additional breaks, because I know that that's one of the things that quite often will sustain a caring role and be a preventative measure for going into long-term residential care. The other question I had was, although we have SDS, self-directed support for children and for adults, there are very different ways of accessing it. And I was just wondering, with the future of the change to our delivery model, can we perhaps look across Highland at having some sort of parity of how we access SDS to make the system easier, not just for professionals but for families alike? I'd completely like to echo Councillor Coburn's comments about bed blocking. I find it personally very offensive. I think it's incumbent on all of us to use language such as delayed discharge, because at no point is the person in that bed responsible for why they're there. I do think when we're talking about language though, and I like words like language bin, the other thing I'd like to make a point of is that we really have to differentiate when we're talking about those people who provide care between care workers and unpaid carers. It's completely different roles, and I think it's very common in society just to refer to them all as carers, and I think it would help a lot of people if their roles were correctly identified. The other question I had, Fiona, was I noted that some care providers have terminated their contracts. I was just wondering if you can give an indication of how much timescale a provider has to give on terminating a contract, and how, do they have any cost implications for doing that? Are they, are there protections for the workforce as well? Thank you very much.
Councillor Kennedy, I'm not sure whether you wanted to speak or whether you were just waving at me a few minutes ago. Well, I'll take you now then. Well, if you want to speak, your opportunity is now. Okay. You can follow that, Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Fiona, for the report. Following on from Councillor McPherson's comments, we should celebrate an ageing population. Perhaps I should have declared an interest as a geriatrician for whom an ageing population is going to keep me employed for quite a long time. But I'd start to like to thank the work of the Asylum Seeker Service working with young asylum seekers and the work of those hosting African families in Cameron Barracks in my ward. In particular, I'd like to thank the staff at Drakey's Primary who've had to integrate children at short notice coming from difficult circumstances and have done an incredibly good job of it. At a time when we see the far right across the world, including in our own country, I think it's all the more important we celebrate the work that we are doing to help those fleeing war and terror and to show that people across the world are not actually that different to us. I'd like to thank the work of the Emergency Social Work team. Of the 6,585 calls you received at that point, I think I was responsible for at least 3 of them, so I will try to keep the workload down next year. The report once again highlights the need for the change to the National Care Home Contract. One size does not fit all. What works for Glasgow does not work for Gaelic, and I'm very pleased to hear the administration echoing the same thoughts, that we need a change to the contract, and I encourage all of us to be bending ears whenever we can to try and influence those who have the ability to rectify this issue, because we can ask for it as much as we like, but it needs to be someone else who makes that decision. We can read from the report that unmet need has gone up to nearly 3,000 hours a week from 2 years ago. And we also heard that delayed discharges are either 43, whether you believe the report, or 54, whether you believe Councillor McPherson. I'll leave that up to you. But these missing hours are part of the reason why we admit so many more people to care homes than other places. Councillor Johnston alluded to respite care as a way of continuing of allowing an unpaid carer to continue doing that role for some time. But the situation I see in Raigmore and other hospitals is that we have families whose relatives are admitted at a point of crisis, and they add more and more burden with more and more carer stress, and by the time they get to us, the thought of going back to the same situation was unthinkable. Whereas if we'd just managed to meet one of those visits a day, or 2 out of the 4 visits they needed, or something, we may have reduced that stress and we might have been able to mitigate that. So correcting that will change how our relationship with unpaid carers. And I'd like to particularly thank the work of Connecting Carers supporting the families, because we refer plenty of people to them for help. I'd like some clarity about the number of delayed discharges, because I think we've been talking as if that's all the delayed discharges. It's actually, I think in the report, just those waiting for a care at home package, rather than those waiting for a care home, guardianship orders, equipment, waiting for transfer to a community or rural hospital. And I wonder if in future reports we'd be able to get the breakdown of those waiting for care home beds, equipment, guardianship as well, because I don't think the number is just 43, because I just don't think it is, from knowing what the situation in Regmore is like. I was wondering if we could get a breakdown of the times to waiting for care by area, because I'm sure those of our councillors in rural areas will feel that their waits are longer than those of us in Inverness. I'm sure that a patient in Dalnay or Drakeys is almost certainly going to get a care package quicker than Dunnet, Drumnaducket or Dalwhinnie. And on a sort of personal thing that I asked you about a few years ago, I'd like to thank you very much for including the detail on the AWIs. I remember asking some questions about that, and I'm very pleased to see it in there. Particularly pleased to see that we're prioritising those waiting in hospital, because getting a guardianship done quicker makes a significant difference to people waiting in hospital. But you can see there's a budget pressure from an increase in safeguarders related to AWI. I was just wondering if we could get some of the detail around the legal cases in England and Scotland that have led to the need for those safeguarders. There's an audit mentioned in May 25 regards to AWI. It may be too early for outcomes, but if there have been, could we hear about some of them? If not, when would we be expecting them? And some clarity on some abbreviations in the Appendix 2. I know that LSI is a large-scale investigation, but Mayfield Lodge has an active SIP. What is an SIP? And the subtypes of the care homes, I can figure out most of them, but I wonder what a PD care home specialises in. I think OP is probably older people, but I can't quite work out what PD would be. So, thank you very much.
Councillor McLean. Angela.
Thank you, Convener. And I too would like Councillor Macpherson to reflect on his comments about dumping people in care homes, because I'm sure every one of us over the years has had family members that have gone to care homes, and I can honestly say that the staff in the care homes have done a fantastic job, especially during COVID. They were the only people that could hold the hand of a dying relative during that time. And that had an impact on the staff too. So I do not feel that comment was beneath you, Councillor Macpherson, I have to say, because every care home, and I suppose I'm one of the fortunate people, there's at least 5 care homes within 15 miles and 3 of them are in my ward. And the entertainment, what they do to support the staff, the residents and family is and extended family, now that they can invite them back in, sharing meals, having social events, trying to taking them out into the community and out to events. That's something that they do and it should be recognised. It's a good thing. So as I move on, I won't repeat much of what was said, but what I would say that as we move forward, and the Chief Exec touched on it, one of the things that we all have to look at in our communities is where are we going to end up as we get older? And we have to encourage people to look at the future and how it affects them. We have a local magazine in one of our ward areas, and I actually got 2 people saying I was depressing because I was asking them if they had made wills, have they looked at guardianships, because otherwise they'll be stuck in hospital, are they looking at downsizing, all the things that we should be looking at and taking responsibility for, but many of us put off for many different reasons. And could I say to Councillor McPherson, housing and property have looking at through the Tenants Association and other organisations. Right now we've got a event in Dingwall on the 2nd of October, and downsizing and looking at housing is part of that event that's been held. And housing and property do look at this on a regular basis and ask our tenants associations and others to look at where they want to live. And it links into our, as Isabel talked about, our older people's, as she's an older people's champion. And she is over the last couple of years attended a number of events, and it's about how to live well as we all get older. And there's a lot of good stuff that comes out of that the council could take on board. And perhaps at a future date, I know you've asked twice, that they could present to one of the Health, Social Care and Wellbeing Committee. And on that, I feel that wellbeing is extremely important for all our communities as part of that committee, because often it's during crisis that a family member goes into care or goes into hospital, and it's then that families, the wider family, try to sort out how their care is going to be handled. And it's not until that point that they realise how difficult it is either to get care at home, if you can get the family member back out of care, or go into a care home. And Councillor Robertson touched on SDS. And as I said at the start, I'm lucky I've got 5 care homes within 15 miles, but in many of our rural areas, that is just not the case. And one of the things about going out during by-elections and out of your own little area or ward is you find out more about what people in the rural areas really think. And while we talk as a council about place-based planning, one of the issues is that there isn't a place close by for many of our residents to live in. So I would stress the well-being, it's the emotional trauma, not only to the individuals, but also to the wider family, trying to sort out a package that will suit their individual. And another point that I think Lindsay touched on as well is young adults with disabilities, is finding that the cost of actually them going to visit family can be extortionate, because often they need 2 carers. It can cost up to £900, £1,000 just for one weekend. So I think there's a lot we have to look at. But I would say, as a member of the Health, Social Care and Wellbeing Committee, we recognise that there is issues and we are trying to address them. Thank you.
Councillor Atkin.
Thank you. Just a quick question. Firstly, thank you for the report, Fiona, extensive, and the innovative workforce planning, which I think is really, really excellent. I just wanted to ask if the role of a social work assistant could that actually be? Is that a kind of pathway? Is that a way somebody could actually come into a service and think, you know what, I really like this, and there'd be a route through? Or is it just as a job in itself to to fulfil a need? And it's obviously working. Just curious. I feel that about PSAs as well. Some get a taste for it and maybe want to teach. Thank you.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you, convener. You'll have to apologise if I'm. Thank you for the report as well, Fiona. I don't think the microphone was on at the lectern, and I might have missed something. So I've got one question about the self-directed support. And are there any reasons why there's an increase in people taking that up? I welcome also the talk we've had about community care in more community-based care homes. I think this is very important, particularly for this region. And this old perennial, really, about wages, I've never understood how we as a society can have private companies paying people so little that they have to be supported by the state. It's just not quite, it doesn't just seem quite right to me. But that aside, it's a continual problem. The demographics are not good for a lot of the people that are required across all spectrums of what's going on in the Highlands. And I was just thinking about whether any work has been done as to, you know, the reasons why employment is, you know, a difficulty recruiting in all sectors, not just social care, whether the council's done any work. We all assume it's salaries, but there's a lot more going on. Housing availability, the strict demographics. So I think that would be something that I would welcome happening. I think we need to really start to drill down and examine quite forensically the reasons why this is happening in the Highlands, so that we can make it a better place.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Convener. Perhaps I'd start off by echoing Councillor Edmondson's comment about welfare. Welfare is to sustain and support people, not to support businesses and poor employers. I want to thank Ms Duncan for her report, which contains a huge amount. And I will look forward to the appropriate committee looking into it deeper. I think it's a good idea all round. I want to ask about the prison, the new prison just now. I do hope, first of all, that we will not support the hypothesis in Councillor McPherson's electoral speech about an attitude towards those in our prisons. I do not wish to see an encampment on the Ness Islands with us importing alligators to put around it to keep prisoners there. I would rather that we continue with our caring policy that we've had and understanding that we've had for generations in the Highlands. The prison is to double in size. What will that have an impact on the work carried out by Highland Council's social work department, or will that be covered all by the prison service? I think particularly in terms of the proposed family facilities that they're going to have. That's not so a whole family can be put in the one cell, but to allow families visiting relatives to be looked after. I know this has been a problem around Britain in running these family centres. I know in Northern Ireland they eventually got members from the Quaker community to run them in the H block because they were not regarded as either Protestant or Catholic, and no one knew quite what they were, so they were fine. So what extra work will come, because if we have more prisoners, we're going to have more people coming out. Will we be able to sustain that through our social work involvement? We've had a lot of talk about care homes and caring for our elderly community, of which I suppose a significant number of us are. Yes, as long as I like pies, I think I'll stay away from the care home. We also talk about not being able to afford this, not being able to afford that. That is a political and budgetary decision that has to be made. But we must also remember, more importantly, it's not about money, it's about people. So how are we going to care for these people in an urban, in a very rural area? We used to look at care homes as being institutions. If we're not careful, sheltered housing becomes that as well. You still have, in a rural area, you're still moving people from their home miles away into this sheltered housing. It's still an institution. So small care homes do not work the same way as those with over 50. Maybe we need to use our imagination and come up with something different, a different way of doing it. We have got sufficient, I think, expertise here to come up with some ideas. If we are going to go down the way of sheltered housing and so on, can I put in a plea not to put in one-bedroom houses? One-bedroom homes are isolating. No one can come to visit if you have a one-bedroom house. That applies equally well to homeless young people as it does to elderly people. You may have noticed that there's been an election coming. You may have had the odd whisper here. There will be not much movement in Scottish Government between now and May. They're all sitting down and working out how well they've done, which in this case shouldn't take too long. Now is the time for those of us who are members of parties. I'm sorry for the independents, I don't speak to you because party politics is clearly beneath you. But those of us who are members of parties, now is the time to lobby our candidates and our parties who are drawing up their manifestos to ensure that Highland gets a fair deal in any Scottish manifesto. That Scotland does not stop at Stirling, that it continues. So we have special problems, that we need special needs, and we also vote up here as well. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor.
Firstly, may I say how delighted that this report has had the prominence it deserves. Too often in the past it's given the graveyard shift after lunch and we don't have a proper opportunity to discuss it. And I think we've had some particularly important and thoughtful contributions, not least from Councillor Johnston, Councillor Gregg and my colleague Councillor McLean this morning. Now, Convener, you will know that seldom am I able to pass a political fight and to cross the road with my verbal fists flying. But my SNP chums will know and be delighted that I'm going to resist that temptation today in criticising the SNP government. Because the problems we face today are problems from 30 or 20 years ago, where successive governments, both at UK and Scottish level, failed to take the difficult choices to fund our adult social care correctly. And we are now living with the consequences of that, and we will continue to do so for many decades to come, despite what any government, either in Holyrood or Westminster, decides to do any time in the future. Principally, I want to mention two things. First of all, delayed discharge has been mentioned so many times this morning, but we can't overemphasise how important that is. The latest figures that we have date back to 2023 that indicate it is costing NHS Highland £11 million. NHS Highland indicate in more recent briefings that I've seen that the figure is likely to be closer to £22 million at the moment. And it's not just about delayed discharge in Regmore. Delayed discharge affects us across the Highlands in Balford Hospital and other hospitals within our communities. I've dealt with one individual who had a lower leg amputation and spent a year in Regmore before spending another year in the Balford Hospital in Fort William because of lack of adaptations to his home or alternative provision. Eventually, he was discharged, and unfortunately, he passed away within weeks of doing so. And that saddens me. That's the reality of what delayed discharge is for so many individuals and their families. So I don't think we can overemphasise that. And my second point, and I'm not clear from what I've seen in the report or what my colleagues, councillor colleagues, have said, that we are clear about this is whether this council clearly does have a commitment to care homes. And the reason I say that to you is during the discussions on Moss Park Care Home, which I'm delighted that NHS Highland and Highland Council stepped in to save it. But one officer commented during a meeting that I was present at and said, the council's priority is care at home and not care homes. Now, I'm hoping that that was a misstatement of what the reality is, because it can't be either or. It has to be both. And we've seen that today, that we have to have a mixed economy on how we deal with adult social care in the Highlands. It's not about care at home or care homes. It has to be a blended approach. And I hope that we get a commitment, Councillor Fraser, that actually there is a focus from this council on care homes as well as being part of the solution. And finally, can I say to my friend Councillor Coburn, it's 98 days to Christmas, 231 days to the Holyrood election, so you've got a lot more to go.
Councillor McLennan.
Thanks, convener. As the officer said, it's the full spectrum of situations that social workers to cover. And while I sat listening to the debate, I thought about the little girl that I remember in one of the classes where the teacher told me she had to bring cereal in to actually feed her. I was aware of a situation of a little boy who he had at least 5 or 6 different daddy figures come to collect him at the school. And I remember another situation where 5 minutes after the home bell, the teacher looked up, a child was still sitting in the classroom, and she said, it's time to go home. And the little girl came out with the immortal line, I don't know whether I'm to go to my mummy's home, my daddy's home, or my granny's home. And it was later in the evening, before the parents turned up to have a debate about whose responsibility this was, and social work nearly took that child into care. And the worrying thing for society is all these children are now 30, they're in middle age. As you say, you cover the full spectrum. And I also remember the elderly lady in tears beside me at 82, who was the #1 carer for her 85-year-old husband who had dementia, who was oblivious to the state she was in. And I take my hat off now. I think I came into council work thinking social work were a strange bunch. My respect for the social work department is just sky high now. I don't know whether they're the lubricant that keeps society going or whether you're the curtain that we can all sort of hide behind and not kick at the things we don't want to be involved with. But thanks for the report. It's a vitally important part of the council. And I do support the amendment that we should debate this further. I think it's something that's worthy of further discussion. And briefly touching on Le Havre, because we're going to be a Pathfinder test bed for what's coming. I actually had the privilege of speaking to a lady who's looked after her husband for 10 years, a severely disabled man. And she came out with some pearls of wisdom that I think we need sharing and we should take cognizance of. The first thing she said was, the assessments need to be better at entry to the care situation, whether it's exit in hospital or whatever starts it. Our assessment of the needs of the patient need to be improved. She highlighted that there needed to be more carers and that these carers need to be given more recognition. She actually was aware of the fact that you could get more money flipping beef burgers than actually being a carer, which is a ridiculous situation that we're in. She also highlighted a third area, and that was she'd been involved in 2 situations at end of life, like on the periphery of her family. And she was touched by how, when it's an end of life situation, the whole system is joined up. The carer knows what's going on, the GP knows what's going on, everybody who interacts with the family knows what's going on. But when it was a health situation like dementia or stroke, she says, everything seems to be in silos. And we need to look at making any system we bring in much more joined up. And the fourth thing I'll add, it, she didn't say this, but it's a cliche, but we need to care for the carer. And that's by providing more respite, etc. So that's my thoughts on the care situation as we see it coming towards us in Le Havre. Thanks.
Councillor Bremner.
I noticed something else when you actually go to take your glasses off your head and you found out that they're actually not there. It's understandable, you know, why we've queried the £50 care at home cost and where the rest of the money goes after wages. It's actually been a topic that's been discussed at strategic committee level and in this chamber previously, and I'm sure we all agree that carers deserve a lot more money. It's widely acknowledged that you've got to have a 50-bed home to make it work financially. We don't have many of them in this rural, in a rural area, which can often mean that many of our rural areas, our residents there have to be cared in areas out with their own local home area, because that's the only place that they've got to be able to go, and sometimes by quite some distance. As members will be aware, the convener and I, we've raised the national care home contract rates repeatedly on the agenda at COHI. We've also done that, and that's where we are raising them right in front of government ministers and bringing it to their attention about the challenges that we face here in the Highlands, and also at COSLA with Scottish Government directly as well. And I know that NHS Highland have done the same, and Scottish Care have also sought to escalate, and I'm committed, Councillor Baxter, you'll be pleased to know, to continuing to make that representation, some of which you were reflecting on yourself. The unique challenges we raise are magnified because of our geography, and many of the concerns raised today and previously are being considered by the Models of Integration Steering Group, which was referenced by our Chief Executive earlier on. I'd already planned on mentioning that before the Chief Executive had actually referred to it. It's not about being inconsistent with work ongoing, I think. It's about the balancing act between actually looking to deliver the service in challenging circumstances whilst still seeking to deliver on a strategic plan. In terms of monies paid to care at home workers, it's challenging in terms of the delivery of service in a remote and a rural context, where we've got travel times between different places that the service is to be delivered, and we don't benefit from the economies of scale that you can find in other areas where many who are expecting that service to be delivered are much closer together, and therefore you can deliver the service much more effectively and much more efficiently. But I note, however, the great work that our staff are actually doing that's outlined in the report with our children as well as our adults. And we should also be acknowledging the comprehensive nature of the Chief Social Work Officer's report, especially when we were talking about justice services and whole family well-being, and in terms of fostering and adoption and bringing children home in Highland. These have all been very, very topical over the years that I've been a councillor, and look at the progress that we've actually been making in these areas. Progress made with the Bairnsus, the whole family decision making, the delivering of our commitments to meet the promise, and I could go on. Our teams undertake a huge amount of work across our communities and should be recognised for that excellent work. I really think that we need to reflect on that as well and balance it up. It's good to see investment in areas such as my home county in Caithness, and also here in the city in Inverness, and the forthcoming investment that we're looking forward to in Skye. And I was taken, particularly my ears pricked up, especially, even when you read the report, sometimes it takes yourself, Fiona, to actually say things like in mental health and in terms of the triage system, but the graduate training scheme is nearly fully staffed, or as nearly fully staffed as it can be, is what you said, and that the reduction of age profile has been that of 20 years. Now, that's the kind of thing that I think that we would really like to strive for in many other areas of adult care and children's care, social care provision. So there's a lot to commend as well. Let's reflect on that. Thanks very much for your report, Fiona.
Final speaker, Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, Fiona, for your report. And as somebody said, sometimes this report has been a bit kind of passed over quickly, so it is excellent. It's had a really good airing today. There's quite a lot of stuff really, but be brief. I was extremely heartened and encouraged by what the Chief Executive said. It seems quite a long time ago now. I just sensed that has got to be the way ahead. And I was struck by Councillor Gregg's point, if I picked him up correctly, that if you live in Dunnet or Dalwhinnie, you're getting a care package. It's not going to be as easy as if you live more central. And I think Dunnet to Dalwhinnie is about 170, 180 miles, but it just emphasises this vast scale of our area, which the leader also referred to. And I suppose really what we're talking about ultimately at the end of the day is especially elderly people. It's about keeping people in Highland, and that should be our guiding principle here. And I think what it all boils down to is the pound sign, these smaller care homes that we aspire to. And I didn't know about the one in Wester Ross, interested to hear about that. Ultimately, it boils down to needing more cash to achieve this, and that's probably the biggest problem for all of us. It's about keeping people in Highland, and as some of you are aware, there's a Scottish Government addressing depopulation action plan here, which was written by a former Highland councillor, Emma Roddick, and she talks, and I quote here in the foreword, the Scottish Government's committed to taking a genuine partnership approach to the development and delivery of the action plan, which we need to ensure that this plan is collaborative, coherent, and reflects action which can be taken from community or to national level in order to best support communities to thrive. And picking up on that word action, I would like to ask, I'm not quite sure who to address the question to, perhaps the leader, I'm not really sure, is will the administration redouble their efforts to try and get the Scottish Government to understand our particular different situation to every other local authority? And one for you, Fiona, really brief answer is all I needed. In the remote areas such as which I represent, trying to get self-directed support, a lot of people just say they simply cannot get it, or it's very difficult to get it. In your professional opinion, in the last 2 or 3 years, has the situation about the same, improved, or has it got worse? I think that's really the key thing. It's trying to drill down to the actual welfare of people and keeping them in Highland. And finally, I can't let Councillor McIntosh's comment go. Yes, you're right to look worried, Andrew. Something about independents feeling that politics is below them. That got me really thinking, and I suddenly thought, if the two independent groups combined, we would once again be the largest group on the council, and we would actually be 12 times the size of your group, Councillor McIntosh. Thank you.
That option is always available to you, Matthew. Fiona, you've got quite a few questions before I go to Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Johnson, you asked a few questions in terms of respite beds within care homes. The answer is it depends. In theory, yes, there are, but as that has been discussed here today, because of the lack of availability of beds, there's not really many now left for respite. When the service closes, there is always a conversation around staffing. It depends why it's closed and what the situation is. 2Pay might be relevant or not. The one thing I can say is there's loads of jobs available, and we encourage people to stay within the services in whichever form that is. So that's a very active conversation. In terms of SDS and accessing it, in an earlier conversation with Councillor Robertson, just saying that we are working alongside our colleagues in adults as well, because what we want to do with our SDS is align our policies so that transition from children to adults is much smoother. And in saying that, the conversations with young people and their families become much more informed and less confusing. So all of that work is very active. So it's around all of that. So if it's probably a watch this space on that one. In terms of termination of contracts, we usually have about 13 weeks as a statutory requirement. And again, depending on circumstance, because particularly with private providers, it's a business, they don't need to tell us until they are actually closing. And when they do, it is 13 weeks, then we can have a conversation around, is it 13 weeks? Is there any extension available to that? Depending on circumstances, if we have a number of people that need to be moved elsewhere, that's the work that needs to be done, and we need to do that safely. And I have to say, providers that we work with have integrity around that. They will not put people at danger. They will work with us and ensure that there's safety movement of people. Councillor Gregg, I probably need a big conversation with you as free from here, but just to go through some of your some of your questions. Within delayed discharge, there is codes available. Now, the codes themselves and what it articulates also sometimes need an explanation within that. So that is there. The delayed discharge from Regmore's 86, Pan Highland was 198. And again, we've had previous conversations around the closure of care homes, although not all delayed discharge go into care homes, but that there is a relationship there, a correlation between delayed discharge and lack of beds, and it does impact on that. In terms of safeguarders, that has triggered as a result of English Challenge on the equivalent of sheriffs down in England. And it is the sheriff's decision whether they ask for a safeguarder report. What we actually did, because we saw the numbers rising, was we did twofold. One, our legal colleagues, they meet with sheriffs, and so they had a conversation with sheriffs about that. And it's really about confidence for the sheriffs as well. In-house, what we've done within our reports, in the the MHO reports, is we've added a specific part on safeguarding, that we have had conversations with the person themselves, if we can, if we're able to. If we're not able to have those conversations, we make comment as to whether any risks are there. And the third bit of that is if the MHO worker is actively asking for a safeguarding report, they speak to their manager about that and make sure there's a robust process around that. So that's been all a new process that's sort of been triggered this year through that. PD is physical disability. Sorry for that. And I don't have the results of the AWI audit yet, but I will get that. In terms of Councillor Atkin, social work assistant is really interesting. That is the part where it's helped with reducing our vacancy rates, because what we have created on a short-term basis, or I think it's 2 years, some social work assistant posts to see the impact that has. So that's one thing that we have done. In terms of the other part of the workforce is we have a plethora of support workers gradings, job titles, roles. It's about 9+. So what we've done around that is we are, and this is nearly concluding just now, is we're pulling that into 3 roles, 3 job descriptions. So workers then have a choice of they stay where they are, that's the job they want to do. If they want progression, there is progression going to be there. And the last cohort of applications for the trainee social work scheme, the vast majority came from the support worker role. And I'm saying the skills and experience from that group was significant. And that's something we really want to promote as well. So, but I'd like to say, people, if they want to stay in their post, they're more than willing to, and we want to make sure they still get the same learning and development needs as required, as well as progression through the system. Councillor Edmondson, in terms of SDS and increasing, in some ways that's what you actually want to happen, because you want the support and you want the money with the family and with the individual, rather than having big contracts that takes people a long time to get close to. So I would expect that one to continue increasing, but again, that's where the work is around that, to articulate what does that mean, and are people getting access to the help and support that they actually are asking for, because ultimately that's what it's about. And Councillor McIntosh, in terms of the prison, it is doubling in size, that's right. We are still waiting for negotiations with SPS regarding the service level agreement. That will be informed by the population type, for want of a better phrase, because depending on what the prisoner is in prison for, there's different things that you have to do in terms of assessments and all the rest of it. There will be a social work team, that will probably have to double in size as well. But as you're saying, if there's a family facilitation area, that will also involve partners, and that's really key. So that's an active one, and we're aware the clock's ticking on that. And just an aside as well on that is the other option that is on the table for discussion is whether or not social work staff in the prison carry out care assessments for the ageing population. So again, we'll see how that one progresses over the next year. And then finally, I think Councillor Rees, SDS, has the situation improved or got worse? I'm going to say that's mixed. It really is mixed. On the one hand, I think perhaps having particular want or need, that's the part we need to grow. People can get access to SDS and some personal assistance, etc. But I think it's I'm going to use the term variety for want of a better word. I think it's having the spectrum that's there, and that's the bit that we're actively looking at just now. Because again, that goes to my point, which I just said. We want to make sure that that support and assistance that's there is what people need and they can actually access quickly. That's the really important bit. Thank you.
So, Councillor Edmondson, on the other aspect of workforce development that you asked about, there's a few things just to say about that. In our delivery plan, one of our portfolios is entitled My Highland Future, and it's about regional workforce planning. So there will be reports that come through the strategic committees on how that's being progressed. But just to give an example, we, in relation to housing, brought a plan on a page through this council in June, and it's in the appendix. It would be worthwhile having another look at it, but it does mention social care as one of the key sectors that we wish to address the regional demand for a future workforce. Of course, we have got some real challenges in terms of stopping the drain of young people away from the Highlands as they leave school. And obviously we want to try and align the supply of a future workforce to the demand that is there, not just from the council or the NHS, but also from the broader range of partners who have demand for care workers. So the focus is going to be on marshalling the resources across the partnership. So our plan on the page is the support of UHI, has the support of Highlands and Islands Enterprise, SDS and other partners. But there's other barriers. You know, the housing is a barrier to them, hence the need for the housing challenge to address that. And obviously we are trying to bring jobs more generally to the Highlands so that we are bringing a future population who can care for the needs of people. I guess the reason why that's important is, and depopulation has been mentioned in this committee before during this debate. The reason why it's important, of course, is the depopulation paper that came in December 2023, which highlighted the fact that we're projecting a significant increase in our over 75 population and a significant reduction in our under 15 population. So the need for us to attract talent and to retain talent and provide those pathways to jobs through partnerships is becoming increasingly important. But the work will be done through the delivery plan and through the particular portfolio focus, and it's entitled My Future Highland.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener. I think we've had a pretty good discussion about this morning. I just want to pick up on two contributions. I think Muriel Coburn said that we want to enable folk to live the best lives in their own homes that they can, and I fully agree with that. But what I don't know is how we're going to do that when there's 2,980 hours of unmet care at home need. And I think that's the question. I think Lindsay Johnson mentioned about, was it £12.60, there's costs on top of that. Let's assume with pension and national insurance it goes to £15 an hour as a cost, which it would do, because I calculated it. That still leaves £35 of other cost. If we were to take £5 of that and put it onto the wage, that would lift the wage to over 32,000. That would make a difference overnight in terms of attracting people to the role. I think it was Mark Twain that said, action speaks louder than words, but not nearly as often. And what Mr. Twain was saying about that was, the human race has the ability and the desire to talk about things a great deal, but take little action on them. And what my amendment does today, I'm surprised it's not been accepted, to be honest, is saying, let's have a special meeting to actually look at the threads of this report, make some recommendations, and take some actions. So we're not just saying that we're going to talk about it, we're going to actually take some actions from it. A lot of work has gone into this report, And yes, we've discussed it today. And that's what Mark Twain's saying. We've discussed it, but we're not taking any actions from it. And what I'm saying is, let's take it to the committee. Let's tease out the threads from this. Let's set up some work streams and monitor them. And then let's look at the report again in a year's time to see what has actually been achieved. Because I don't believe this report is one that should just have been written to be placed on a shelf. And then next year we get the latest version of it and take it forward. So I think we've got an opportunity here for the first time, and it doesn't matter which administration it is. I could have thought of it 10 years ago, but didn't. For the first time, you know, we've got the opportunity of taking the report and saying, yeah, actually, we're not just going to discuss it at one council meeting. We're going to take it forward into the future, and we're going to discuss it, especially to the committee, and we're going to take actions from that committee, and we're going to make sure we address them, and we're going to report back in the next year's report as to how we've got on with them. Because if we don't, I guarantee it'll be the same themes that come through, and we won't have made that change, and we'll have failed. So I would hope today that we can support the amendment and actually do something a little bit different to see if we can make that change, particularly for our older folk in Highland. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much. I'll just start by thanking all members for their contributions, particularly around the adult social care. I mean, we're all wanting the same thing, and we're all trying to achieve that, and we're all seeing very slightly different problems, just depending on where you are and things. I will address the question from Councillor Baxter about care homes. You get nursing homes, you get care homes, you get care at home, and it's about balance, and it's also about a transition. If we can see that perhaps where we want to be is much more care based in the community, even nothing happens overnight, and we need to be looking at not only what is the vision, but how do you get there. So there isn't a quick answer to, is it all care homes, is it all nursing care? We want to be having people moving in, you know, certainly there's always a place for nursing homes, always will be, always a place for care in our community, and we need to get that balance right. The discussion on language, I'm not going to go into that again, other than it really is important, not just at this committee, but at all committees, that we're careful on what we're saying about and how we say it. It's so easy to try to grab a headline. Can we please remember we're often talking about people? In terms of how we move forward, you know, currently we're in a lead agency model where NHS are the lead on adult social care. We're looking at that, and we've talked about that through the model of integration, but it's not about the council making a decision on our own. We have to work with our partners, with the third sector on that. And we have a number of routes for doing that, including the JMC. And we need to continue to work through that, and we will be bringing various reports to committee on that. Health and social care, we already have a meeting in November, and the Chief Social Worker report and adult social care are part of that agenda. So there will be a discussion. There will be a discussion at that, and I've heard what you've said, Councillor Christie, about seeking how far that goes, what needs to come from that. But at this stage, I would ask that you withdraw the amendment, that we go with the meeting that we have in November, that we give it time in the agenda for a good discussion, and that we bring forward through the Joint Monitoring Committee, through the work that we're doing, the models of integration, and that we continue to work forward. Thank you.
So thank you, Convener. So I think firstly, just to confirm, Councillor Christie, can do a seconder for your amendment. So Councillor Baxter, thank you. So members, we have a motion from Councillor Fraser, seconded by Councillor Coburn, and that's to move the recommendations in the report. We have an amendment from Councillor Christie, seconded by Councillor Baxter, and that is within the chat facility for members to read. So members in the chamber, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Fraser, you press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Christie, press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be pressing the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. So if everybody in the chamber has voted that wanted to vote, we'll close that vote down. Thank you, members. And then go round those members on teams. If you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Fraser, the amendment from Councillor Christie, or to abstain. And I'll start with Councillor Andrew Jarvie.
Motion, please.
Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Logue.
Apologies, Stuart. It was amendment. Sorry, I'm one thing ahead.
Councillor Logue. Councillor McLennan.
Amendment.
Councillor McGilvray.
Amendment.
Councillor Miller.
Motion.
Councillor Morrison.
A motion, please.
Councillor Niven.
Motion, please, Stuart.
Councillor Reid.
Motion, please.
Councillor Rosie.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members.
I would like to vote for the motion. My thing wasn't working.
The amendment.
Sorry, he said move.
So, Councillor Bruce, you're voting for the amendment? Yep. Thank you. Convener, there were 34 votes for the motion, there were 29 votes for the amendment, and there were no abstentions, so the motion's carried.
Fiona, thank you very much for that report. It really was excellent, and it's a huge piece of work. And with respect to Councillor Baxter's comments about where this starts in the agenda, I think that's proof of the pudding that changing these agendas from having all the minutes, etc., at the first, this has been a really good move, and it means we talk about the big stuff first. So, really, would you like a 10-minute break, members? You've been here since 9:30. Okay, members, we now move to item 6 on the agenda, which is the medium-term financial plan. And if the chamber happens to be empty, then that's the responsibility of those who are still drinking coffee outside. So, sorry. Let Brian speak for a minute. Okay. Brian.
Okay, thank you, convener, and good afternoon, members. So the report in front of you today is the medium-term financial plan. The report provides both a recap of the financial plan that you considered and agreed back in March of this year, and also commences then the refresh of that plan, and ultimately this is part of the stepping stones towards...
Hold on. Excuse me, members. The meeting is now going on. Sorry, Brian. Carry on.
So they're saying the report So the report in front of you, I say, is a recap of the medium-term financial plan that you considered back in March of this year. The report also represents the commencement of the refresh of that plan, ultimately leading up to the considerations you'll make in March of next year and your formal consideration of your budget and council tax for 26-27. The report reflects a continuation of a multi-year financial planning approach, and I'll touch again on some of the benefits that that approach brings. Just drawing your attention maybe to a few key aspects of the report. The table on page 44, that sets out the summary of the 3-year plan that you considered and agreed back in March of this year. In terms of some of the key points I would draw from that and draw your attention to, again, coming back to the benefits of a multi-year financial planning approach, you agreed in March of this year not only a balanced budget, clearly for 25-26, but you forward agreed savings over that 3-year period. So through that multi-year approach, the council's already agreed approximately £23 million of savings covering the next 2 financial years, which obviously therefore assists with your forward planning. And as you'll note from the report, at that point in time in March, the decisions made indicated that while there was still a residual gap forecast for years 2 and 3, that may have been down at 3.3 million for 26-27 and a further 9.7 million in 27-28. But as you'll note from the report, clearly these figures are being refreshed, and the conclusions I've reached in the report are clearly based on some of the considerations, the issues that are set out. I think it's reasonable to conclude that I think it's likely that the gap will increase when the plan is refreshed and updated and back in front of you. The report at page 46 sets out some of those considerations. I won't go through these in detail, but clearly there are a number of key considerations as part of the refresh of the plan in terms of the financial outlook, the impact of pay award settlements and likely pay settlements, and some of the other national developments and implications that may impact on the council's financial planning. A few particular points I think is worth drawing your eye to. On page 47, there's a graph setting out an economist's analysis of the UK government spending review of the summer. I'll spend a little bit of time just referencing that. So clearly, pending a further UK government budget later this year and Scottish Government's own considerations, I mean, this graph is essentially as good an information as we have on what the prospects of the public sector outlook may be over the next few years. What it's showing is not new. The general trend within the graph is something that I think we've known and anticipated certainly over the course of the past year. So it's reflecting that, post-UK election, clearly that new UK government, much of their budgetary decisions were front-loaded into 25-26, and with the expectation, even going back a year ago, that it was likely, therefore, that the spending profile within the public sector would likely show a downward trajectory. And that graph is very much still showing that position. I think it's worth emphasising that, in terms of the scale of that graph, I mean, anything above 1 is a forecast cash increase in funding into the public sector. So while the graph, all the lines show a downward trend, they all still reflect an above cash position. Clearly, inflation then becomes a factor. Inflation updates provided this week. So while there may be cash increases going into the public sector, the risk clearly is that in real terms, they represent a reduction. The final point I think that's worth just drawing from that graph, the sort of black line, the lower line of those shown, that is the forecast combined Scottish settlement, both revenue and capital combined. So you can see it follows a similar trajectory to some of the other lines. Again, the economists who pulled this analysis together, and as I've referenced in the report, one of the conclusions they've drawn is, again, in terms of the way the Barnett formula typically operates, their conclusion as reflected in this graph is that while there's a similar trend and trajectory, Scotland may expect that in relative terms its spending outlook may be somewhat less than that for the UK as a whole. That has often been the case for some time now. So, say pending further information in terms of governmental budgetary decisions, that is, I think at this point in time, probably as good an information set as we have. What the report references, obviously, is in terms of more recent developments. We now have a date for the UK government budget, which is towards the end of November, later than it has been in some recent years. So we're still awaiting clarity from Scottish Government in terms of what that will mean for their own budget decision making. But as I've highlighted in the report, I think it's fair to conclude there clearly is a risk that we may well be into 2026 before, as a council, we get our grant settlement from Scottish Government. So that would be later than we've had in some recent years. It's not necessarily unprecedented that has been the case. There are years in the not too distant past where we have been into the new year, but clearly what that means is, it does narrow the time scale. You're making your being asked to make your budget and council tax decisions early March 2026. It could well be the case that we're into January before we have some certainty on our own grant funding position. I'm sure more will emerge in terms of clarity in terms of those timescales over the coming weeks. The last kind of key point I would want to note, I've referenced within the report, paragraph 6.5, 6.6, some further developments that I'm proposing. I think the Council's taken a multi-year, 3-year financial planning approach for the past couple of years, the benefits of which I've described briefly earlier. There's a lot potentially happening in the Highlands in terms of economic activity over the coming years, activity that's likely to extend beyond that 3-year forward planning horizon that the Council takes within its financial plan. One thing I'm certainly suggesting within this report, I think is something the Council would benefit from, is looking as to what data and financial modelling it could undertake that would complement this medium-term financial plan. I don't think it's reasonable to suggest that you extend the duration of this plan beyond 3 years. I think the ability to reasonably forecast key things like grant settlements, pay awards, etc., all become challenging the longer you extend that period. I think 3 years is an appropriate timescale for your plan. But what it would benefit from, I think, is some supplementary context that would try and take maybe a higher level look beyond that 3-year horizon, looking at some of the data that we have, some of the scenario modelling we could do around that data, around what economic activity might mean to the Council, to the Highland region, and in some respects, through my lens, economic growth, jobs, housing, all translate from an income point of view, to potentially additional council tax, potentially additional non-domestic rates, perhaps additional grant, depending on how our population fares relative to Scotland as a whole. That's very important information for the council in terms of its forward planning. But of course, not just then about the income. What that income forecasting model may point to will then also allow the council to do that forward look, a longer term forward look, because of course additional housing, additional needs that flow from that, whether that be waste services, education, social care, whatever that may be. So at this stage, I'm not suggesting we have the solution or the output of that. This is very much stating this is an intent that I'm asking the members in the chamber to endorse. As officers, we'll take forward further work on this activity, and as I say, something that I think could sit alongside and complement your medium-term financial plan going forward. So in terms of conclusions, as I've said, we will be doing further work in terms of the finance team to review and refresh the assumptions within the financial plan. The intent is to come back to the next meeting of the council to provide you with an update on that. As I say, a fair bit of work to do behind the scenes to make that happen, but I think for the reasons I've outlined, I think it's reasonable and I say fair to say I think the likelihood is the financial gap is likely to increase as a result of the factors described. You will of course have a new third year in your plan to consider, and clearly then it's about the actions and the timelines around the work that takes place over the coming months to support your decision making in March of next year. But I say again, I would not understate in any way the value I think you've had from taking a multi-year approach for the past few years. It means you've already got a number of key decisions made, savings already determined. It's about what further options you may need to consider beyond that. So thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Councillor Oldham.
Yes, thank you, convener, and thank you, Brian, for the report. I think one of the best things we've done as a council is to adopt this policy of having a rolling 3-year medium-term financial plan. That gives us far more power so that things aren't coming as a surprise to us in future years. You know, we are now looking historically with a 13 million a year gap to fill. That, as Brian's indicated in the report, this may rise, but we are at least looking forward. We're seeing what's coming, and we're therefore going to be better able to cope with that. We'll be we're monitoring that both here at council and at corporate resources going forwards. The thing I wanted to also talk about was the more forward-looking thing which Brian has talked about here in item 4 in the proposals. I think that makes very good sense given what's coming up in the Highlands. As Brian's outlined, we've got things coming up both positive and negative with the Green Freeport, with the Highland housing challenge, and with various other things coming. Now, admittedly, some of that is inevitably going to be more qualitative than quantitative in the short term, but at least it means we know the direction in which we're heading and we're not going to get any surprises. Anyway, with that in mind, I would propose that we note and agree the 5 items outlined in your agenda. Thank you. I'll start by looking for a seconder.
Thank you, convener. So talking about budgets, you know, I see in page 46, you know, grant settlements. It remains the case that the Scottish Government operate a single year grant settlement. Therefore, the Council can expect a grant settlement for 2026-2027 only. And I understand that Brian Porter covered the aspect that the UK budget is being delayed until late November. I'm just wondering, do we, this gives the Scottish Government a very squeezed time frame to set up its budget. Is there a risk that its budget is going to be set after our statutory duty to set our budget for the 11th of March? And if so, do we need to come up with a contingency plan? Thank you.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, convener. The papers before us today lay bare an absolute shambles of administration. 12.5 million overspent in just the first quarter of this year. Services overspent by 17 million roads and transport nearly 2.2 million adrift, fleet 2.6 million down, and health and social care 4 million over budget. And looming ahead, the medium-term financial plan warns us of a budget gap of 13 million and climbing. Now, I could stand here all day and tell you this is a disaster. I could repeat what many have said before, this is incompetence of the highest order. But let me remind members, I don't need to say it, because one of the administration's very own members, from behind the leader's own bench, has said it so adequately. This is not good news, and I'm not happy with it. Now, those are not my words, members, but I speak directly to the members of the administration, to the members of the SNP in this chamber. They are the words from your own colleague, and frankly, they're words I think deep down every member of this council agrees with, and certainly the members of the public outside. Because it's not good news when we've got children's services overspending, when pay deals and waste levy cuts heap millions of pounds of pressure onto this council. It's not good news when this council is forced to raise the reserves to still balance the books at the end of the year, because that's where we're heading. And it's not good news when this administration, all in all, presides over some of the worst public services in Scotland. And before members of the administration try to deny that, the stats are laid bare for all to see. This administration and this council is now in free fall, and it's clear to everybody outside this chamber. And you can laugh all that you like, but there are none so blind as those who do not wish to see. So I would like to move a simple amendment to this paper, to this report, to item 5. And I think this should come to October Council, but it should come to every council thereafter, so that members can closely monitor and scrutinise that position at every meeting. But I will finish with a simple question directed to the leader, and I hope that he will answer this, because he has sat in this chamber, he has defended his administration's record, he has defended these budgets, and he has defended the chaos that is reigning over the people of Highland. But I will ask him one simple question. Does he think any of this is good news, and is he happy with it? Because his own bench isn't, we are certainly not, and neither are the public. Thank you.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener. I too have an amendment, so if that could be put into the chat, that would be helpful. At the tail end of the last administration, I was one of the people that oversaw the financial situation. One of the things I was striving to do at the end of that administration was to leave sufficient reserves and to leave the council, as it came out of administration, in a good, strong financial position, which I think it was, because it was acknowledged by former Councillor Derek Loudon on the first meeting following the establishment of the current administration. And I think we need to look at this as a totality package. And, you know, if you look at the areas of concern, we've got savings for 26, 27, 27, 28, we've got to deliver, which is 23 million. You've got the overspend that's been projected for this year of 13 million. Then grant settlement, change in support, 4.8 million. Pay awards, anything up to 6 million. The waste levy, a 2.5 million reduction. The class contact changes in education will result in 6.6 million. And let's assume adult social care could well need 10 million. All that totals 66 million. And that's the potential gap, in my mind, that I think we're looking at as we move through the remainder of this year. Now, there are some flexibilities that we can put against that. You've got the TVL, and we all know what sort of state and mess that is in and how split and divisive that has made the Highland community as well as this chamber. We've got the cruise ship potential levies, which, again, there's no certainty around those. We've got the power of competency. Of course, if we believe in localism, why the SNP government's not given the power of competency to councils is beyond me, considering the English councils have had it now for 14 years. And we've got the Greenport. So we've got various things that can mitigate this, but I believe that we actually need to be discussing this at Corporate Resources Committee, because Corporate Resources Committee can take the time, invite in more speakers that are perhaps not council staff, but are actually from other organisations to speak to the committee on things. And I think that would facilitate a better debate and way of going forward in trying to find a solution to this potential 60 to 70 million pounds area that we need to address over the next 2 to 3 years. Incidentally, I had a meeting with the Chair of Corporate Resources Committee yesterday when we were actually looking for items that could be discussed by the committee. And I think this type of approach in supporting council to make informed decisions would be the best way forward. And in relation to Councillor Stewart's amendment, I think you'd find that probably the medium-term financial plan probably is on the agenda of every council meeting that I can remember for the last few months, and probably going to be on it for the next few months. So I would urge him to withdraw his amendment in favour of ours, because I think that actually provides a better framework to actually take things forward. Corporate Resources Committee would have the time to tease out these issues, make recommendations to council. And I'm not calling for a special meeting of the corporate resource. I'm just saying, at its meeting in November, let's experiment. Let's put an item on the agenda, Councillor Oldham, that can actually look into this and take elements of the report from both this meeting and the October council meeting, look at it and make some input into the December council meeting as to the direction of travel. It's quite a simple amendment, but I think it will actually improve things greatly and allow more robust scrutiny, but also allow other people to actually come. Because it would be very difficult, wouldn't it? We've mentioned power of competency, we've mentioned the Green Port, to actually have those people along to a council meeting to join in a debate on this issue is how we're going to resolve it. But a Corporate Resources Committee, that'd be quite an easy thing to do. So we could actually involve the chair or the chief executive of the Green Board. We could actually ask external people to come and talk to that committee to help us address it. So I would urge people to actually support the amendment, because I think it will give a different dimension to how we tackle together this budget situation. You know, and I say that having delivered 2 collaborative budgets in this chamber, and it's the only time this actually happened, together with Councillor Bremner and former Councillor Ian Coburn. And I think this might be an opportunity for the administration to actually think, actually, do we actually want to do something across the council chamber, or are we just going to carry on doing it ourselves?
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. I'll own up that my words are being quoted, or perhaps quoted out of context. And I would say that when we get bad news, we're not happy. And the correct response is to actually look at it and try and make things better. And I think we are doing that. Councillor Stewart's contributions are neither helpful or welcome. Thank you.
Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Brian, for the report. Just one question. To do with 6.2, we talk about the core loan charges of 1.5 million. Can I get some clarification on that, please, given that at the last Corporate Resources Committee, the loan charges for 24-25 were actually touching on 100 million. Thank you.
Councillor Gray.
Thank you, Convener. Firstly, thank you for the report. As always, very detailed, very helpful. I agree that the 3-year forecasting is useful. It stops us being surprised by anything coming down the road, and would agree that it's probably a reasonable time frame. Trying to scan for anything beyond that in too much detail would be difficult. But I do think looking at some more some models for challenges we know are coming. We know that school roles are in certain areas will be falling over 10 years, while ageing population will be going up, and obviously that will have different pressures on services. And I think it's a very sensible suggestion from yourself, so thank you for it. I've got one question on the adult social care, we've just come from our social care report. We can see that, roughly speaking, we might be dropped to 19, sort of a close to £20 million budget gap from NHS Highland, because there's not going to be brokerage for their gaps anymore, which quite a significant amount of money to arrive in something we weren't predicting. Why isn't the brokerage happening anymore, and what justification has there been given from the Scottish Government for that? That's quite a large deficit that we might be asked to meet, if I'm reading the paper properly. Thank you.
Councillor Cockle.
Thank you, Convener. Just a very quick question. Thanks very much for the paper, Brian. I wonder what the general power of competence is. It's been mentioned by a number of speakers. I'm not sure if all members understand quite what it is and what influence the council has on that, if any. Thank you.
Brian, one or two questions there.
Okay, thank you, convener. If I come to Councillor Ryan McIntosh first, you were asking about timescales. So we don't have as yet a confirmed timeline for Scottish Government budget considerations, but I think clearly the risk that it may be into January 26 for the reasons I've described earlier. So, as I said, that's not entirely unprecedented. We have had situations in the past where grant settlements have been late into the new year. I don't think, in terms of contingency planning, that's something that I think at this stage we would necessarily have to particular concerns over. I would imagine Scottish Government are very well cited in that 11th of March deadline on councils, and that will be very much part of their thinking for their own timeline in terms of the Scottish Government budget. The question of contingency has raised its head in the past, at national level. So I think there's very much a consideration of that. I would need to check back in terms of the chronology and timeline, but I wouldn't necessarily be surprised that there have been years in the past where perhaps even through the parliamentary process, perhaps not all aspects of a grant settlement have been concluded. Bear in mind that councils all choose their own date on which they set their budget and council tax. It is not out of the ordinary for some councils perhaps to have committed to a date that is ahead of the final parliamentary consideration of a grant settlement. Ultimately, from my point of view, it needs to be the report in front of members in this chamber in making your budget and council tax considerations that there's enough confidence and assurance, I guess, in those figures. They of course include estimates and assumptions. So whether to be a scenario where there was an uncertainty perhaps around some aspect of the grant settlement, ultimately that would have to therefore include my consideration as to whether that was a material factor or not. But I mean, at this point in time, I say I'm not particularly concerned because I think there's probably enough precedent and examples in the past where we've either we as a council or councils generally have worked through those kind of situations. I don't think there's particular questions from Councillor Stewart or Christie that I'd picked up on. Councillor Gale, you'd asked about loan charges. So just to clarify that, so you've referenced 100 million. So that's overall the annual totality of loan charges that the council meets within its budget. So that's roughly 65 odd million pounds of general fund, the balance being HRA. So that's the annual cost that you've provided in your revenue budget to meet the cost of repaying borrowing. So that's within your plans. The 1.5 million I'm referring to in the report. So if you almost go back to the origins of your Highland investment plan. So on the Highland investment plan, obviously the principles have been established. You've made decisions through this chamber over the past year around the setting aside of a sum equivalent to 2% of council tax to support the HIP. The 1.5 million I'm referencing is the core capital programme. So prior to you having your HIP, of course, you've had a core capital programme in place for many, many years now, that covering the range of investment needs, everything from general improvements to the school estate, bridges, infrastructure, lighting, vehicles, that whole array of other capital investment needs. So that 1.5 million, that's an extra 1.5 million that we've been assuming in the budget year on year as an additional cost to support that core capital programme within the HIP and the 2% being an element over and above that. So that's not new. Those have been hard built into the overall capital planning assumptions of this council for a number of years now. So again, I would imagine for future reports coming back in front of you, that's something that we'll look to sort of set out and give you that complete context. You'll have seen it in the past. I'm mindful, I suppose, in this report, I've only sort of cherry-picked that one number just as one point to highlight. So, so this is not a new development. I say between your core capital programme, your HIP, you've always been setting aside money in loan charges to meet those future borrowing costs. Councillor Gregg, you asked about the brokerage position. I'm very mindful that that is very much an NHS arrangement, and probably I wouldn't want to sort of step into a position of trying to explain NHS financial arrangements. That my colleagues there would be better able to do so. So I would suggest I'll come back to you with the meeting, I think, to give you a response, which I will source from my colleagues in NHS Highland. I'm not sure whether Stuart perhaps was going to pick up.
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor Coggle. So a general power of competence refers to a statutory power to allow the local authority to do anything that individuals may generally do. So general power of competence is currently available to local authorities across the UK, so England, Wales and Northern Ireland, and they can use that to undertake, for example, commercial activities and to trade. There's no such equivalent power in Scotland. There was a consultation earlier this year from Scottish Government, and the Council responded to that consultation to encourage Scottish Government to bring forward legislation to give Scottish authorities the general power of competence. Currently, we enjoy a power to advance well-being, so that's more restricted than the more wide powers that are available to us under power of competence.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. I think a lot of what Councillor Christie was saying was quite prudent, but I do think that the most important thing that we're looking at here is we need up-to-date and regular reporting on this, because fundamentally, there's no point in finding 3 months down the line that we're going to be almost £13 million over budget. That's like closing the gate after the horse is bolted. So I think what we need to do is make sure that members are aware of the scale of the challenges that we face, and then we can engage positively at the earliest opportunity to try and close this gap, because there's no real point in setting a balanced budget if it's just going to be ignored and go by the by come the end of Q1. We'd be as well just to not bother with that. But going on to what Councillor Cameron says, I do think it is an important point, because the first step in solving a problem is recognising that there is one. So I would welcome that kind of honesty, and I'd welcome that kind of dialogue in this chamber, because we can all sit with our fingers in the ears and pretend that everything's fine, but the reality is it's not. So I welcome that kind of honesty, and I think we need to have more regular reporting, be that here or be that at the Resources Committee, but members need to be involved and members need to understand what is going on, because fundamentally the buck stops with us.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you. I'll do the Leader of the Council's job for him, since he's not speaking on this item. I would urge people to. I will urge people to vote against Councillor Stewart's amendment. It's quite clear in the papers that the financial report is coming to October. It's quite clear in the papers that a financial report is going to come in December. The meeting after December is the budget meeting, and the meeting thereafter will be into the cycle of monitoring the budget. So the past council meetings, Councillor Stewart, have had the medium-term review on there and the finance papers. The forward meetings of the council have also got them on there. And it actually says in the report that the gap will be articulated further at the October meeting. What our amendment is doing is providing a different way to look at that gap by doing it in a committee forum, which is slightly less formalised than this if we're going to invite people from outside the council to come along. For instance, in answer to Councillor Gregg's point about how brokerage is defined, it'd be much easier for the Director of Finance of NHS Highland to attend the Corporate Resources Committee to explain what the issues are with brokerage compared to coming to this meeting of council to compare, because we didn't get an answer to that question today, but we would get it one at Corporate Resources. So I would urge members to vote against Councillor Stewart's amendment and to vote for my amendment, which will actually take things forward in a more positive, constructive manner, allowing a more inclusive approach to the way we deal with our budget and the way we will deal with the budget gap. Thank you.
Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Kavita. It's always handy when Councillor Christie does some of my work for me. I was indeed going to point out that the medium-term financial plan will be going back to Council. So the next one is the one in December, and again in March time when we're assessing the budget. So I really see no reason for your amendment at all, Councillor Stewart. I also frankly don't see the council you're describing here. We have a council here which is balancing its budget, which is getting good reports from Audit Scotland, which is setting a lower council tax than council other parts of the country and still doing a good job for its residents. I just don't see it at all. Before I go on to Councillor Christie's amendment, I just want to pause for a second and mention the scheme of delegation, because this is something which came up indirectly at the last Corporate Resources Committee, where I was talking about councils in England which are deep in debt. And the reason why most of those councils have got themselves to such a dreadful state is that they've considered themselves better than individuals at doing commercial activities. So although general power competence is to be welcomed and it does provide us with great opportunities, we need to approach it with caution because it has caught out some councils in England. Anyway, turning to Councillor Christie's amendment, fundamentally the Corporate Resources Committee and the scheme of delegation, and I'll quote here, is for all financial affairs of the Council, including corporate monitoring of the revenue and capital budgets. And we will be doing that as part of our meetings. So I see no reason for Councillor Christie's amendment. We will be monitoring everything that's coming down the line from Brian at future meetings. So I'll stick with my original proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. So, members, we have the motion. We have the motion from Councillor Oldham, and that's seconded by Councillor Kennedy. Now we have a first amendment from Councillor Stewart, and I need to get a seconder for that amendment. Councillor Bruce. And then we have a second amendment from Councillor Christie, and again, thank you, Councillor Baxter. So, firstly, we will take the first amendment from Councillor Stewart against the second amendment from Councillor Christie. So for those members in the chamber, when we come to vote, if you wish to vote for the first amendment from Councillor Stewart, it will be the green button. To vote for the second amendment from Councillor Christie, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly.
There's too much confusion.
So, members, check, has everybody voted that wanted to vote in that matter? Okay, we'll then close the vote down. Thank you. And then to go around those members participating remotely, if you tell me you wish to vote for the first amendment from Councillor Stewart or the second amendment from Councillor Christie. And I'll start with Councillor Andrew Jarvie. Councillor Mrs. Jarvie.
Councillor Stewart, please. Thank you.
Councillor Logue.
The Christie amendment, please.
Councillor McLennan.
Abstain.
Councillor McGilvray.
Christie amendment, please.
Councillor Miller.
Abstain.
Councillor Morrison.
Councillor Christie.
Councillor Niven.
Abstain, please, Stuart.
Councillor Reid.
Abstain, please.
And Councillor Rosie.
An abstention, please, Stuart.
Thank you, members.
So I just wanted to check whether my vote went through. I meant to vote with Councillor Christie. Thanks.
We'll double check that in a second. Thank you. Councillor Fraser, we had you as you voted for an abstention, but yeah, is that okay? Thank you. Convener, the first amendment received 6 votes, the second amendment received 26 votes, and there were 31 abstentions. So the second amendment is carried. So members, we now move on to the next vote, and that is between the motion from Councillor Oldham and the second amendment from Councillor Christie. So if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Oldham, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Christie, it will be the red button, and if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. So members, chamber, everybody's voted, so we'll close the vote down. Thank you. And then go round those members on teams. If you tell me if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Oldham, the amendment from Councillor Christie, or to abstain. I'll start with Councillor Andrew Jarvie. Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Amendments, please. Thank you.
Councillor Logue.
The amendment, please.
Councillor McLennan.
Motion.
Councillor McGilvray.
Amendment.
Councillor Miller.
Motion.
Councillor Morrison.
Motion, please.
Councillor Niven.
Motion, please, Stuart.
Councillor Reid.
Motion, please.
And Councillor Rosie.
Motion, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 38 votes for the motion. The amendment received 24 votes and there were no abstentions. So the motion is carried.
Give me a second, members. Item 4 is slightly delayed. Members, we move now to item 4 on the agenda, which is a presentation of the Poverty and Equality Commission. I'd like to introduce you to the joint chairs, Maggie Cunningham and Jim Cormack. And Jim has got a presentation for us. So Jim, over to you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, I should say. There's quite a lot of feedback on my end.
Jim, I think you might have your microphone or something else on because there's a horrendous echo.
I'm afraid when I take my mic, is that any better now?
That's it.
Good. Okay. Well, let me just share some introductory slides if the tech plays ball with us. Real pleasure to be joining you along with my co-chair, Maggie Cunningham, who's with you. We are now in the early stages of the work of the Independent Highland Poverty and Equality Commission, a month on from our first planning session, where the majority, but not quite all, the Commission members were able to meet in Ballantor. And if the tech doesn't work, I can easily just rattle through what the slides would be saying rather than waste any further time. But just to say a bit about me as one of the co-chairs, I'm the one contributor to the Commission who is not from or living or working in Highland, and agreed to take on this role, persuaded by the conversations I had with you and your colleagues and with Derek, and also with Maggie about the kind of landscape in Highland being fertile, the time being right for this work. So I am Chief Executive of the Robertson Trust. We're a wholly independent grant-making charity for Scotland, and our focus day in, day out is on funding solutions to poverty and trauma across Scotland. And just to say a word about members of the Commission, we come in two groups really, but our objective is we all will be wearing the same hat as Independent Commission members. We have got, in addition to the co-chairs, 5 external members and 5 elected members. And just to say who those people are, you'll no doubt have seen some briefing material already. Independent members, we've chosen them, the external members rather, as people who bring a wealth of experience and knowledge, expertise, but some quite important thematic nous to this endeavour. And they are, in alphabetical order, James Cook, who is head teacher at Codder Primary School close to Nairn, who will bring very important early years education expertise. And just to be clear, it's not the sole responsibility of our Commission members to lead that work, but to be helping to advise us and guide us on how to shape that work. Another James Dunbar, Chief Exec of New Start Highland, who brings important expertise around financial security and homelessness, and in the award that James won last week from Prosper Highland Awards, also circular economy and tenancy sustainment. Then Callum McPherson as Chief Exec of the Inverness and Cromarty Firth Green Freeport. I'm sure very well known to you. Among the many strings to Callum's bow, we're asking him to help guide us on the Fair Work agenda across Highland. You know better than I do the many opportunities that there are coming in the regional economy. We want to make sure that those opportunities deliver for people in places in poverty or in the margins of poverty. Kirsty Morrison as Chief Exec of the Alban Housing Association to keep us focused on good quality affordable housing as a bedrock element in solving poverty, and Liz Richardson, who's based in Beaulieu, is a volunteer with Poverty Alliance, and again will be well known to many of you, bringing expertise around how public services work and should deliver for people on low incomes, and also disability expertise. Our elected members come from 4 of the party groupings and 1 independent, and they are Councillor Richard Gale, Councillor Marianne Hutchison, Councillor Andrew McIntosh, Councillor Maureen Ross, and Councillor Kate Willis. And it's been a pleasure already to get to know them. Next month we'll get together, all of us, in the next stage of our work. Really briefly then on our roles. We're independent from the other roles, day jobs we may have, here to bring individual and expert knowledge, expertise and skills, and acting collectively, we intend to reach a consensus and to stand by the findings and recommendations of the Commission. Our focus is, well, let me start with what we're not. We're not a talking shop. None of us are here simply to map the problems of poverty in modern day Highland. We're here to also identify from the start what we know about what works, what makes a difference, what we can scale, and what's missing from Highland that's going to be needed to take on the poverty and inequality challenge. So we're about mapping out causes, consequences, and responses. We want to get preventative and work early on, and to develop integrated approaches. Our way of working, briefly, we want to be, from this point onwards, visible and accessible. So we want to work in an open manner, share our thinking as we go, avoid a big reveal moment at the end next June when we come to conclude, so that we have feedback loops ongoing as we work. We want to engage deeply with people, places, organisations across Highland, and we want to establish a lived experience panel working with us over time so that we can test out possible solutions, get feedback and improve them as we go. Briefly on the thematic areas, how do we break down the very big challenge of poverty and inequality? I've alluded to them already briefly, but they're going to be access, connectivity. So in there is certainly transport, digital, and service provision. housing, culture and ways of working across public services, whoever are the providing agents, fair work, early years in education, and financial security. And we'll also have some cross-cutting threads or lenses, if you like, which will include climate, just transition, equality, equity, and diversity. We want to establish sounding boards around these themes, which will be led by a pair of commissioners in each case, one external member, one elected member, and those kick off, in fact, next Monday when we start with accessibility and connectivity, and we'll report back on our findings through our commission evidence sessions. I won't go through all the detail in the work programme, but roughly we'll be having a full day, one per month, crisscrossing Highland, starting in Fort William on the 10th of October, meeting also then in consecutive months in Broadford, Inverness, Alness, Lairg and Wick, in addition to the sounding board sessions, which will be hybrid and allow people from further flung parts to attend at times that suit them. We'll gather evidence and ideas as we go through the panels I've talked about, by talking to service design experts, by having open consultation, open access online, by making very good use of data and evaluation evidence that elected members and officials in Highland have at their fingertips, supplementing that with evidence from elsewhere. And we will be reporting back as we go, cycle to be agreed. Final report coming to the council as things stand 25th of June next year. I don't think we are making recommendations. Actually, I'm going to correct the use of that word from earlier. I think we're going to be sending out calls for action, clarion calls for change and for transformation. Final thing to say would be, as a working proposition then, we see already poverty in Highland in 2025 as real, costly, damaging and solvable. And by solvable, we don't mean no one ever experiences poverty, but that those experiences should be much rarer than today. Springboards so that people get back on their feet quickly, get their heads back above water quickly, not just safety nets, which tend to have holes in them and tend to trap people. So I hope that gives you a flavour of who we are, what we're about. We are delighted to take on this big responsibility, but we see huge opportunities to change the debate and get very practical for the long term for Highland. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. I think this is a hugely important thing for the people of the Highlands, and we look forward to seeing you again, and probably face to face in the very near future. Maggie, would you like maybe to introduce yourself? Or
my name is Maggie Cunningham. I actually cut my journalistic teeth in this chamber many moons ago. I spent most of my time in the BBC, most of my working life. I now live in Plockton in Lachalsh, and I suppose Jim is the real expert here, but I have quite a bit of expertise of the challenges of rural living, and especially a lot of the hidden poverty we live with every day. So it's a great privilege for me to chum Jim to do this, and with the other commissioners, and I'm delighted to say that our first meeting, although not everybody was there, was very ambitious and with a lot of consensus, and I'll just reiterate what Jim said about we're not a talking shop. So I look forward to it very much, and I look forward to keeping you informed.
Maggie, that's really good. Thank you very much. It'd be good if you would join us for lunch and maybe speak to the members during the lunchtime period. So members, can you be back by 1:45? Okay, everyone, please take your seats. We'll now call the roll, members.
Thank you, Convener. Good afternoon, members. So, members in the chamber, ask you to confirm your attendance by pressing the green button when you get the option in front of you. Thank you. So if everybody has voted in the chamber, we'll close the vote down. Thank you, members. And then going round the members on teams, starting with Councillor Andrew Jarvie. Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Afternoon. Present.
Councillor Logue.
I'm certainly over and cold.
Councillor Logue. Councillor McLennan.
Present.
Councillor McGilvray.
Here, Stuart.
Councillor Miller.
Present.
Councillor Morrison.
Here, Stuart.
Councillor Niven.
Afternoon, Stuart. I'm here.
Councillor Reid.
Present.
And Councillor Rosie.
Here, Stuart. Thank you.
Perhaps I should say, Councillor Sinclair, have you been able to join us?
Okay, members, we now move to item 7 on your agenda. It's the annual corporate performance report 24-25. And I've got John Shepherd and Donna Sutherland here for your amusement.
Thank you, Convener. Good afternoon, members. So I'm pleased to present to you the annual performance report covering the year 24-25. The introduction section of the report provides some wider context, shows how this is part of a wider performance management framework for the Council. Members will be aware that performance at a cluster or service level is reported on a quarterly basis to strategic committees in relation to performance indicators and also progress on the operational delivery plan. Therefore, the majority of the information presented in the report today would have already been scrutinised by committee members. In addition, there have been reports presented to members from Audit Scotland covering best value. I'm just going to briefly pass over to Donna here to quickly mention best value to you.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, members. We've had 2 best value reports issued this year. If you recall, in June Council, you considered the Controller of Audit's report. This contained a number of positive findings, and the Accounts Commission stated that they welcomed the progress made by the Council since the previous audit report issued in January 2020. And with relevance to one of the earlier items, I'll remind you the fact that our external auditors did conclude that we had appropriate and effective financial management arrangements within the Council. Another one of their key findings was they made reference to the embedded culture of transformation within the Council, and they commended that. This was a good forerunner to the 3rd best value thematic review, which was on the topic of transformation. This report was issued last month and was scrutinised by the Audit Committee on the 20th of August. The report's key messages presented a positive picture of the Council's approach to transformation, and this included a clear plan for transformation, good governance, reporting and scrutiny of the Council's delivery plan at different levels, good community engagement and evidence of working with partners to transform services, we next expect reference to best value within the external auditor's annual report, which will go to the audit committee in November. Thank you.
So then just going back to this report today, the measures detailed in the report are a combination of indicators defined nationally by the Scottish Government and the Accounts Commission and used across all authorities, and those defined locally by the Council. A report is also presented to the Council in spring each year, providing detail specifically on the statutory performance indicators and local performance indicators that we submit to the local government benchmarking framework. And this includes more comprehensive comparison with other councils. So an overall summary of performance is provided in section 6, the full performance report provided at appendix 2. I'll also point out there's a new appendix this year, appendix 1, which shows the linkages between the operational delivery plan projects and the commitments within the council programme. Just a couple of points finally to highlight. So performance in 24-25, summary table is available at table 1 in section 6.2 of the report. Table 2 covers a comparison between 24-25 and the previous year. Further commentary on all of the measures is found in appendix 2, including specifically those which are ragged as red or amber. At section 6.3 of the report, there are a range of PIs and actions highlighted which are showing positive performance. So the recommendations are set out in section 2, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Bremner.
Thanks, Convener. And before I contribute to this item, I'll move the recommendations. I believe that you're happy to second. Thank you. This is the third annual report covering our overall performance towards delivery of the Council programme. The performance plan framework encompasses a number of indicators chosen to measure progress and actions to deliver specifics and specific aspects of the programme. The report covers the good progress. In my opinion, it really is good progress demonstrated by our teams across the Council in delivering the programme we have set out for them. There is a lot that I think that we can be proud of and celebrate in terms of what we've got in front of us. 40% of the actions completed over the year, 44% of the actions and PIs on target, and 29% showing as amber. Compared to the previous year, there are very much obvious improvements, with only 5 red PIs compared to 9 previously. Targets are being exceeded in key areas, such as building new homes, supporting people into work, and improving transport, with further highlights detailed in section 6.3 of the report. We know that we can do better in some of the areas highlighted, and we continue to challenge ourselves to meet tough targets. I'd highlight that this report is one of several ways the performance of the Council is measured. Members are reminded that performance reports covering covering the full range of specific performance indicators and actions are actually presented to each of the relevant strategic committees, and there's an opportunity for scrutiny to be undertaken at those strategic committees as well. And as many of us have been involved in, our acknowledgement of the reports from Audit Scotland have also presented a pretty positive picture of how our finances are being managed and our leadership and our approach that we're taking to transformation. So thanks very much for the report, Donna, and thanks for the work that yourself and John have been undertaking to be able to support the Council in that area. Thanks very much.
Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Convener. I refer to the update on number of foster carer approvals. Recruitment has been challenging even after a national campaign. This is currently flagged red. I raised this issue at the recent Health, Social Care and Wellbeing Committee, as I noted that Highland Council were listed fourth on the Google search for foster care in the Highlands. Ideally, it would be first. I was pleased to hear there may be a consideration of a digital approach to move the council higher in the rankings via the website, and I think the new website should help with this as well. I would urge the council to consider additional marketing online if costs allow. Here I should mention my register of interest relating to this expertise. I also learned of a new strategy that will be applied. Existing foster carers will be asked if they would take part in events in their own localities to share with others their experiences of foster caring. This can help in softening the initial leap into that first, possibly nerve-wracking inquiry. I'm confident that with these new approaches, including speeding up the assessment process, which is actually underway, we will see further improvement and take up of this valuable service over the next year. Thank you.
Councillor McLean.
Thank you, and thanks for the report. My comment is in reference to the employability achievements, performance indicators, modern apprenticeships, paid placements and youth traineeships are all green ragged, which is great. Underneath that, ragged red, percentage of unemployed people assisted into work. What these national Scottish figures don't take into account when they're setting the what do you say it? A target, is the Scottish average, but it doesn't take rurality, geography, lack of businesses that would adopt helping youngsters into work. So although it's red dragged, I think there are mitigating circumstances. Thank you.
Councillor Ballin.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, John and Donna, for this report. Reading it, I do sometimes wonder whether we confuse writing a policy with delivering the action. And so, for example, in 2.10, which is to ensure the percentage of wind production, I think that should probably be renewable production, remains in the Highlands. We've passed the Social Value Charter, which is excellent. I'm delighted with that work. But that in itself, passing that policy, hasn't ensured that it is carried out, because that's dependent on the relationship between the council and the developers. It would be interesting to see what is the result in terms of delivery as to that policy, as to the charter. Again, 2.11, mapping funding opportunities for community energy. We've completed that mapping, but actually the number of projects, community projects, which have found funding would appear in 4.3 to have gone down from 19 to 6. And then again in 4.11, increase areas identified for food growing. Again, we've written the policy, we've done the mapping, but has it resulted in any increase in areas put aside for food growing? And I think that is the key thing that we really ought to be looking at. 4.2 says that the Inverness Active Travel Network has been completed. I'm not quite sure what that refers to, because the Bewley to Inverness Active Travel Project, which has been planned for many years, has stalled. A couple of miles of it were put in place, but it's now stalled. It's stopped in the middle of nowhere. In addition to this, I've got 3 questions. Firstly, at 2.5, I see that the lack of affordable accommodation is identified as one of the issues behind the problem with getting care at home staff and workers. And I wonder, it's probably a question for the leader of the council, what is being done to try and address the problem of lack of affordable housing? And again, following Councillor McLean's comment on 5.2, what are we doing to encourage more unemployed people to engage with our services? Because the details in the report shows that the problem is not, we're very good once somebody's engaged with the services, we're very good at getting them into work. But the problem is those who are not engaging. So I'd like to hear some information about that. And then finally, 4.2, speaks about the plans for installations to reduce energy consumption, solar PV in particular. And so I'd like to ask, is the funding for this now in place to enable us to reach the 1 megawatt target in this financial year? Is the funding there? Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Willis.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the report. Just with reference to the wind production that remains in the region and opportunities that are aimed at supporting community energy projects, which Councillor Balance has just mentioned, I hope that this will involve working with Highland People's Power. That would certainly help achieve those objectives. With regards, on page 109, in regards to the net zero strategy, the report currently states that our annual reduction target is 7.5% per year. I would like to highlight that this reduction target is now 10.9%, as was reported to the Climate Change Committee in November 24. This is due to slippage over previous years, so the reduction required annually for the Council to meet its emissions reduction target of at least 75% below baseline by 2030 has required adjustments, and it is now 10.9% is the annual emissions reduction target that was required. So hopefully this can be corrected in the report. Thank you. And carrying on the net zero on page 110, I would like to bring to attention the excellent work that's been undertaken over this summer by the Climate Change and Energy team, which was also reported to the recent Climate Change Committee. The team undertook an assessment of school heating systems and found that a number of systems had remained on in operation over the holidays. So these heating systems were switched off, and this has conservatively been calculated to achieve an annualised saving of 48,000 for the council. So this is just, you know, the start of helping the council to establish energy savings interventions and consumption reduction. And on page 112, with reference to the food growing and ecological benefit, I guess my question with that is, in terms of, I think it says completed, but what are the next steps, as this is going to be incredibly important going forwards as the Highland develops its Good Food Nation plan. Thank you.
Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, and thanks very much to John and Donna and colleagues. A number of important work streams here. I'll just pick out a couple of things of note. Obviously would endorse previous comments about the importance of affordable housing, community energy, and the bus service improvement project seems very important. But I would bemoan, I suppose is the right word, to say that we have the Inverness railway station project is in slippage, which suggests that Network Rail have kind of put it in the sidings, as it were. I would certainly wish to praise the work of the roads team in the light of a rather substantial roads backlog, which has been publicised a lot recently. I would praise the state of the U1207. The road goes from Loch Garry towards Loch Quoich, and I was there when they were resurfacing, and it's lovely. You could have your dinner off it. By contrast with Pothole City in the centre of Inverness here, where Dalney Road vies with Greg Street to be the potholiest place. And I'd also finally comment positively on the achievements, as mentioned, page 85, item 111, in terms of Gaelic medium education. I would absolutely praise and commend the brilliant performance of Orla Ní Dhearra in the Great British Sewing Bee as a product of the Gaelic medium education here in Inverness. And brilliant and entertaining stuff until the made-to-measure bit at the end there. So well done, Orla, and thanks to that service. Cheers.
Councillor Fraser.
You know, but I just said she did.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report. Like
Councillor Henry, I want to draw attention to the foster care situation. And you'll see that our strategy is to take a more personal and local approach to recruitment. We're a small number and we're approaching foster carers to help to bring on other foster carers. Members, this morning we had a tremendous debate on adult social care. There's a huge amount of knowledge in here about children as well. Anything that you can do locally in your area to encourage foster care, speak to our social work team, get on board and try and support that. It's that word of mouth that makes a huge difference, and so I just encourage you to support that. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, thank you, convener, and thank you, John and Donna, for the report, and also to this. This report has 7 authors, so I would just like to thank them all for what's obviously a team effort. I think I think maybe said this last year, convener. I would really like to see the assistant chief executives and the heads of service coming to answer these questions from members, so we would have a direct input from the people who are actually managing the services. And I know John and Donna do an excellent job of reporting to the committee, but it'd be really good if we could speak to the actual heads of service, and I'm sure they would welcome the challenge and the transparency opportunity that would provide. Having said that, I think I've only got 2 questions, convener. One's on page 108, the household waste recycled performance, and I was a little bit disappointed to see that the figure produced, there's no target figure available, and the figure produced is provisional and yet to be verified. And of course, the household waste has been the subject of a massive exercise by this authority to change bin collection systems and to roll out new waste transfer stations and so on across the council. So I would hope that when the figures are available, that they're reported to the Communities and Place Committee convener, so that they can have the actual outturn and also the comparator against which to compare it. And so that's the first point. Second point on school attendance rates, and I just want to make it clear, this is not something I'm laying at the door of the administration, but if you look on page 75, you can see that 10% of the children in Highland are missing on any given day. That means to me that 3,000 pupils are not at school today in the Highland Council. Some of them, of course, sadly through illness and so on. But I think this figure is probably now running at twice the historic average. That might have been pre-COVID, might have been maybe 95% might have been the expected attendance, and now it's 90%. So I really ask that the administration comes forward with concrete measures to tackle what is a wider problem than just Highlands, but it's a real issue if there's 3,000 children missing from our schools every day. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Graham, I'm sure the senior staff office doors are always open to you. So I think the ACEs will be delighted to see you at any time.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, convener, and thank you for the report. I think it's an interesting take on this that members of the administration have, that they try to paint this as really good. We've had really good Audit Scotland feedback, and that is true to an extent. But you've got to look at where the starting point is. And it's the starting point for this council, perhaps not through any fault of this administration, but consecutive administrations. The bar is literally on the floor. Things can only get better for Highland Council. The main issue that I've got and that the public have outside of this chamber is the pace of progress isn't matching up with the pace of decline. Let's look at something like roads, for example. We're consistently in the bottom 5 local authorities in Scotland, and it requires something like £233 million to meet a steady state. But we're not doing that. That money isn't making its way into the system. Where that leads us to is a state where things like roads are going to get worse. These are the things that matter to people every day. What I'm hearing when I'm speaking to residents in my community is they want their children educated, they want the roads fixed, they want the bins lifted, and if you've got any more time, what are the hanging baskets. We don't need to be wooing developers to come and invest in renewable energy that the people in our communities don't want. It's causing anxiety and resentment. What we need to do is do less as a local authority, but we've got to do less better than we currently do. For example, look at the record of employability. Only 5.2% of unemployed people here have been helped into work. That is far below the Scottish average of 12.1%. Now, this is millions of pounds that have been spent. We don't even measure the outcomes. We don't know how long these people are staying in employment for. Is it a day? Is it a week? Is it a month? We don't know. Is this money well spent? Absolutely not. Looking at care at home, I agree we had a very long conversation on this earlier on. You know that the budget's out of control for that. And looking at self-directed support, which many members recognise this may be the way forward, this may be the way to help people live longer in their own communities. We've got 9.1% of adults in receipt of that, and on the surface that does look good. But the Council admits in this report it's primarily due to the absence of other delivery models. So that's because families are being forced into this because we can't provide those services. Now, I think SDS could be a positive, empowering option, a way to keep people at home for longer. But, you know, I think what we've got to do is we've got to make sure that we're providing the best for our communities. And we've got to make sure that where they're not able to do that, that we're providing other options. So, I mean, I think it was a real missed opportunity that we're not going to be doing more on this. But fundamentally, I think the point that's highlighted in this report is this administration, this council, is stretched too thin. We're not doing anything particularly well at the moment. We may very well be doing it better than we did before, but fundamentally that's not good enough. The people of the Highlands deserve better.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to the various authors of the report. I'm going to touch on page 75 again about school attendance. And I'm wondering, when you look at all these parameters that we're measuring, whether we're actually measuring the right parameter, because what we don't really need to measure is whether people, young people are going to school. We need to actually understand whether they're going to classes. And I'd like to have some clarification as to how that actually works in a school, and whether actually there is class attendance rather than just school attendance. The other thing I'd like to know, and this comes on page 89, 2.3, and it's about programme for improving the road condition. Now, I'm slightly concerned here that, as has been revealed, is that the council doesn't have very good mechanisms in place for actually assessing their roads at a pretty local level. The Scottish Roads Maintenance Condition Survey does a section of roads and publishes every 2 years, but it only actually measures the state of our roads 10% on the minor roads whenever they do a survey. And actually it's less, because if there's two-way minor roads, the percentage is less, they only go in one direction. So I'd like to understand what kind of mechanisms we have to actually see whether all the things that we're doing, investment we're making, is actually improving our road condition.
Thank you, members. And I would stress, yes, there is a lot of us that were involved in producing the report, and luckily I've got some of them online answering questions while we go along. I will go through as best I can and answer questions I can today. Otherwise, we may need to come back to you with answers. Councillor Hendry, I would just like to point out that actually in the person-centred solutions portfolio of the delivery plan, there is a project there looking at foster carers, and one of the potential routes that's been examined there is the more online marketing, and targeting certain groups. So that's something that's certainly being looked at the moment. Councillor Balance. You have several questions there about, so specifically about funding for energy installations, energy reduction installations. Yes, I can confirm that funding has been agreed. It's a mixture of council funding and SALIC's top-up funding, so I can confirm that. Councillor Willis, you're asking about target on page 109 of the report. What I'll do is I'll take that away and just double check that for you. But the report, of course, is looking at the previous financial year, so things may well have moved since then, but I will check that. On food growing, I think there are a couple of questions about food growing. Understand that, apologies, I have got a lot of things open here.
Members, a lot of these questions will actually require fairly lengthy further answers. So some of your questions may have to get responded to at a later date.
So certainly, thank you, Convener. Yeah, there is work ongoing at the moment looking for other areas where food growing can be pursued. Councillor Gregson, you mentioned the Inverness Railway. Understand that there is a draft master plan report is being reviewed at the moment, and the intention will be to bring it to the City of Inverness Committee in the near future. Councillor Graham, you're asking about waste recycling target. So that target is based on an average from the local government benchmarking framework. So I think we're due to get data back from that so that we can set our own target very soon, and that will be reported to the next committee. And a couple of questions that are about school attendance. Councillor Edmondson, I will take that away. I will hand over to the Chief Executive on that one.
Yeah, so can I just say that I can't remember who actually asked it, but the report on social value charter went to ENI in the last cycle, so we'll make sure that John's got a note of who asked the question. We'll make sure the report gets circulated to the member. In answer to Councillor Graham and Councillor Edmondson's questions on school attendance, bear in mind one of the few actual legal duties teachers have is to do a class register. Okay, so I can assure you it happens in classes whenever you're in front of the teacher to take the register. There's an ongoing issue as part of the school improvement cycle to drive up attendance. We tend to be reflective of national averages, but sometimes rurality can play an additional barrier for our young people when they're either trying to return from absence from school, or it can be an extra factor sometimes in the way of people actually attending. So we're looking at ways until we can make that as easy as possible for people. But it's definitely part of the work of the new area quality improvement manager team that will be supporting schools and trying to improve that. And on the investment in roads, there's a big roads redesign project going on at the moment to tackle those very things, Councillor Edmondson. One of the things is to get better intelligence about the quality of the roads. So, for example, there's a digital project which is all about placing cameras on some of our vehicles so we can get much more intuitive intelligence, and we know where we can identify things that we need to fix. And as we go along through roads redesign, what I'm really hoping, and obviously this is a challenge to me and others by the Leader of the Council and other members, is to try and look at how we address some of the issues in terms of historic underspending roads and the major repairs that we've been left a legacy of having to deal with, and how we can tackle those things and then move to more of a sort of a routine maintenance type model rather than a major repair type model. So I feel understand we're in a position at the moment, and I'm not an expert on roads, but I think through the roads redesign process you will see some solutions coming forward. It may well be the case that answers are coming in, members, from people, and I do accept Councillor Graham's points that we don't always have the people here who can answer all the questions, but I would say to you, members, that most of the things that you're asking have, and I hope people would understand I'm not in any way attempting to diminish the questions, but most of them have been asked in the strategic committees, and that's really where the first pass of this occurs. So we've taken a list of every single person's question. We'll make sure that everybody gets an answer, and we'll do our best in the chamber to answer as many as possible. And I'm really sorry if we can't give everybody the answer today to the question that they're asking, but we will do our best to come back to you as soon as we can.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener. It is interesting that both Councillor Gregson and Councillor Stewart focused on potholes and road condition, and I'm not sure either of those gentlemen spend any time watching SNP campaign videos. But I recommend searching out a recent one where one of their activists stood proudly and praised his SNP council. I'm sorry, Convener, he didn't mention either you or your independent colleagues for this paean of praise. But the SNP administration had put enormous amounts of extra expenditure into repairing our roads. And as a result, our roads have been transformed. The irony of that video was, I'm pretty sure he was stood next to a pothole whilst he told us how much our roads had improved. And I want to focus on the road condition, a part that my colleagues have mentioned. Councillor Edmondson hit it on the nose about we're not sure about what the current situation is. I'm preempting what Councillor Gowans may contribute either in this debate or later. Some of us actually do, because ever since I was elected a councillor in 2012, our area roads engineer has been quite open with councillors and has told us this is the money we're getting this financial year for capital expenditure. These are the roads that we can repair, and this is what remains unfunded for this particular financial year. And in Loch Harbour this year, we have over £6 million worth of capital road repairs that are unfunded. And if that can happen in Loch Harbour and we can have that information, surely all of my colleagues in this chamber can have it as well. After all, this council accepted a starred item from the last Loch Harbour committee before the summer that actually requested that that information is provided on an area basis. And I look forward to seeing that agreed council policy put into action. But I want to take you to our neighbouring authority, Argyll and Bute. And a decade ago, they had some of the worst road conditions anywhere in Scotland. And they took the decision to put a lot more expenditure into repairing them, following quite a lot of public criticism. And, to be fair, Highland Council have done the same. They had similar public criticism, not least of all the leader of the council had a lot of criticism in his own area. And we followed suit by adding expenditure into our road budget. But the difference is that when Argyll and Bute did it, they moved from ranking 28 to a rank of 15 within 2 or 3 years from memory. However, we're still stuck at the bottom of the league despite that extra expenditure. So this, you'll be relieved to know, Mr Shepherd, is not a question for you, but for Councillor Gowans maybe later. What are we doing wrong that means that we are not seeing such marked improvements that other councils have achieved when they've spent that extra money on their roads?
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Convener. I want to address perhaps the red R. Someone says a red rag, which probably is justified given the amount of bull that's spoken in this place that we have a red rag. If I can start with education, we shouldn't actually have any red rags, kind of think of it. We only had one green G, and that was in the rise in literacy in primaries 1, 5 and 7. And that's to be welcomed. The rest were A's. which shows some slippage. If we look closer at the figures, we see that the slippage is usually less than 2%, in one case, 0.3%. It's not really, it's a standstill. And that, to me, with the worst interpretation I can put on that, and I am trying to put a bad one on, is that we have stopped the decline in standards. And I look forward to seeing this report next year. We will show that we are improving, that green G's are all over the education section. And if not, I think we'll need to know why. Another red rag was for the number of chargers for electric vehicles, which is in decline. Will that be improved with the decision to work with this Aberdeenshire Council, I think, wasn't it, to increase those? I'd be interested to know that. Then we come to the number of unemployed people back to work. That is really a huge decrease, 40% of a decrease that we're seeing. I mean, that cannot just be dismissed with the people don't understand us. That is not an excuse for really an unacceptable failure to deliver. And I would like to know what plans we have to get that, not even up to our target, which is 12%, but at least up to the Scottish average of 9%. Cluttering around at 5% with the no one understands us routine is not acceptable to this council. We have seen considerable reduction in our grants over the years, and that is, I'm not saying that won't continue, alas, I wouldn't hold your breath. But budgets are not just a financial decision, they're also a political decision. And sometimes that refers what is the priority for our administration. So I look forward to seeing improvement, particularly in education and in other social areas, being seen as being a political decision and a political improvement coming with that. Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Thank you, Convener. I just wanted to address what Councillor Gregson has said regarding the Inverness Station Master Plan. John is quite right. There is a draft report circulating, and that will be coming through the committee. I was fortunate enough to attend a High Trans briefing on last Friday, where we got an update, and both Transport Scotland and Network Rail are firmly on board and putting resource behind it. So contrary to Councillor Gregson's allegation, the train is not in the siding. We're gaining momentum. We may not be full speed ahead, but we're going in the right direction, and I can't wait for the report to come back to the cycle.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener. I thought it was quite brave of Councillor Stewart to talk about the sort of bad decisions of recurrent administrations. You still have a picture of yourself backing Liz Truss for Conservative leader on your Twitter account. And you may want to reflect. Of course, Lib Dems have only ever made great decisions in all positions they've ever had. This is a sort of performance report, and I think the administration you've done. There are less reds than there were last year, but I'll focus on the reds to aware the scrutiny side of the chamber. So we should be looking at things that have gone wrong. That's on page 8, item 1.2. There's talking about how quickly we're processing new council tax claims. We've gone backwards. We've given ourselves a red rating, but then the text explaining it has said, "Oh, but actually we're quite good at processing change in circumstances of claims." And we therefore shouldn't really assess this as a red, it should be something differently. I mean, that might be a fair interpretation, but it does seem slightly strange that we've set ourselves our target, failed to meet it, and our defence is, well, we did this other form of council tax processing really well. And to be fair, we've done really well, number one in Scotland. 1.8 has already been mentioned, the foster carers. I welcome the fact that we are doing a personalised campaign, speaking to people one-to-one. Seems like a much more useful campaign than has been done so far. I think the only action I've seen of the foster carer campaign is a photo in the men's toilets of Platform 8 on Academy Street, which feels like a very strange way to be asked to foster a child. 2.5. This one in particular, we've seen nearly a 10% decline in people aged 65 not getting personal care needs met at home. I may be missing it, but I don't think that figure was in item 1 of the agenda, which was the social care report. When so we've had a 10% decline. That feels like a really significant thing. And given how much of our budget is social care and how much of our work is social care, it feels like a really important thing that we've missed that by 10%. And I would like to sort of know more about what we're doing to address that. 4.7, there's no new electric charges. I appreciate that's down to funding, which we're relying on the forms. We've now said we're definitely going to get 150, but we've probably said that before. How secure are we that these 150 are actually going to get delivered? How secure is the funding? How secure is the delivery? And in 5.2, it's been mentioned before, but why aren't we getting people back to work as good as the other places in Scotland are? I appreciate that what we've written is that we are quite good at getting those who actually engage with us to do it, but if we're engaging a high percentage of our people through into employment, why do we need to invest more in the service? Do we need to upscale the service? And looking at the items that have been marked completed, we said 20 of them have been completed, but I think it's mildly cheeky to say that 2 of them have been completed. The drug death pilot, we couldn't successfully recruit a social worker, and we've marked that off as completed, which feels a little bit like we just sort of, it stopped happening, so it has completed, but we didn't actually, succeed. And I think, in particular, the Academy Street project has been marked as completed. We were sued in court about that. That feels very, very cheeky to say we successfully completed a project that we were sued in court and lost. So I do wonder if in future we need a sort of completed with a smiley face and completed with a sad face. But thank you.
Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, Convener. Right, where do we start? Page 1. Chief Executive, I think it was the trustee Councillor Balance who asked about the Highland Social Value Charter. Yes, it was. And I want to start off by just drawing our attention to the section about risk, where it says any inability of the council to demonstrate best value represents a high-level reputational risk, with best value assessed annually by Audit Scotland. I want to defend the administration to a certain extent here. I don't. We don't mind if you take sensible risks about things. Some things work, some things fail. I don't think we should be necessarily intimidated by Audit Scotland. If there are sensible risks to be taken, you have certainly have my backing in doing that. Now, going back to Highland Social Value Charter, some of you may have seen, I did have 20 copies this morning, but demand has been high. I have hardly any left, Paul, sorry. Actually, I gave you one, didn't I? Yes. This is an independent bit of research by Equitable Energy. The clue is in the word equitable. And on page 31, they talk about Highland Council. And for example, they give comparisons, and under municipally owned project, they say there are no major projects to date. However, the Highland Social Value Charter is unlocking significant investment opportunities in renewable energy. Highland Council is also exploring ways to harness solar and battery storage. On the left-hand side, it then talks about a typical commercial wind farm in Highland, which pays £5,000 per megawatt community benefit. But on the right-hand side, Sky members take note, Ben Akatil wind farm, community-owned, pays £275,000 per megawatt, or in plain English, 55 times as much as the non-mandatory £5,000 per megawatt, which has not been updated for about 15 years. So I support the Highland Social Value Charter, but I am drawing attention to the fact that it's quite modest, perhaps, I would say. And I worked out from my own area that if you took all the turbines in Caithness, I'm not sure of the exact figures, but within 1 to 2 years, if we received that level of community benefit, we would have a brand new high school. That's the level, that's real community benefit. Secondly, Councillor Stewart, it seems to be a pick on Councillor Stewart Day. Rory, you said that I think things can only get better. Need to inform you that was a theme tune of Tony Blair many years ago, but nevertheless. Now, more seriously, moving on to the roads which Councillor Baxter talked about. We do have a list for our roads, Andrew, and it's about 400 roads long, and the list is not getting any shorter. Our hard-working road staff managed to fix about 10% of them, Well, that's partly because other areas of the council have generously donated part of their budget to Caithness, incidentally also to Skye. But I think the administration can help themselves a bit, and yes, this is a bit of a criticism. A few months ago, there was a press release put out saying we're spending over 60 million over the next 3 years on the roads. Yes, that's actually true, but you need to be spending over 90 million just to achieve the standstill figure. So when we're talking about the budget gap, there is an argument for saying the budget gap is increasing by £1 million per month because the roads are deteriorating at that rate. This is not even covering the minor stuff. Well, it's not minor: white lines, road signs, and all the rest of it. I also noticed in a previous paper we're talking about a £200,000 saving in winter gritting, which I did not ask a question about. I want to finish on a positive note. I was recently at the most recent meeting of Corporate Resources. I had a lot of time for the previous chair, and Councillor Oldham has continued in that way, and I'm particularly encouraged by his plain speaking. And in terms of the roads, we may have a redesign of the roads, but the figure we're looking at per annum, just to break even, stop the roads getting worse, is about £13 million per annum. That's just to get to the standstill figure. That's why there's a lot of angst about it. And it's true, lots of administrations have not delivered enough. I can go back 6, 7, 8 years, previous administrations, people were demanding the grass cutting budget, if you remember, was not cut. Additional support needs was not cut. So the roads budget was getting cut. And in defence of my independent colleagues, people like Councillor Green, who was around then, it was the independent-led administration in about 2016 that first, convener, you will recall, we started to increase the roads budget. It was a start. It was better than nothing. But these are the hard figures. It's £1 million a month extra on top of what we are actually spending now. And that's from the council's own figures, unless I've misinterpreted them. Thank you.
Councillor Finlayson.
Thank you, convener. Just to reassure Councillor Graham that in terms of attendance, there is a real focus, and attendance is a priority as part of the raising attainment strategy that we did discuss at the last Education Committee. And as the Chief Exec has also said, teachers are legally obliged to take registers for classes. Councillor Stewart, in terms of how long people are actually in jobs, SDS do actually keep that data and they can provide us with that. I think, as I say every year at this time, in terms of this report, probably the timing of it isn't the best for education, because really the information that we're reporting on is out of date, and we brought more up-to-date information to the last Education Committee. And I'm sure all members are familiar with the contents of the Raising Attainment paper that we did bring to committee, but for reassurance, some of the headline messages were: the SQA Highland results analysis shows that pass rates have risen at both National 5 and higher level this year. Significantly, there's been a positive progress made in terms of closing the attainment gap. There was improved attainment for learners from our most deprived areas at National 5 higher and the Advanced higher. And I think particularly pleasing was the fact that in S5, the percentage of pupils gaining 3 awards at higher has increased by an impressive 5.8%. Young people from our deprived backgrounds. Also, in terms of ACEL data, which we'll be bringing to November committee, we're also anticipating an improvement in both literacy and numeracy. So, members, while I would not want to promote too much positivity, Councillor Stewart, I do think that while members are right to scrutinise the information in this report today, members of the Education Committee will also know that the Education Improvement Plan will be coming to the November Committee for approval. And that's where important and up-to-date information can be discussed. This plan will also set out ambitions to continue to improve attainment and achievement across all our schools, and will include both refreshed and service level indicators and targets to make sure that we have got visibility and are able to scrutinise progress. And committee members will also have an opportunity, Education Committee members, to feed into this development plan at the member seminar that has been scheduled for November. So hopefully, Councillor McIntosh, this pleases you to some extent, and hopefully we will see improved figures next year. Thank you.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, convener. I'm not a fan of this report. I never have been. I've always found it hard
to read. And if you could imagine trying to explain this report to any member of the public, I think you'd struggle because of the way the format's laid out and some of the data that's in there. This is what I would call a bubble report. It's something that probably we care about, convener, probably our officers care about, probably Audit Scotland care about, but if you went out the door and down and into the street, they probably don't care. And I think what we've got to do is take the elements from this report into a summary report, into the items that the public really do care about, which would be things like, you know, the roads, the educational attainment in schools, probably care at home, and probably a few other key indicators. So maybe we could look to summarising this into some key, almost like an executive summary, into some key indicators that the public could identify with, because 95% of these indicators the public will not identify with and probably would not consider to be that important to their daily life, because a lot of them relate to us as how efficient and effective we are. And that's very difficult to convey to an ordinary resident or member of the public. So I would maybe urge that we look at that as something we can draw out. We also get indicators at different times of the year, which isn't helpful. And John Finlayson's point is a really good one, that we have improved on educational attainment, but we haven't got, which is great for Highland and Highland children and parents and the teachers, but we don't know if the other authorities have improved at a greater gap than us, or a faster rate, which actually means although we've gone forward 2% or 3%, if they've gone forward 9%, we've actually gone backwards in terms of a national benchmark, although we have improved compared to our previous year. So I think the danger of these sort of reports is, and some of the stats that we bandy around at various strategic committees and here, is that you can actually use them for any purpose that you want to and justify any end that you want to. And I think some transparency around this would be welcome. I can't wait for the next item, because obviously so far, Councillor Stewart, you've been identified with Tony Blair and then Liz Truss. You know, when we come to the Sky item, if it's Nigel Farage, I'm going home.
Councillor MacLeod.
Thank you, Convener. I wanted to maybe point out on page 77 the housing benefits and council tax reductions, and also the change in circumstances. You know, that is more or less a very good report. One's green and one's red, and I think, as it says in the report, the red is 0.6. Should that not be amber rather than red? And I think the most important thing, in case Councillor Stewart is looking for something positive to say, is that Highland is up equal to the best of the other local authorities in Highland. And I think, given our geographical spread of communities, I think that is a really good outcome for us in Highland. And also on page 82, where health, social care and wellbeing, children and young people accommodation out with Highland, although that's the numbers have slightly gone up, it's still green, with a £21 million saving over 8 years for Highland, and that money can be used elsewhere within the budget. So I think that's just 2 good points, and there are many more throughout the report. I suppose my questions would be on the superfast broadband on page 93, because that affects our communities in many ways, whether that's like the smart meters, everything is involved in that. And while I suppose myself, like many others, are paying for super fast broadband, we don't actually get super fast, I feel, in a number of the areas that we're dealing with. And I suppose I've asked this question before, John, so you'll probably be expecting it, is that when we talk about resilience and sustainability and our operational delivery plan, which is for the people of the Highlands and improving the outcomes. I'll come back to community councils again, and I know I've asked previously about, although they don't get much money in their grant, is there any opportunity for them to have, so many of them have to update their computers and or get gifted, or the community have to pay for it themselves. There must be some way through the wealth building strategy to help communities, because part of the issues is not everyone can come out to the meetings, but during COVID, it was very relevant that many could join online and be part of that dialogue in community councils. And I think that's something we should be looking at as a council, that building our connectivity and with our communities. And my last question is, or my last point is on, although we have reduced the amount of revenue work that we've done on the roads, much of the revenue budget is the maintenance side, whether it's the gully, emptying the ditching, cutting back the overgrowth. And it's been raised before by some of our local farmers that this is work that the farmers could be doing. They have already the equipment, and perhaps for a small fee they could be doing some of this work, leaving the workforce to concentrate on the potholes and other work that's needing done in all our communities. Thank you.
Final contribution from Councillor Gowans.
Thank you, Convener. I'll try and be brief. I just want to first of all address some of the comments that have been made around roads. I just want to make it clear that all the capital funds that we have our roads are already allocated and programmed, so these will be spent. There is no doubt about that. We also need to look at ways that we get best value from our roads budget, and that's an iterative process. And that's why the roads budget is a constant feature at the redesign board, and all members across this chamber are welcome to attend that. But this administration has invested more money in roads than any other administration. We understand the very real pressure that our roads are under. I think it's worth noting that in Highland, we have around 120 to 150,000 people that pay council tax. And yet we have 7,000 kilometres of roads. These road repairs are funded by the 150,000 people, but yet we have 8.4 million visitors who come to Highland every year. And do you think, members, that it's fair that the 150,000 people in Highland pay all the money towards our roads? And if you don't think that's fair, then I would have to agree with you on that. So that's something else that we have to look at. So hopefully, if the opportunity arises where we can redress some of that balance, that it will get the full support of everyone in this chamber. Thank you.
John, as many questions as you think you can answer, but if so, then we'll take them offline.
Thank you, Convener. There are certainly a couple of points I can answer just now. Firstly, been a few questions around the EV charges. My understanding is that we have moved forward, and that there is an absolute likelihood that the target will be met. We're in a joint scheme with our neighbouring authorities. Employability, I do have a comment which I'll read out, which has been sent through to me. So a detailed report was taken to the last Education Committee on employability. Skills Development Scotland provide data on a sustained positive destination, so we do know where people are in 6 months and beyond. Highland Council has top quartile performance for positive post-school destinations with year-on-year increases over the last 5 years. We also have the highest share in Scotland in terms of young people going into employment. So that's 96.5% of Highland leavers have secured a positive destination, which is an increase of 1.2% from the previous year. And nationally, positive destinations have actually dropped slightly. So it is a good position for Highland. I think Donna was wanting to just make a response about Audit Scotland, so I'll pass to Donna.
Yes, if I can respond in respect of the question from Councillor Rees. You picked up at section 3.5 on risk. You're saying the report says any inability of the council to demonstrate best value represents a high reputational risk. You're correct there. Upon reflection, I think it should say demonstrate that we're meeting our statutory duties with regard to best value. And picking up on what Audit Scotland have said, prior to the third best value thematic on transformation, they had actually issued a report on that topic, on transformation within councils. and I took that report to the Corporate Resources Committee last December. And within that report, they identified a number of barriers to transformation, one of which was actually in respect of risk. And I'm going to quote them, whereby they're saying there is a low appetite for risk in some councils where transformational activity is held back by a fear of failure. And they went on to say, not every transformational risk will succeed, but not progressing radical transformation is a greater risk. So that they have actually said what you were talking about earlier. And I'd also, my final point is the fact, as a council, we recognise that. Council agreed a new risk appetite statement in March this year. And one of the appetites we've got there is hungry. And what we've said there is we are eager for innovation and change. And we actually do recognise these carry a high level of risk. So I think we're well set up for that, and hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
I think that answers all the questions that just now. Thanks, Convener.
Thanks, John. Obviously, members, a lot of questions, and we will try and get back to you as soon as possible with answers to them all. Members, can you agree the recommendations? Now we move to item 8 on the agenda. It's short-term let control areas. Councillor Gowans.
Thank you, Convener. Members, this is a very well-researched and written report. The officers have invested a great deal of time to analyse and synthesise a significant volume of data. And I would like to express my thanks for the work that they've completed to date by the team. Today, we are presented with a critical opportunity to take meaningful action on one of the most pressing issues facing our communities: the impact of short-term lets housing and the availability of housing across Highland. The evidence is clear. In some areas, up to 30% of potential dwellings are now short-term lets. In others, nearly half of all house sales are buyers from outside Highland, Scotland, and indeed the UK. It's not just a housing issue, it's a community issue. It affects our ability to retain workers, support local services, and sustain cultural and linguistic heritage of our Gaelic-speaking areas. The introduction of short-term let control area in Badenoch and Strathspey has indeed shown early signs of success. Rates of short-term lets have slowed or declined, and while licensing changes may have contributed, it's evident that planning controls can help to rebalance the housing market. We now have the tools, the data and experience to act decisively. This report recommends that decisions begin at area committee level. That's because no one size fits all, and local councillors know their area best. The pressures in Inverness are different to those in Skye, Lochaber, Caithness, Sutherland, for example. But the common thread is communities are asking for help with long-term housing needs, and we have a responsibility to respond. We must be proactive, we must be evidence-led, and we must be bold enough to protect housing for those who live and work here. So let's support the recommendation and empower area committees to begin to take this forward. Let's ensure the Economy and Infrastructure Committee has the mandate to gather the evidence, consult meaningfully, and act where needed. This is about acting in the long-term public interest. It's about ensuring that Highland remains a place where people can live, work and thrive, not just visit. To safeguard the long-term sustainability of our communities, I'm moving the recommendations as set out in the paper today, and I would ask all members to take this opportunity to demonstrate your support for your own people and the places you each represent. Thank you.
Members, I can tell you firsthand that the short-term let control area in Badenoch and Strathspey is undoubtedly a success, and it's making a big difference to the housing market. In actual fact, it's doing exactly what it says on the tin. It's producing more homes available for local people to buy or rent, and will hopefully continue to do in the future. Is it the final solution to our local housing problem? No, but it's an important part of the mix. But decisions on whether or not you follow suit in your own area is a matter for you as local members to decide. It must be a bottom-up decision, and you'll have to weigh carefully the pros and cons of any decision, because in this particular case, one size clearly does not fit all. This is a very well-crafted paper which required a huge amount of work, and my personal thanks goes to those in the team who have been grinding their way through a myriad of short-term let applications, and I would strongly recommend that you support the recommendations before you. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for both of the contributions so far. But I think credit where it's due, and that is to the Convener, Councillor Bill Loban, who deserves undoubtedly recognition for being the driving force behind the Council introducing the first short-term letting control zone in Badenoch and Strathspey. Convener, you, when I was a councillor before, saw the impact clearly that communities like your own in Aviemore being hollowed out by housing snapped up for short-term lets and local families priced out of the housing market. It's your persistence that brought this issue firmly onto the Council's agenda, and it's right that we acknowledge that. And I also thank Councillor Gowans that, for once, some common sense has prevailed following our previous discussion at this Council meeting. And instead of the Council adopting a preferred one-size-fits-all approach across the Highlands, we now have the opportunity where area committees can have a say. That's progress, and I acknowledge that, and it reflects that the reality that housing pressures vary across the Highlands and local knowledge matters, and it varies across our own wards as well. But I do still question why there is still this additional bureaucratic hurdle of referring our area committee's decisions back to the Economy and Infrastructure Committee. If we are serious about empowering our area committees and our communities, then surely that authority should sit fully with our local members. And I note what both Councillor Gowans and Loban have said about evidence. The report before us acknowledges that only slight impact, that's the exact words, slight impact has been found so far in Badenoch and Strathspey. And yet we're still pressing ahead elsewhere without waiting for the further evidence that will come from the ongoing local development plan work which Mr Mooney will lead. If it really is our goal to make sound long-term decisions, which Councillor Gowans indicated, we should be guided by the best possible evidence. And you used evidence, the word evidence, on several occasions, instead of racing ahead for the sake of being seen to act. That doesn't mean I'm going to oppose this motion today, but I wanted to point out what I see as where we could have improvements. But I am going to table an amendment which hopefully can be circulated now. And really, I hope that this is accepted in the spirit of what it is meant to achieve. Because Councillor Loban, it's interesting that you said that this isn't the final solution, that this is only part of us addressing the problems of the lack of housing where it's most needed in the Highlands. And my amendment hopefully recognises that this alone will not solve that fundamental problem, that short-term letting zones and further planning regulations will not solve all of those issues. And that's why I'm calling upon the Leader of the Council to work with his colleagues across the Chamber to call on both the UK and Scottish governments to negotiate a new rural housing growth deal for the Highlands. It's something that I've thought about for a long time. It's something that I was sort of hinting to your predecessor, Leader, when she was in post, that we needed to look beyond the existing city region deal and see what opportunities are there for us in the future. And I envisage such a deal as bringing finance to the table and cutting through some of the obstacles that prevent us from having rural housing where we need it. In my own ward, I can think of 2 possible sites that would bring 50 houses to our communities, and are supported by the communities, but they are prevented from happening because Transport Scotland insists major road upgrades onto trunk road network that then makes it impossible for the Housing Association or other developers to achieve those developments. And I see us as a Highland Council working with both the UK and Scottish Government to get through some of those hurdles and be able to get the finance there to unlock them. I think this is a pragmatic approach. I think it is something that will benefit the whole of the Highlands. And leader of the council and Councillor Gowans, I hope that in the spirit that it's intended, that you will be minded to support it.
Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Convener. Assuming the recommendations in this report are accepted by members, and I strongly support them myself, I can see that our area team will have a very interesting meeting, in fact, probably a series of fascinating meetings. And I thank you, Convener, for your encouraging remarks about the experience in Badenoch and Strathspey, which I hope we can replicate elsewhere. It will not surprise members here present that in our ward, Wester Ross, Strathpeffer and Lochhalsh, there are several communities within which people have been really longing for the possibility of being included in a control area. I mean, immediately come to mind places like Plockton, Applecross and Shield Egg, but that isn't an exclusive list. There are many other communities which are probably equally much in need of this assistance. But certainly, as Councillor Garland said, in these communities there are roads and streets where the majority, if not nearly all, of the properties, for example, facing the sea in a number of cases, are either second homes or short-term lets. There is a serious problem in these communities of available housing for local people. Now, after extensive consultation with community councils and other relevant parties, what sort of decisions should we be taking? Should we consider determining that the whole of our Ward 5 should be a control area, or should we look at individual communities, I've been mentioning some of them, particularly in need, and if we decide that there will be some communities in control areas and some not in control areas, what criteria should we determine to decide which should be in and which should be out? Anyway, I hope that this will lead to an improvement in the situation for housing for local people in a number of communities. In reply to Councillor Baxter, no one pretends that this sort of development, if implemented, could possibly solve the whole housing situation, but it should, as you, Convener, have suggested in Badenoch and Strathspey, provide a contribution towards that end. I hope it does.
Councillor Gregson.
Thank you, Convener. And I offer wholehearted endorsement of Councillor Gowan's points. thank David and his team for an excellent report, and the focus on page 126 that the targets are to achieve greater availability of residential housing and consider the impacts on the character or amenity of a neighbourhood within our policy. These are really, really important issues, and the housing issue demands no less scrutiny than that at each local level as appropriate, identifying the 32 data zones where there's an above the Highland average increase in the number of short-term lets being introduced across Highland in the last 2 years. It's a rapid growth, and I see it as Councillor Gowans identified, this issue of containment, where the purchasers of houses are from out with the area. This has a considerable impact, and that no less so than on the Gaelic-speaking population. So support Councillor Gowans. Happy to second him if he needs that.
Councillor Jones.
This is a really good paper, and thank you to Mr Moody and his colleagues for it. I believe the STL control zone in Bainoch and Bay is actually having the desired effect and is freeing up affordable housing for local people to live in. We have a Tillix Homes development under construction in Newtonmore just now called Spey Green. If it wasn't for the STL control zone, we know a lot of these nice new 1, 2 and 3 bedroom houses would become short-term lets. Instead, we know they won't, and they will become nice new homes for local people. Our control zone should not be seen as an attack on STL operators, far from it. We have a lot of fantastic STL operators in Bainoch and Strathspey who we value and support. The control zone allows us to retain a healthy balance between holiday accommodation and local housing. The great strength of this paper before us is that it is not suggesting implementation across Highland, but encourages localism by recommending that any decisions are first of all taken locally by locally elected members. I welcome the paper and the voice it gives to local democracy, and I hope it will be supported today.
Councillor Kennedy.
Thank you, Convener, and there you go, I'm just giving you a wave so you've seen me. Possibly. I've got a bit to say about this. I'm quite keen on page 131 that we would go to option 4 and to continue monitoring this for a while. Yeah, I think where I'm coming from, there's been a tsunami of short-term let applications since it came in. Yeah, and it's more or less stopped now. Yeah. I'm going to go into some facts and figures. This was something I was going to say back in June, but I didn't wave to you quick enough last time. And I say the horse is bolted, and we need to try and rein the horse in at the moment. Yeah, we're dealing with, not brilliant legislation that was probably brought in the beginning to as places like Edinburgh in the central belt. What we've got as members to realise, yeah, these short-term let or holiday rents, they were all in place before the short-term let licence legislation came in. Yeah, what the short-term let licences have done, they're monitoring it. They're telling us where it is. They're making it safe for people. Yeah. Now, going back in June, I think, or at the beginning of it, the teams reckoned there was going to be between 7,000 and 9,000 licences applied for. I think they're up to over 8,000 now. We've nearly got through them all. At the licensing committee, I think we've turned into the busiest committee in the council. Last year and this year, we're going to have had 11 meetings of it. 2 extra ones have been just on short-term let licences. So it shows the enormity of it. Yeah. Now, there is a few dates that we need to look at. It's 2 November dates, 2022 and 2023. and how people have applied for these licences. Yeah, one of the things is you have to apply either as an existing host or a new host. Now, if you're an existing host, you had to have applied prior to 2022, and you were an existing. Now, a lot of people did, but there's quite a few were even missed this and had to then apply as a new host. There's other people have gone decided with the properties to go down a licensing way to license B&Bs. We've all had. We're going to put mini bars in B&Bs now, so they haven't got. So we're probably up at 80% of these people. These are establishments. They already existed. Yeah, we're nearly at the end of doing everything. We're speaking to the licensing team. So I would urge that we do that. We catch the horse and get all the necessary data, and then give us real in-depth areas of where there are problems, there's not problems, where short-term lets are probably needed. You know, short-term lets, you know, over 8,000 of them, they bring a lot of income into the Highlands as well, you know, and I want to see good housing for local people, but you know, to put it all into control areas, and if we went blanket right wide across the Highlands, that would just be an absolute disaster, you know. Do it when we've got all the data, and then like local members decide where it's necessary. That's about all I've got. And thank you very much, Convener.
Thank you, Convener, and I welcome the comments from the Chair VNI and indeed yourself in recognising that the needs of different areas in Highlands are indeed different and require local member input. I think this is a real step in the right direction with recognising how we can make the Highlands work for everybody. But before I begin, in full, I'd like to pick up a point from Councillor Burt, because it would be remiss of me not to. The issue with housing in Pylon, which is an area I know well, having attended school there in my younger days, the council applied for planning permission to build 3 affordable houses in Pylon. Due to objections from Highland Council, those applications for those affordable houses were withdrawn. So you are correct, there's a lot of things that we can do to improve the housing supply that do not require this. But I do think that, you know, it should be up to the local area committees to do that, but we must also recognise that tourism is the backbone of the Highland economy. It sustains jobs, it fills restaurants, it keeps people employed year-round in castles and landscaped gardens, and underpins the prosperity of countless of our communities, often remote and rural, with very limited other employment options. So it's no doubt that without tourism, the Highland economy would suffer. And I think it's interesting that many members have chosen to use their opportunity to speak on this item to discuss the housing impact rather than the effect of tourism on our communities. And that is what I will focus on, because people across my ward and indeed across the whole of the Highlands have invested in hotels, restaurants, short-term lets, caravans and campsites, and they continue to provide jobs, year-round employment. And I think, you know, if we're looking at this through a providing of housing and housing alone, as I said to Councillor Burt, there's other ways to do that. But if we're looking at this, but how we manage tourism sustainably, that's also an issue that I hear time and again. And I think what we've got to do is look at, do we crack down on unsustainable tourism? And I think, you know, that's a noble cause and something we should definitely undertake to do. But being out speaking to people in our communities and hearing what people in my own ward are saying, we need to do something about the unregulated caravans and camping that are blighting the Highlands. I mean, members of my own ward may wish to comment on this, but recently there's been videos online of lines and lines of motorhomes all the way up the side of the road. You know, this isn't safe. There's going to be risks with fire. We've had Scottish Fire and Rescue raise concerns about that, and we're seeing you know, an increase in motorhomes in car parks as well, all while our legitimate campsites are empty. Now, I've spoken to people in industry and they're highlighting these issues day in, day out. It's heartbreaking for them to see their business half full, almost empty, that they've invested a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of effort providing that employment, as I discussed, only to see the local lay-by car park next to their business full of caravans and motorhomes. Now, in the spirit of collaboration, I would like to see this accepted, but I think what we should do to empower area committees through the lens of tourism is allow the area committees to make decisions about their areas. We should be looking to see, can we exclude motorhomes from the council operated car parks? I know this is an issue that the Sutherland committee had brought forward. They had took a vote on this and it was overturned, but only weeks later I see a sign outside the Glenurquhart Road in this very car park banning motorhomes from overnight stays here. Now, I think that's a decision that should be for local members. If the decision of members in Sutherland is to ban them from the car parks there, I support that. If it's a decision of members in Inverness to ban them from the car park here, I support that. But fundamentally, that should also be a decision for local members, because I think if we're talking about supporting our tourism sector, we're talking about regulating tourism, I think that would go a long way to support people in our communities, support legitimate business and ease the pressure that we feel in many of our communities. I would hope I wouldn't need to move an amendment and that could be accepted, but I'll put something in the chat. Thank you, Convener.
Members, this is about a short-term let control area. Try and focus on the issue. So, sorry, Ray, I think you're out of order here. You're trying to put forward something which is nothing to do with what we're discussing. Councillor Willis.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you very much for this report, which I have studied the Lochaber area in detail. In Lochaber, there are 1,705 short-term let holiday properties. Young people can't afford to buy a house, businesses can't find or retain staff, people moving to the area for work can't find somewhere to live, and as a consequence, they turn down job offers. Access to housing is an increasing problem when it comes to the retention of staff and the recruitment of new employees. So, the Lochaber Chamber of Commerce undertook a business housing needs survey in late 2021 because it was becoming clear that if a solution to the provision of appropriate housing in the area was not found, it could significantly constrain the potential growth and in some cases the survival of businesses in the area. So I'd just like to highlight a few of the key findings from the Chamber's survey. And they were that a lack of accommodation was seen as one of the main causes of recruitment issues, with 4 in 5 businesses stating that the lack of accommodation was having an impact on their business. In 2021, the majority of businesses expected recruitment issues caused by the accommodation shortage to worsen if no action was taken. The report also pointed out that beyond the business impacts, recruitment impacts have an effect on the well-being of staff and the wider community. So I'd just like to read out one of the quotes that really jumped out of me in this report, and it was from an estate agent who said, "As an estate agent, working in Lochaber, I see firsthand how difficult it is for young people to get on the housing ladder, mainly caused by investors outside the area buying up property for short-term let and for holiday let for themselves to use for a few weeks in each year. The issue of sale prices well above home report valuation continues to make it extremely difficult for first and second time buyers to move up the housing ladder." So we all know that tourism is important to the Highland economy, but it must not be at the expense of local communities and local businesses. As has already been highlighted, it's quite clear that building houses is only part of the solution. Again, I will just say there are 1,705 holiday lets in Lochaber, and that number will continue to increase. So that I hope that my fellow members on the Lochaber Area Committee will join me in exploring the options for short-term let control areas in areas of Lochaber that have high numbers of holiday lets. And we know where these areas are, thanks to the excellent work the officers have done. Thank you.
Members, 15 more of you wish to speak, so I would just ask that you kindly don't repeat things that are being said by other people. So, Councillor Balance.
Thanks, Convener, and thank you very much for this report, which is an excellent report and stems, I believe, from an amendment which I put in at the last council meeting, although that amendment was kind of hijacked by Councillor Gowans. Nevertheless, this is an excellent report. I very much welcome it and I very much agree with the findings. I think particularly the interactive map is of real use and actually will have a role to play over several years to come. So congratulations on that. I'm not absolutely convinced that the three parts of the recommendation which give E&I committee all the powers to make the decisions, that takes away a little bit from the localism which is enshrined in the rest of the report, but I'm going to be very happy to endorse it. In my own ward, in South Loch Ness, I noticed there is marginally under 28% of houses are now designated as short-term lets. That is an extraordinary figure, 28%. And it is actually accompanied by closures of local schools, which is one of the criteria that the Scottish Government puts down for approving of a control area. But I notice also that in, where are we, Skye, Loch Alsh, Sutherland, West Ross and Cromarty, most houses that are sold go to people from out with the Highlands. And whilst it's great to welcome people moving into the Highlands, I refuse to believe that most house sales are because people are coming here to take up jobs. They're because people are using our properties to make a profit from tourists. I don't think, I'm contrary to Rory Stewart, I don't think this has any effect on reducing tourism. It merely stems the rise. I also notice that within the Inverness Committee, we've had representations from the Crown Community Council about the number of short-term let in their area, despite the fact that Crown and Hoch data zone only actually has 5%. But nevertheless, the feeling within Crown residents is that even this 5% changes the look and feel of a neighbourhood. So I think that the room for local decision making is really crucial, and I welcome that aspect of the report. Finally, I notice that the Association of Scottish Self-Caterers has lobbied all of us about this, I think, in complete contradiction of the interests of their current members. Because actually, if you have a short-term let and nobody else is allowed to have one, so the numbers aren't increasing, but the demand is increasing, then actually the demand and supply rules mean that the income that you can get from that short-term let is likely to increase because supply is static and demand is increasing. So I'm bemused by their stance. But thank you very much for this report, which I'm very happy to support.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Mr. Moody. As everyone else has said, a huge amount has gone into this. I have serious concerns about the robustness of the short-term let control areas framework as set out through the Scottish Government. But firstly, the legislation is fundamentally flawed because I feel it places a heavy evidential burden on councils, leaving us open to legal challenge if we cannot demonstrate a clear and direct housing or amenity impact. Yet the national guidance does not properly account for the Highlands rural, fragile and island communities, as has already been mentioned. The report has notes the significant resource implications, and I would ask the officers, can they confirm how we realistically fund the staff time and enforcement needed? Because enforcement is something that's come up time and time again in our area. When fee income is unlikely to cover costs, and whether pursuing multiple control areas will detract from core planning and housing work. And why should area committees be asked to make these decisions sooner
rather than later, when the housing need and demand assessment, if I read the report, is not due until 26. So we're being asked to make decisions earlier than that. And would it not be better to align the evidence gathering with that process rather than risk premature or politically pressurised designations? And I would also ask what work is being done to ensure that STL CAs are not seen as a quick fix. The underlying issues remains a lack of affordable housing supply for me. We need clarity on how this policy integrates with the new local development plan and wider measures to deliver homes rather than raising expectations that the STL CAs alone can solve Highland's housing pressures. And I will, in conclusion, just reiterate, at the heart of this debate are our communities, families, older people, and young workers struggling to find a secure home. So, to me, we need policies that deliver real housing solutions and not just quick fixes. Thank you.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you very much, Convener. Yeah, this is just such good news. It's been a long time coming, and I'd like to just congratulate you on taking the lead many years ago now. And I think lots of places in the Highlands, when Badenoch and Trustpee became a test sort of area, we were all sort of jealous. I think this is one step in trying to control the influx of short-term lets. And I know the legislation is probably flawed, and one of the reasons I did step down from the licensing committee was that it just seemed much a waste of time of trying to object to any short-term lets where the present setup is. But every time a house comes and it goes up on the market here, and certainly in Portree, all the neighbours have concerns about, is this going to be another short-term let? Is it going to be what's going to happen? Who's going to buy it? Because the prices are so high. We need to try and control it. And I'd certainly welcome wholeheartedly the recommendations in this paper. And I think it's fantastic that an area committee will have the power to decide whether to progress or not. There will be a lot of work, obviously, to consult with our area, but I think local members, certainly the members of the administration, would welcome that, because we all talk to our communities, we attend our community councils, we can get a first-hand feel of what the community is thinking about it. In fact, I'm going to a community council tonight where I'm sure this will be discussed. So wholly endorse the recommendations in front of us, and I hope members will all agree with it. Thank you.
Councillor Finlayson.
Okay, thanks, Convener. And I think, again, I'd like to thank officers for this report. And I know you were telling off one of the councillors for talking, this is just about STLs. I think it's also about local democracy. And I think that is really important here. And I think members across the chamber do understand that there are many and complex issues associated with housing right across the authority. And when we look at short-term lets, clearly Skye and Rassay is an area that has a lot of short-term lets, and it might even be described as a hotspot. But I think it's important to realise that the statistics do not tell the full story, as many factors are pertinent in places like North Skye that are totally different to issues that might be in Crown and Inverness or in Aviemore or other parts of the Highland. And I think, as Councillor Stewart has also stated, short-term lets do provide a really strong part of the economy of the West Coast. But I think the important thing for me is that any decisions about Skye and Rassay and control areas needs to be considered in consultation with those who live on Skye and Rassay. And I'm sure that further debate will take place at the area committee. And I'm sure as part of that debate, we will also look at the housing issues. So clearly, I do support the recommendations in the report. And Councillor Baxter often says sometimes, it was really, I agree with Councillor Finlayson. Well, I'm going to return the favour. And I'm going to say to Councillor Baxter, I think that as things evolve, we maybe do need to start looking at should it go from area committee to a strategic committee. But at this stage, I think we need to agree the recommendations as they are in front of us. And as things evolve, we might decide that we can leave it purely at a local area. So this is about local democracy. It is about understanding what happens in local areas. And again, I support the recommendations. Thank you.
Members, there are still 13 of you going to speak, and I'm going to end it after then. So really, keep it short or whatever, members. Councillor Johnston.
I'll be as brief as I can and I'll try not to repeat a single thing. Okay, so the Highlands has a long history of home hospitality, and I think we need to not get confused that short-term lets. The intention was never about putting a business out of business. The intention for short-term lets was to improve the standard of lets and have appropriate, safe, welcoming facilities for guests. I think we can all agree that. What the short-term let process did, though, was it put a sharp focus on just how many we have, because it's gone from being an unregulated industry, where anybody could have done it, to something that needs now regulation. I think it's appropriate that the short-term let control zone is going to be area-specific in its decision-making, because at the moment, if somebody said, would you want a short-term let control zone in the Black Isle, I'd say probably not, because at the moment in the Black Isle, we have between 1.2% and 4.7% of dwellings are short-term lets. So, in my opinion, that means there's a healthy number of bed and breakfasts for tourism in the area. But the point is, that's my opinion on an area which has a different set of issues to other areas. And it's about having that local level of democracy that's important. I think that, in my opinion, the housing issue and the short-term lets issue, although they're hand in hand, they are separate issues. And this is about the control. In terms of the control, I would be interested to know, if at all possible, in current control areas, how many short-term lets have been rejected and then overturned at appeal? Thank you.
2. Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener. I just want to focus on one thing and not repeat what everyone else has said. It's a little bit worse than our young people or young folk not being able to get on the housing ladder. You know, at Citizens Advice, we've actually dealt with not many, but four evictions of people in order to turn the properties into short-term lets. Now, all 4 of those cases actually became homeless applications to the council, and therefore the council has to have a huge cost of putting families, individuals up in temporary or emergency accommodation. I think we need to capture this data, as much as we can from our service to see when we actually are housing people, how many we're getting. I know it's not many, but those 4 that I know of will cost the council many, many thousands of pounds in temporary accommodation and then onward accommodation, plus take people out of a rural community and further stabilise it. And I think, Convener, one of the things I've noticed, the joys of all these by-elections we've been having, is wandering around and you suddenly miss, certainly in Tain and Easter Ross, you suddenly miss out 10 or 12 houses, and you'll see the key boxes on them. And I think that has consequences for our schools, for our communities, and for everything else in the future. So I think we just need to get on with this and become, if you like, even firmer on our stance on this, because it's going to work against us along with depopulation to a great degree. Thank you.
Councillor Bremner.
Trying to multitask, not easy. All right, okay, I asked for that one, didn't I? Yeah, okay. This is about local democracy. I will leave the rest of the debate to others. What I want to home in on is
Councillor Baxter's amendment that he's got in the chat. What Councillor Baxter probably didn't know, but does now know, and I've said that I'll let folks know, is we've actively been working behind the scenes, as you would in any administration, to be able to see the future forward for the Highland Council area. And we know that in terms of new governments and folks shifting about in different offices, and they've been doing that quite a lot recently, that we have been looking to see about getting a new growth deal in place for Highland. Others have been looking at it, but particularly here, and for it to be quite wide-ranging as well. Within that housing, we have had discussions with the Scottish Government and with the UK Government in terms of housing and how that might fit into a growth deal, but it would be on a wider basis. So I totally appreciate what Councillor Baxter's brought to the table, because it actually focuses on a part of what could be a part of the growth deal, which actually specifically focuses in on rural housing. And if the context of that rural housing part is actually also includes what you've got in your amendment, which kind of gives it a greater context in terms of the rural housing subject, I think there's some work that we can do with that amendment, that second part of the amendment, to be able to get that over the line. And we've been discussing with Councillor Baxter, and I think we've come to a compromise on that. And if Councillor Baxter can accept that, then we might have a way forward. And in terms of the first part of the amendment, I'll leave my colleague Councillor Gowans to speak to that. Thanks.
Councillor Green.
Thank you, Convener. I'll be brief. David, well done to you and your team. Basically, I'm here to second the recommendation, and I just want to make one real point, and it's about process. Where we are, we started a journey here, and you've started it well because you're empowering local communities, you're empowering the area committee, which is a fabulous first step. There's been certain comments made. Councillor Balance, Finlayson and Baxter are not comfortable with the involvement of E&I, and I would just say that I've never known an item that's been so much excitement in the last year. Everybody wants to be involved in this, everybody wants to contribute. It's empowering us, it's empowering our communities. We will be revisiting this. I may well agree with you that there should be limited involvement or less involvement or even more involvement from E&I. But as the information, and it is an evidence-based process, as that information comes through, we will gain expertise on this and we will refine the process to the benefit of our constituents. So I'm delighted to recommend it, and again, well done, David.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Convener. Like others, David, I'd like to congratulate you and your team on this work. I think this is the level of granularity we should try to aim for as a council for all of our data, because this is brilliant. You can tell sort of to almost a street level exactly where the problems are, and means that we can not overly impose regulatory burdens where we're not needed. And I think that's what we would all like to aim for. We don't want to try and impose on areas that don't need control areas, but where we can see there's good evidence, we now have the ability to act on it. A few questions about the data. I'm pleased to see we spin out unconventional accommodation, because I think most of us would agree it's quite different to somebody renting a pod in their garden. It doesn't remove a dwelling out of the housing supply. But is it possible to spin out the short-term lets where we have someone's renting out a spare room as a short-term let? Again, that doesn't remove something from the housing supply. Is it possible, like we've been talking about the number of dwellings that are used as short-term lets, whereas I know that in Crown there's places where one dwelling is turned into three-term short-term lets. Is that captured in this data? And how easy is this to refresh? Because I have a slight worry that your team may have done an excellent job to find out 2 years of data, but if it isn't easy to refresh, then we can't. Then this will become rapidly out of date. And a final point, I'm colourblind, and I'm finding the data zones particularly hard to find out exactly which is which. So if we could make them all not the same, well, they might not be the same colour, but I think they're the same colour. If we could make them more colourblind friendly, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Councillor Gillis.
There's been a lot of references to horses bolting, and this is more along the lines of herd management locally. In Skye and Rossi, you can all see, well, not everybody can see, it's called red and orange. We've had a crisis there for a very long time, and this is one of the ways of looking at managing at what is happening for local people. It will give us a hope of actually getting onto the property ladder. These are the people who are trying to get into what is being defined as affordable housing, because they are the ones that will actually hopefully be able to afford the 1 and 2 bedroom houses that are desperately needed by us young people who are trying to remain or return to the Highlands. Nice and short.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you. I'd like to thank David and the team for an excellent report, and as I agree with my colleague about the amount of granularity, data is the key quite often. In June, I wrote to officers about how the council had any formal process of identifying rural sites for accommodation, similar to what we do with the wider local plan. I've yet to receive a response, and I think we could do better as a council to actually identify areas in smaller rural communities that might be appropriate for housing. I'm going to be... It's very easy to focus on the holiday market, I suppose, and taking away accommodation, but I suppose in the area that I represent, workers and accommodation for workers is actually extremely important, and they would use short-term lets. And so I'm very glad to see that we have a slight degree of localism involved in the proposals. I'll ask the chair of BCI, Councillor Garons, about the actual process where we're meant to agree. I believe very firmly in the principle of subsidiarity, that we should take decisions at the most local level we can. And although we get off to a very good start by saying the whole action is prompted by area committee, then there doesn't seem to be any feedback loops from then on in between the data collection and responses that we get from the economy and to the Economy and Infrastructure Committee, and then feeding back to the area ward to see whether that might change or alter their proposal. And I'm wondered if we could, whether I could have any reassurances about that kind of feedback loop. Thank you.
Councillor Coburn.
It's been said, I don't need to speak, thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Fanny.
Thank you, Convener, and I welcome the report. I'd like to add to what Councillor Willis was saying about the survey done in 2021 by the Chamber of Commerce, highlighting consistently that housing in Loch Harbour was the biggest barrier to the economy, to businesses. And it's not a coincidence that the same month there was an article in the Loch Harbour Times reminding us that Loch Harbour at the time was operating the lowest wage economy in Scotland. And if we want to create well-paid jobs, well, we can't because we don't have the houses. So I absolutely welcome that we have a tool to do something about it. Is great news. I know that's not the only issue regarding houses, but it's a beginning. And I also welcome that it will be decisions will be taken locally and will need the local knowledge. And this is an opportunity to remember that it's not just about urban areas, but in the case of Loch Harbour, we must focus as well on the small communities where just 2 or 3 houses sometimes can make a huge difference. I'll never forget one of my first visits in a coastal community shortly after my election, when I asked, what is the biggest issue? Housing, housing, and housing. We've got the jobs, we don't have the houses to grow our economy. And I said, but how many houses do you need? 5 or 6. Well, I can tell you in that community there was far more than 5 or 6 short-term lets owned by people actually outside the Highlands. So I do welcome the paper, and sharing knowledge will be very important. No pressure on you, convener, and your colleagues in your ward, but we will need you. And I want to say thank you for being a driving force behind this initiative. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell.
And apologies for asking to speak. It was prompted by something that Councillor Balance said. Crown Community Council is Crown and City Centre Community Council, and the city centre of Inverness has very different problems from many of the other places that have been mentioned. There are some streets and even some buildings within Inverness where there are up to 50% short-term lets. And that prompts the question of what is a community and how local can we actually go with this? So that's all I wanted to say. And last but by no means least, Councillor Crawford.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll be really, really super brief. I just want to, again, like everyone, I welcome this paper, and I think bringing it right down to the local area committee is absolutely spot on. So I think we're all behind that, absolutely. One thing I'd just like to raise, and it hasn't been raised yet, and it's about the Scottish Short Assured Tenancy Agreement. That that agreement has been made so strict, so difficult for it to function really in many respects. That is actually why good Scottish Highland landlords that provided long-term good homes for folk across the Highlands have exited this market and have gone into STLs. I would love to know the actual figures on that. And really, I think as Highland Council, given the problem we're having with housing, we should be raising that with Scottish Government. Just this week, the Scottish Housing Minister spoke about exempting from the new rent control legislation new build to rent projects and mid-market rental projects. So that tells you what you need to know about the impact on rentals of that rent control legislation. It doesn't work. It basically results in landlords exiting the market. I think we need to look at these fundamental other aspects to bring back in good landlords providing good, affordable, long-term homes for folk. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener. I don't want to detain anyone other than to say I thought that this was one of the best debates that we've had as a council, and markedly different from what was before us before the summer recess. And I shared some of the reservations that Councillor Stewart sort of expressed earlier about tourism. Before the summer recess, some of the language being used made the council sound as though we were anti-tourism. And I believe that we're in a much better place as a result of the recommendations that we have before us today. And I thank the leader of the council for his openness and frankness, and the discussion that we had behind the scenes about coming to a compromise on my amendment, which I've now circulated. And I'm glad that we've been able to come to that agreement, because I think that this issue is more than just about short-term lets and regulations. However important that is to our local communities, it's about finding a long-term solution to the housing crisis in the Highlands. And if we can get our UK and Scottish governments to work with us in partnership on tackling rural housing and unlocking new finance and finding a way of cutting through some of the hindrances to rural housing, the sort of rural housing that my ward colleague, Councillor Honey, refers to, then I think we've made a major step forward for the benefit of Highland residents. Thank you, Leader.
Councillor Gowns.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, members, for your contributions. I think this has been a very good debate, lots of fantastic points made. I think we all understand the very real need for this. And I think one of the reasons that it's been such a good debate is because of the paper that's been before you. David Weir and his team have produced this excellent paper, lots of information in it, very clear, easy to understand, very accessible, with fantastic graphics at the back. And I think that's really galvanised people thoughts in the chamber today. There's been some great contributions. I'd like to thank Andrew Baxter for his amendment, because it's a constructive amendment and it dovetails perfectly into some of the work that's already underway that the leader has alluded to. And I'm very happy also to accept part one of Councillor Baxter's amendment too. And hopefully we can begin to work a bit more like this as a council, a bit more collaboratively, because at the end of the day, we all want what is best for the people of Highland. Thank you.
Point of order.
Councillor Stewart, I will preempt you. I have decided that your amendment has no relevance whatsoever.
If people are banned from staying in B&Bs, they'll go in camper
Yes,
vans.
and there is to be no discussion about it, Councillor Stewart, because once I've made the decision, that's the end of the matter. So, members, you have an amendment from Councillor Baxter which has been accepted by Councillor Gowans. Can we agree that, please? Would you all like to now go for a cup of tea? On members, take your seats, please. Yeah. Members, item 9 on your agenda is the Skye Reinforcement Project, and I'll be moving excuse me. I'll be moving the recommendations, and Councillor Oldham is going to second them. Members, I'd just like to draw your attention. This is not about the planning decision of the Skye Reinforcement Project. This is about the legal decision we made, and with advice from, I believe, 2 King's Councils. And in any case, it is now more than 3 months since the timescale, so we can now not take it to the Court of Session. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Arlene.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Convener. Members, the report before you is presented to Council as a planning and legal update to the Scottish Minister's decision to grant energy consent in June this year for the Skye Reinforcement Project. The decision is appended to your report at Appendix 2 for information. Members will note that Scottish Ministers determined the application without holding a public local inquiry, and the report seeks to clarify the energy consenting process and the rules and regulations associated with raising objections and considering additional environmental information. Concerns exist that it was unlawful or unreasonable in the circumstances of this application for the Scottish Ministers to determine the application without holding a public local inquiry. Joint legal opinion from King's Counsel and an advocate was sought on this specific point, and it has been summarised in your report for Council to note. Having reviewed the application and the decision, Council were clear that there were no grounds for judicial review that would have had reasonable prospects of success. As such, no petition was lodged in the Court of Session, and as the convener says, the timescale for doing so has now lapsed. However, this review did highlight that the Council submitted 2 Timaeus requests for an extension of time to allow it to consider the additional environmental information and report this to the Joint Planning Committee. This request was not responded to by the Energy Consents Unit nor the applicant, as the Council would reasonably expect. Neither of these requests or the Council's interim response are referred to in the decision notice of the Scottish Ministers. Council also observed that there are inaccuracies in the decision notice insofar as it refers to specific dates and deadlines for the responses to the application consultation and the consultation on the additional environmental information. It is recommended that officers write to Scottish Ministers to address this with them, given the need for decision notices to be accurate and to retain public confidence in this process. At the time the application was reported to the Joint Planning Committee, officers had no delegation to submit responses to the Energy Consents Unit without the application first having been reported to committee for a decision. Council approved a change to the scheme of delegation earlier this year to allow officers to consult with Planning Committee chairs and vice chairs to enable responses to be lodged to the ECU where a response to the application was required before the next meeting of the Planning Committee or where an extension of time was not granted. In summary, the report sets out the timeline and process relating to the assessment of the Skye Reinforcement Project application. It summarises Council's opinion, which concluded that there were no grounds for judicial review, and it outlines the inaccuracies in the Scottish Minister's decision notice, which officers recommend that Council addresses directly with them, all as set out in the recommendations in the report. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Convener. Members, the people of Skye and indeed the whole of the Highlands expect us to stand up for their democratic voice, because we've heard that ministers have run roughshod over due process environmental laws and the decision of our own planning committees. Now, we can look at the facts with this has been set out. You know, the joint planning committees voted to object to the reinforcement project, and that was notified to the ECU on the 15th of November. Now, the legislation says that when a planning authority objects, ministers must, not may, must hold a public local inquiry, because that is the law. Yet ministers brush aside our objection as too late, claiming the deadline had passed. But we requested an extension under the EIA regulations, and that request wasn't even acknowledged by ministers, and it's been effectively ignored. This council has been ignored. You know, I think to the many in our communities that's completely unreasonable, and may very well be procedurally unfair. Looking at more into this, Nature Scott's objection relating to the Kinloch and Killakin SAC and West Inverness Locks SPA remain unresolved under the Habitat Regulation, and ministers have the duty to ensure that no adverse effects on these sites' integrity. It's not right that the Scottish Government wave this away, and perhaps most galling of all, ministers have disregarded the democratic voice of this council. And if nothing changes, and to be honest, this chamber risks becoming a farce. The very building becomes meaningless if our communities see that we've listened to the planning committees and we've listened to local voices, but the Scottish Government don't pay us any attention. What message does that send, members, to our communities? I represent Skye, but the wider Highlands as well, and my responsibility, what I thought was our shared responsibility, is to defend the interests of the people who live here. Yet time and again, I hear colleagues put the priorities of net zero ahead of local communities. And if they want to bow down to that agenda, convener, that's their choice. But the planning legislation wasn't meant to be about blind obedience. It exists to balance competing needs and ensure that local voices are heard. The local government should protect our residents' interests, and perhaps this administration takes a different view, but faced with opposition, on this occasion, it looks to me like we have backed down. We've folded, we've hid behind the energy consents units, unelected, unaccountable and undemocratic manner. And to be honest, members, I think that the energy consents unit with nonsense like this should quite frankly be wound up. It should be scrapped. It's not fit for purpose, because the people best placed to decide the future of the Highlands are not civil servants in Edinburgh, not ministers in Holyrood, but the people of the Highlands and those who they elect to represent them. So, as the convener said, this discussion today isn't about whether we're for or against the pylons. It's about due process and what should have happened, what hasn't happened. And, I think we should be doing everything we can to defend our statutory role and ensure that local voices are heard. Because, if we fail to respond to the Scottish Government robustly on this, then we risk the Council being sidelined in further decisions. And I note that the recommendation in this report is that officers write to the Council, but we know fine well what the Scottish Government and what the Energy Consents Unit think of our officers and the letters they write. We don't even get a response. So I think what needs to happen is there needs to be a letter circulated cross-party that the leaders of political groups can sign to the Scottish Minister, outlining our disgust for the way that this Council and the communities we represent have been treated. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, thank you very much for actually sticking to what's actually on the paper, and I think that's actually a really good thing to have done. And you explaining the process, I appreciate that. And we did have extensive conversations whilst we were still within time with myself, yourself and Arlene. So at that time, you could have called a special meeting, but that obviously wasn't possible. Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, convener. I don't really have any huge concerns about the decision that we've made here. I think if there are no reasonable grounds of success, pushing for anything to be changed now out of time would be not a sensible course of action. But why haven't we heard this within a time course that we would have been able to make decisions on? That there may be applications in the future that we would want as a chamber to say we want to push this to judicial review, which is a position we can take, but it doesn't feel right that that decision is taken away from us due to time factors. And I appreciate that in this decision, we would not want to do it because we've had legal advice saying it'd be a stupid idea. But democratically, we have the right to make stupid ideas. We do that probably fairly often. But if we are to get the decisions that need to be made within 3 months, they need to come to the Democratic Chamber within 3 months. And how can we make sure that happens in the future? Thank you.
I think there's a lack of understanding here. There was an agreement with Councillor Stewart when he raised this question in June that he wished to consider a special meeting of the Council to decide on this. And we suggested, and he agreed, that we would take very senior legal advice, and that legal advice would be delivered in sufficient time for him to decide if you're required to take a special meeting. That special meeting did not take place because Councillor Stewart accepted the legal advice that basically what you've just said, this was an impossible win. So that is why we have now got to the stage whereby we are out with the 3-month period. So I've got you, so you're on the list. Councillor Rees.
Thank you very much, Convener. These things are complicated. When it's like this, I always try and think, what will the general public think? I think people on Sky will, putting it politely, find it incomprehensible because they don't understand the complicated procedures that you yourself have just referred to, Convener. I was going to say, well, what price is a judicial review? £50,000? £100,000 perhaps? Is that the price we're putting on the island of Skye? The judicial review might not be successful, but there are independent advice might be different. But is that the price? We're going to say we're not going to do it because it might cost us £50,000. I had a long list of things I was going to refer to in the integrated impact assessment. Section 52 talks about short-term, in brackets, that means up to 10 years, significant adverse effects on a national scenic area.
Matthew, you are now beginning to talk about the individual planning application, yes. And if you continue to do that, I'll ask you to sit down.
So, sorry to clarify, Convener, what?
This is about the decision to hold a judicial review or not. This is not a rerun of the planning application.
Okay, I think I understand. I'll try and abide by what you're saying. In the booklet I referred to some time ago, I'd like to read you out one short paragraph that refers to the overall situation regarding this overhead line and, in fact, any other overhead line for that matter, but referring specifically to this one, and it's very short. And this is the reason why I think there'll be public misunderstanding, to put it politely. The combined capacity of operational onshore and offshore wind in the Highland and Island region is around 5 gigawatts, which is more than our maximum demand for the whole of Scotland at present. If all projects currently awaiting construction and in the planning system, such as
Matthew,
this overhead
this
line...
has got nothing whatsoever to do with item number 9, which is the Skye Reinforcement Project update, and note there are no grounds for a judicial review. You are trying to make planning points, and that's not acceptable.
I'm trying, with respect, Convener, I'm trying to say that even if the judicial
with
review...
respect, Matthew,
okay.
If you want to stick to what the narrow subject is, then I'm quite happy for you to continue.
I'm not going to argue, Convener. What I'm trying to explain is there's a different way of looking at the decision not to go for a judicial review, if that's acceptable. If it's not, I will stop. I'm not going to argue. Can I just continue my short quote? Okay. If all projects currently awaiting construction and in the planning system were to be built, the total capacity of these projects could exceed 25 gigawatts. In 2050, peak demand in Scotland is expected to be around about 9 or 10 gigawatts. So what I'm trying to say is, in terms of the judicial review, is this line on Skye actually needed, given the environment?
Yes, again, Matthew, now just sit down.
Right.
You've now just tried to redo the planning application. So, resume your seat, please. Councillor Crawford.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have to say I'm quite shocked to hear that we have just missed the deadline in terms of deciding whether or not to accept this paper. So I find that quite bizarre, and I find that a very odd situation given, a bizarre conclusion to the whole advancement of this
Can I just hold you just for 2 seconds?
Yes.
There was ample time when Councillor Stewart and I met with Arlene for Councillor Stewart to bring forward his request for a special meeting. Okay, and he decided that he was not going to do that, and therefore we were stuck with the 3 months time limit.
I just would like to note that Councillor Stewart would like it noted that he was assured he didn't need to requisition a meeting, as this would be brought to council. This paper would be brought to council, and certainly we've come in here today on that understanding that we would be having a debate regarding the proposal that's before us. And it would be up to this full council to decide whether to accept the proposal or whether to go for a judicial review, which I was absolutely and was all set to argue for a judicial review, because I know as a former lawyer that you can get an opinion from a chamber for X, and you can go to another chamber and get an opinion that gives you Y. Given the history of this application, the significant errors and procedural problems with it, I think that it wouldn't have been beyond the realms of reasonableness and probability that we could find that opinion and progress this. And likewise, given that in reality, I mean, we speak in the paper, you speak about the need to write to Scottish ministers and to point these things out because of the impact on what members of the public thinks about local planning here in the Highlands and local democracy. Well, I can tell you it is shot to pieces for many of our communities across the Highlands. That is why a significant number of community councils have had to come together separately, aside from this council, and come together and convene as a convention because of this failure of local democracy. So I think this was very much a decision that we should have been entitled to make here in this council, and it most certainly should have been brought forward timeously. I find it very unsatisfactory what has happened today.
Well, I can assure members that I was in the meeting with Councillor Stewart when we agreed the fact that, given the legal opinion, there was no prospect of success. Councillor Stewart had the option there and then to bring a special meeting of the council because we knew of the timescale. We knew of the 3 months timescale. So
Point of order.
We are where we are.
Point of order. Thank you, Convener. Is it right that I feel misled because I was under the impression that this would be brought forward to Council in good faith, and it appears increasingly clear that you have not acted in good faith?
Well, Councillor Stewart, you've got 10 seconds to apologise, or there is the door.
Chair, a point of clarification, please.
Thank you very much.
There is no such thing as a point of clarification.
Well, can I ask a point of clarification?
No, you can't ask a point of clarification. There is no such thing as a point of clarification.
Okay.
There is a point of order.
Okay, well, can I ask a point of order then for clarification, please? At the meeting that was being referred to, I went round and got the signatures of the adequate number of members of this council to call a meeting to be called back here. And I was told by Councillor Stewart that there was now no need for it. And I said, well, present them with all the signatures to demonstrate that we have already satisfied that criteria. And he was reassured that this was coming back for a special meeting. So something has happened since all these signatures were put on that paper and this. And I am surprised, and I would like clarification of why that's happened. Thank you.
Well, it's quite simple, Councillor McPherson. When Councillor Stewart collected all these signatures, him and I had a meeting with Arlene whereby it was basically suggested that would he like to see a legal opinion first before we bring forward the requirements of a special meeting of this council. And following the legal requirements, as I have now said 3 times, it was decided that Councillor Stewart would not request a special meeting, but that a report about this subject would be brought to Council. It's not a report to be brought for a decision that we would take a judicial review, because there are, as Arlene explained, there is a 3-month deadline on this. The only way that we could have done this was if Councillor Stewart had brought forward a request for a special meeting, which he was entitled to do so. He was entitled to do that in June, but he quite decently accepted the fact that maybe the best idea would be get a legal opinion first. So if I can't explain it any better than that.
Follow that. Right, I shall try and confine myself to the matters in hand. dysfunction and obfuscation, I was going to basically confine that to the ECU. I'm not quite so sure now. Anyway, I think I welcome that. First of all, I welcome the way that the council has dealt with this problem in the future and the measures that they have taken to stop it happening again. But I've heard so many stories about how the ECU has become dysfunctional, and this is just yet another example. And Scotland wants to be a big player in the international scene, but it cannot keep up to its international obligations under its international treaty and the Air House Convention if it ignores requests from the local authority, the local planning authority for extensions, and ignore their correspondence. It's just not a good way to behave. And not only that, it seems by the statement made in 7.2 that there were errors in the decision relating to chronology according to our councils, and they looking to try and cover up the error. So when we talk about cumulative impact, it's not just perhaps what we might think as visual cumulative impact, but it's across the whole spectrum of our lives. And the ECU is crumbling under the pressure of all the applications that are coming their way. And this is why this kind of error occurs. And I really hope that the Scottish Government does something to accelerate and make their performance better, because that's the best way of serving the people in Scotland. Thank you.
Councillor Balance.
Happy to pass, Convener.
Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Convener. I really didn't intend to speak at all, but having heard Councillor Stewart and Councillor Crawford, I feel I have to say something. I think, as chair of the North Pack and as a member of for Skye and Razzie, I just can't believe what I've been hearing, especially from Councillor Stewart. But anyway, that's not unusual. I'd like to thank, first of all, just the officers for bringing this report forward. And
sorry, I wasn't aware that Councillor Stewart had done anything untoward, but honestly.
I think you may have noticed that he's no longer in the chamber. Continue on, Councillor Miller.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, sorry about the interference. Yeah, I think it's welcome to read this report, and especially thank the officers for obtaining the King's Council opinion and summarising it the way I've understood the report, though some people may seem to be struggling with that. I think first of all, going back to what Councillor Rees said, I think that most people in Skye recognise the fact that we did need an overhead line. It's the capacity maybe was under question.
Drew,
but I welcome this report
Drew,
today.
I'm sorry, stop talking about the individual planning application. I've just said exactly the same to Councillor Rees, so I'm going to say the same to you. Stick to the report that's in front of you.
Trying to defend the people of Skye. I'm aware that there's significant disappointment locally regarding the lack of a public inquiry, and there are concerns about the way in which the application was processed. But never mind the history. I think the report quite actually sets out the background as well as the rules and regulations, which did dictate a rather tight timescales, as we've heard. So I'm content, to be honest, that the officers did report the additional information to committee as quickly as they could. And I think they managed this as best they could without an extension of time. But we knew this at the time the application was reported to the Joint Planning Committee. And I think, again, the report quite clearly sets that out. I think the recent changes to the scheme of delegation, which I think somebody did talk about, I think it was Councillor Gregg mentioned something about that a minute ago. I think the recent changes are working effectively now. And the officers are actively consulting with myself as chair of North Pack and the vice chair, Councillor Rosie, and also with Councillor Oldham and his vice chair of South Pack on energy consent applications where there are reasons to lodge a holding objection. And I think this has worked pretty well so far. I think I've at least 3 times now I've been consulted and agreed that we should put in a holding objection. So given that the wider sort of public interest in these sort of applications and the procedure around it, I think it's right that any errors in decisions taken previously are highlighted to the Scottish ministers. And I am certainly supportive of officers writing a letter of the type that is proposed. And I hope that members will accept the recommendations set out in this report this afternoon and move on. Thank you.
Councillor Oldham.
Thank you, Convener. Rather late, I'm rising to second your motion, but I just wanted to highlight the same thing that Councillor Miller is referring to, which is point 3 of the paper, and remind members that when this change to the scheme of delegation came to this council, it was opposed by Councillor Stewart and Councillor Crawford, who actually took it to a vote. And it's frankly lucky that they didn't win that vote, because we have at least 2 more pardon applications coming up for us to consider with very short timescales to respond. Thank you.
Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Convener. And I would agree with you, and I'm happy to support the recommendations in the report. I don't think there's any point in arguing that. That said, I and probably everybody else in this chamber attend community council meetings, and the dominant subject of conversation is pylons and how we are actually being consulted with. And I think anybody watching this from a community perspective will be at a loss as to find out how we find ourselves in this situation with a loss of the local democracy. And I'm afraid unhappy about that. But as I said, I accept the recommendations, and I fully support the officers concerned in seeking the appropriate legal representation. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Convener, I realise that your fuse is short on this issue, and I don't want to irritate you further. And but it's not the first time that I've been somewhat bewildered and bemused by a discussion in this chamber, and I'm somewhat bewildered and bemused today, with the tone and where we are. So I'm unclear as to the exact timescale, and with officers and senior councillors aware that because the decision impacted on so many communities across the Highlands, whether it was not more appropriate to automatically to bring the information, albeit that legal opinion was that we had no grounds for judicial review, to automatically come to a full council rather than rely on a report to the individual planning application committees or a joint committee. And I'm somewhat bewildered that there seems to be a reliance on either Councillor Stewart or any other individual councillor to bring this council and call a special council for this decision to be made. And I'm unclear from the report, the decision told to us on the 9th of June this year, why we were unable to get legal opinion and for this report to come to us at the final full council meeting, which I believe was on the 28th of June this year, before we went into summer recess. And then we wouldn't have been in this position where officers and others are being criticised somewhat unfairly, I think, that they implicitly timed out the decision so that we couldn't challenge and say that we actually wanted a judicial review. And I'm not criticising officers, and I'm not criticising you as convener, but I am bewildered and bemused that we're in this position and why we weren't able to do that and have this discussion on the 28th of June.
I'll be honest, I can't tell you why we did not progress with this on the 28th of June. I think maybe Arlene would be able to help me with that.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor Baxter, for the question. The decision of the Scottish Ministers was reported to both North Pack and South Pack in June. Both committees noted the decision, but there was no discussion of the type that we're having today, that there was any concerns about the decision that had been made by Scottish Ministers. That arose afterwards in July. Thank you.
And then it was quite clear at that time that had we waited until today, the full council meeting, then any attempts for us to take this to the Court of Session would be time barred, as it is today. So therefore, Councillor Stewart suggested that he may wish to bring forward a special meeting of the council. And that was later discounted because of the 2 cases opinion. So, as there are no other members required to speak, can we agree the recommendations, please?
Point of order, please. Point of order, please. Can I ask for my disagreement to be noted, please?
I think, Matthew, that requires you to have proposed an amendment. So that's not the case, I'm afraid. Members, we now move to item 10 on your agenda, which is the Highland Armed Forces and Veterans Covenant Report. Councillor Bremner.
Thank you, Convener. I am offering up this contribution. I know that Councillor Niven would normally be doing that, but she can't be in the chamber today. She is online. But thank you. Before I speak to this item, I'll actually move the recommendations, and I believe that you're happy to second once again. As the Council Leader, I am delighted to introduce the Armed Forces Covenant Annual Report, and will move the recommendation, as I said there just now. This report sets out a range of activities that the Council has undertaken to support the Armed Forces Covenant. There are a few aspects to the annual report I would like to draw to members' attention. Firstly, it's around the advocacy, and this is essentially about promoting the Armed Forces Covenant to employers. I am pleased that there has been some meaningful progress through hosting an employer engagement event and engaging directly with businesses. And as a result of the Council's recently introduced community benefit policy, we have had a number of companies expressing an interest in actually signing the covenant. As the report states, advocacy is a key word. Advocacy is a key work stream over the coming months, particularly as we go to undertake the revalidation of our Gold Award next year. Secondly, I'm also very pleased that the report highlights the support the Council provides to reservists and cadets, and very much welcome the proposal to establish a cadet grant scheme for cadets in Highland. This will make a real difference to our cadet detachments across the Highlands, and I'm sure many of us in here have been associated or know about the benefit that it can be to be a cadet in our armed forces. As you will know, the cadets play an important role in our local communities through supporting the Council at civic events, as well as volunteering in their communities. And the cadet movement has helped enormously countless young people to reach their full potential, and it gives them a sense of purpose within our community. I hope this grant scheme will also encourage more cadet adult volunteers to become involved with the cadet movement. And lastly, the report highlights the work being done by both NHS Highland and the Council to implement the legal duty to have regard to the principles of the Armed Forces Covenant when exercising certain statutory functions in the fields of healthcare, education and housing. Thank you very much, Convener.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener. I'm not going to vote against this, but I'm just wondering why we're offering grant funding to cadets for equipment, adventure training, transport costs and facility enhancements, when surely that should be the responsibility of the MOD. Why are we paying for things which the MOD should be paying for?
Simple answer to that is, Councillor Balance, I have no idea. But I would suggest we could probably find out for you, and it is a relatively small amount for some quite a valuable input. So, but we will try and find out for you. Maybe Malcolm MacLeod or someone, or Kate Lackey would be able to find out for us. Members, can we, there's a gentleman who may be able to tell us more.
Convener, thank you very much. I
I think everyone knows I was in the military for quite some time, and anything that supports the covenant, I'm going to support as well. And anything that supports cadets, which actually is so worthwhile. I only regret that the Armed Forces got rid of a lot of their apprenticeship colleges that we had in the 70s and 80s. A lot of people that went through their careers from those colleges ended up commissioning and going on further in life. So anything that is here, and I fully recommend this report. My only one question would be, is 10,000 enough? I think, you know, that's just a start. Mr. Morrison, I've had a chat with him, sort of thing. He's got plans for this, and I would hope that in the future this council would support more than just £10,000. In answer to Councillor Balance's question about the equipment, I think when it comes to the military equipment that's given to the cadets, that will be provided by the MOD, but there's a lot of other things that goes with adventure training and the like sort of thing, tents and waterproofs and that sort of stuff, that isn't covered by the MOD, so I would fully support this recommendation. Thank you.
As a signatory to the covenant, I would wholeheartedly agree with you. I think it's probably money well spent. Councillor Gregson.
Thanks, Convener. Yep, I'd go along with that. Councillor McCallum, who's the cadet champion, and I went along to the Gordonville Road Reservist Centre, and were very impressed by the work there, so I'd support measures to encourage recruitment and to support veterans in housing and other areas. So absolutely supportive.
Can we agree the recommendations then, please? Thank you. Item number 11 is appointment to outside bodies. You're asked to agree that Councillor Oldham's appointed to Scotland Excel. Agreed. Membership of the council. Members, it's unfortunate that we see members who leave the council during their term. Last time we lost Councillor Loudon, and this time round we've actually lost another of our members through no fault of their own. So really, I would like to wish the members who have retired all the best for the future. And I don't know if you want to say anything, Councillor Balance.
No, just to say that Councillor Baldry was very keen on his retirement, that it be made public that his diagnosis of prostate cancer came about solely because he took a test of his own volition without any symptoms whatsoever, and he wishes us to recommend to all males in this chamber of about my age to remember to be aware of the possibilities and to take tests so that treatment can happen in time. And I'd like to thank Councillor Baldry for his work over the last 3 years. Thank you, Convener, for that opportunity. And
with respect to what Councillor Baldry said to me in June, I had a discussion with another member at lunchtime today, so I think it's absolutely essential, members, that you do get tested, even if you don't think that there's the slightest possibility, because there might be. The next item, members, is item number 13, and I'd like to actually thank Councillor Stewart for giving up a position to allow Councillor Gillies to take up a position on the Gaelic Committee. So I'd like to agree that, please. And the appointment of the Vice Chair of the Pensions Committee, Councillor Oldham.
Yes, can I propose Councillor Hendry, please?
And I'll second that. Any other proposals? Agreed. And then it's Councillor Burke to replace Councillor Mackenzie on the Pensions Board, Councillor Brown to be appointed to the Inverness Cromarty Firth Green Freeport Monitoring Group, and following the resignation of Councillor Rees, Mr S Mackey to be the substantive member of Northback, with Mr Gunn as the substitute. Can we agree those, please? Timetable of meetings, may I just move the recommendation, and I second our Councillor Oldham, but Councillor Oldham wishes to make a point.
Yes, sorry, sorry to come in. Were we not going to confirm Councillor Chrissy onto Gaelic Committee? Did we? I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Okay, it's been a long day already.
Oh, you're so energised with speaking at the next part.
Ah, Lordy. can I go home now? It save time. Yeah, this is on the calendar of meetings. It's just that, as you'll notice that South Pack is meeting on Friday, 21st of August. We did agree that we would try and avoid council meetings on a Friday, and this will be the second year that South Pack has met on a Friday. This was agreed in June, so my apologies for not picking up at the time, so I'm not proposing an amendment now, but can I ask the Democratic Services review the August timetable to see if we could rearrange things a bit before we agree the calendar again. Thank you.
Councillor Willis.
Thank you, Convener. And with regards to SPAC, I also note that there's a meeting of SPAC during October recess, as there is this year as well, and the Friday meeting. Perhaps we could do a swap with MPAC, and they could, seeing as we did Friday and recess this year, MPAC could do Friday and recess next year. Thank you.
I think members really, we agreed to the compression of meetings and having 2 meetings on Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursdays to allow members to do basically local committees, etc. on the Monday, and on Friday it gives members the opportunity to spend in their community. I think it's really important. So I think if at all possible, that we should keep Fridays free. I think filling up the diary because there's a free, looks as though there's a free Friday, is not the right thing to do. So can we agree the timetable, please? These executed is item 15, members. They're there for noting. Agree those? Confirmation of minutes. Members, I would submit for your approval the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the Council on the 26th of June. Can we agree those? I'll look for a seconder. Can we agree those, please? And I'll move on block the minutes of meetings of committees with the exception of the Climate Change Committee, and I'll move to Councillor Willis.
Thank you. I rise to move the minutes of the Climate Change Committee on 13th of August 2025, with the exception of item 6.1, the Net Zero Programme update, which I ask Council for the approval of the project brief templates in Appendix 2 of the report for inclusion in the Council's Net Zero Programme, and item 7, the Climate Change Adaptation Strategy, which I ask Council for the approval of the Climate Change Adaptation Strategy set out at Appendix 2 of the report. Thank you.
Can we agree those, please? And can we agree all the other minutes? I look for a seconder again. Go on. Members, we now move to item 18, which is question time. There are questions from the public, questions 1, 2 and 3. They've been responded to in writing. Member questions. Question number 1 is from Councillor Christie, and Councillor Christie will have an opportunity to have a supplementary question.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the leader, and I note the answer. The Poverty Commission is one of the most important projects that the Council is looking to put in place. We heard today that if the Poverty Commission is not reporting till June 26, how are you going to make provision in the budget for 26-27 as related to in the answer you gave me?
Thank Councillor Christie for bringing that to my attention. I'll review that and we'll find out how we will actually do that and then come back to you, and that will be reported to the rest of the Council as well. Thank you.
Question number 2 is from Councillor Christie.
It would be useful to get some idea as to time frame that answers will be reported back to members. At previous councils, when we've asked supplementaries, it's been almost a couple of weeks, so maybe it could be before the deadline for the next question in case I wanted to follow up on it.
I think it needs to be before that, Councillor Christie. I would wholeheartedly agree with you. We need to organise a system whereby additional responses are tenuously.
Okay, thank you. The second question, in noting your response, Councillor Bremner, what message can you give to the residents who perceive that the plans do not address the pressure placed on our education, health and required infrastructure caused by the extensive housing development in and around the city of Inverness?
I would refer to the, apart from the fact that a lot of the detail in the response to the first question actually states how what our approach to that will be. If there are opportunities during the process for the public to make their representations in terms of the master plan consent, in terms of any of the other work of the council going forward, to be able to provide for the infrastructure supporting housing developments. Those processes will be happy to receive that representation. Thank you.
Question number 3 from Councillor Rees.
No supplementary.
Question number 4, Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Convener. And thank you for the response to this. It was, just to remind members, it was the 24,000 new homes that need to be built. On the earlier report, we saw that 5,790 house completions were completed in this Highland Council area from 2020 to 2025, showing you exactly how ambitious this is. The fact that we're not haven't completed 200 completions of new houses every month, therefore 2,400 a year, we're sat on a figure of about 1,000. Will the figure of 24,000 new homes be revised by this council, or will it be, as the answer states, we did recognise this was an ambitious target? At what point will we realise, or we're going to recognise it's not a realistic target? Let's give an actual figure that we can work to, rather than this pie-in-the-sky figure, which clearly, by all the evidence, suggests we're nowhere near getting 24,000 houses and 200 completions each and every month for the next 120 months. Thank you.
The Council's now had 2 housing challenge conferences, summits, and at that the figure of 24,000, it's not a pie in the sky figure that's just plucked out there by this Council. It's actually it's been looked at and reviewed by everybody who's actually involved in trying to bring forward a solution for the housing challenge that we've got. That's not going to be something that we're going to be able to wave a magic wand with and suddenly start delivering 200 houses or any amount of houses on a monthly basis. It is a fluid situation, but we had to get the vision correct, and that's exactly what we've managed to do. And given the fact that there's only a certain small amount of time that's actually been taken place, and the period of time to actually build houses or provide houses or to actually meet the demand that we're actually showing there just now, that's a monitoring that we're going to have to do, Councillor McPherson, and we are in the very early days of that. But 24,000 houses is not pie in the sky. That 24,000 houses is actually a reality that we're going to have to all look to see how we're going to be able to deliver on that. Thank you.
Question number 6, Councillor Gregson.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, just briefly to comment that taking a position is a kind of a vague statement in response, so I hope there's some urgency and this important initiative is progressed rapidly across the Highland area. Thanks.
Bez, I'm sorry I missed you. It's question number 5. It's from Councillor Campbell. Supplementary.
I don't have supplementary. I was happy with the reply I got.
Okay, thank you, Bez. Councillor number 7. Question number 7 is Councillor Cross.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Leader for your response. My question basically focused on deprived areas and in particular within my own ward. I note in your response that you include education, early learning and childcare, housing and economic development. Given that Park Primary School has been accommodated since it was destroyed by fire 5.5 years ago in temporary facilities tucked away behind Invergordon Academy, and given that the first of 3 phases of the Cromlett development has since been built and occupied, with the second phase imminent and a third phase to follow, and given the likely development at Invergordon Mains for potentially 350 to 400 houses on an allocated and available site, would you agree that it would be appropriate to have a moratorium on house building in Invergordon until the education facilities are completely reinstated in a manner which will serve firstly the existing community, allowing all residents, including those classed as deprived, to enjoy facilities which are fit for purpose and better able to engender community pride and self-esteem, and be capable of cost-effective expansion to serve the likely but as yet unquantified influx of residents? Thank you.
Thanks very much for your question, Councillor Cross. That is not something that I can agree to. Again, there are processes and there are procedures within council that determine the service provision in all our areas, and those processes and those procedures will they're what have to be followed to be able to determine the supporting service, the supporting infrastructure in all our areas, and that includes Invergordon. Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, convener, and thank you to the leader for the response. But given the significant loss to the community caused by the closure of the Spectrum Centre, an options appraisal can take months, if not longer. Meanwhile, the building risks sitting vacant in the heart of our city centre. Can the council give a clearer timescale for this process and confirm whether reinstating public access to the building is being actively considered as part of that process, so the facility does not remain closed and wasted? Thank you.
Thanks very much for your supplementary, Councillor Mackenzie. I think that it's, the ability to be able to have a look at the Spectrum Centre is within the gift of the members of the Inverness City area. It would be the same if it was any of the other councillors in any other area where they have a building or they have a service that's being provided that is under threat, or there's it needs some sort of important attention. And that's where I would direct my efforts and my considerations in terms of the Spectrum Centre, but also in respect of any other challenging situation like the Spectrum Centre anywhere in the Highlands. Thank you.
Question 9, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. Thank you, Leader, for confirming that in 12 months you have written one letter to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy on cumulative impact, and she has given you precisely one inconclusive reply. So I'll try again with my supplementary, if I may. Given that through the Highland Energy Conventions, over 50 community councils are demanding a pause to major energy applications, a Pan-Scotland Planning Inquiry Commission, a national energy plan and an economic impact assessment, because tourism is the backbone of our Highland economy, will you, as leader of the Highland Council, work with me as chair of the convention to support local democracy and help secure a meeting between the Energy Minister, Gillian Martin, and the convention to discuss these Highland-wide demands? Thank you.
There is nothing stopping you, Councillor Crawford, in being able to actually arrange that meeting yourself. You don't need me to be able to do that for you. And any representation that you're making. In terms of a moratorium or anything in that, in respect of that, that is not something that I could consider as the leader of this council. Thank you.
Question 10, Councillor Cockle.
Just thank you for the answer. I'm sure we all look forward to a structure charts for the entire council by the end of the month. That's seems a tall order, but yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Question 11, Councillor Willis.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Gowans, for the response. I have a supplementary. What are the council's plans to collect the pavement parking fines still outstanding, i.e. the difference between the total issue value and the total net received, which was circa £10,000 in 2024 and to date this year, £7,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your supplementary, Councillor Willis. Outstanding parking debt notices are dealt with through a contractor for the council, and once these charges have exceeded the due date, they're passed on to the Sheriff Officer for recovery, and any additional costs for these are applied to the debtor.
Question 12, Councillor Baxter.
Councillor Finlayson, what would you say to the parents and pupils at one Highland school where a maths teacher left within weeks of last year's academic year starting, was never replaced, and then unfortunately the other substantive maths teacher was ill for a substantial period of time, and pupils were left being taught by cover staff and even their English teacher in their run-up to this year's exams and the subsequent impact on their education?
Thank you, Councillor Baxter, and I would share the same concerns that you have. And I think what's important to realise is that it's not that the council is not trying to recruit staff. We can't make staff come to Highland. We can't make staff apply for certain jobs. But what we can do is engage with the probationer service, which we do. This year we did actually get 35 secondary probationers, unfortunately not in all the subjects that we would want. So I would be saying to the parents the same as you, I am really frustrated by that situation. But what I can assure you is that officers at both school level and at council level will continue to try and resolve that situation. And I'm also aware that officers are very happy to speak to you individually about any individual concerns that you have. And now we've got the new structure in education, you will have a very designated ACWM who can also provide answers.
Question 13, Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Garance, for your response. I have a further question, which Councillor Garance has been given prior notice of. Given that the Council only has an estimate on the cost of roads repairs for the whole authority area, and not either by Highland operational area nor ward level, and that the current set capital budget, including the Highland investment plan, represents a figure substantially less than what is needed to stand still, how does the Council actually know that the money for general roads infrastructure improvements and distribution of the roads maintenance budget, as outlined in members' briefing in March 24, is being distributed equitably and efficiently for all in the Highlands?
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Edmondson, and thank you for supplying a copy of the very lengthy supplementary question. The Council has agreed a methodology for the distribution of resources using various factors, which include, for example, the Scottish Roads Maintenance Condition Survey, weighted road length and population. We believe that this methodology could be both effective and equitable. However, options for amendment will be reviewed as a part of the roads redesign project, and if any changes are proposed, they will be discussed and brought back to members for approval. So everyone will have an opportunity to feed into that process. Thank you.
Question 14, Councillor Green.
And thank you for the answer. No supplementary. Thank you.
Question 15, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Convener. According to the figures provided, spending on ASN-related staff has increased by over £11 million since 2021. Can the Chair explain what tangible improvements parents and pupils are experiencing that is commensurate with that increased level of investment? Thank you.
I would hope that improvement is necessary. I would hope that 4 years ago, as now, the needs of all our pupils in all our schools have been met. But the increase in spend compared to the numbers does indicate that we are putting additional resource in. So I would be saying that I'm confident that the teachers in our schools, the PSAs in our schools, are supporting our young people, those with additional needs and those in mainstream.
Question 16, Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you for the response. I can only assume that because my question was late in being submitted, that's why there was no detail coming forward from the question. So my supplementary is: if you can't tell us how long children wait for ESN assessments, how can we assure parents that needs are being met and identified and met in a timely fashion? Thank you.
Councillor Gale, yeah, I mean, I think you and I can have a discussion about this, but I think the important point here is we do not have a ESN additional assessment, because a child might be autistic, a child might have sensory needs, a child might have a physical disability, a child might just require a dyslexic assessment. So the types of assessments that children need vary. Some can be administered by school staff, some need professionals. So you can't say there's a one ESN assessment. But what we do have is different types of assessments to meet the needs of individual pupils. And I think it's worth noting that in terms of neurodiversity, NHS Highland are leading on that. But I think the good news is that with the multi-agency neurodiversity board has been set up and they meet monthly. So again, I'm sure we can provide you with additional information about that.
Members, we now move to item 19 on your agenda, which is notices of motion. Motion number 1 is from councillor Baxter. And members, I would remind you there's a 30-minute limit on discussions of each motion. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Convener. I'm conscious with the late hour and that I actually tabled this motion much earlier in the year and it wasn't successful in the ballot, and then it was for the June meeting, but because I was joining online, I asked for it to be delayed and put into the next ballot so that I could present this in person. And at that stage, I was unaware that the Chief Social Work Officer was making her report today, and so much of what we have discussed this morning is relevant to the debate that we were going to have this afternoon. And I don't want to repeat all of those comments that were made earlier on today. So there's part of me that's minded to say that let's just move to the vote, as unfortunately the administration, although we had the spirit of compromise earlier on, seemed determined to kick this issue in to touch, rather than actually taking the challenge and being bold on this particular issue. I'm not going to sit down and move it to the vote. I'm going to be brief as possible and emphasise that this motion, and it's a very detailed motion, is not about one part of the Highlands. This isn't about me pleading for special consideration for West Coast communities. It is actually about building a sustainable Highland-wide network of care homes to go alongside care at home. Some may argue that this is unaffordable, and I understand that. But the truth is, it is unaffordable in the long term not to act. As I indicated earlier, NHS Highland already suggests that we are spending £22 million annually on delayed discharges. And some may say that that is money wasted. I don't believe it is, but it is money that could be better spent on other services. It means that in too many circumstances, patients are stranded and families are suffering. Yes, such a plan would involve substantial capital costs, but the price of inaction in the long term will be even higher, in NHS costs, in staff burnout, in families left to cope unsupported. That is why I tabled this motion, in the hope that the Council would be bold in pressing for a long-term funding settlement, one that reflects our real challenges and not just the national averages. As many of you noted earlier, the Chief Social Work Officer's report this morning made clear that workforce pressures, funding instability and demographic change are all converging. And we risk, without urgent change, that too many areas of the Highland will become social care deserts in one form or another, not providing the full range of services that our residents deserve. And so my motion isn't about tinkering, it's about saying to the Scottish Government, and not criticising them, but trying to work with them, we need to invest now in care homes, in staff housing, in realistic contracts, or in not too long in the future, the system will break. And I hoped that this would be a moment for us collectively to show that joint leadership, to move beyond patching and firefighting, to say clearly we need investment now because our residents deserve dignity and care in later life. And I would reinstate what I said this morning. It really does sadden me that successive governments have dodged the decisions that we are now having to deal with as a council today. But we did have the opportunity, and we do have the opportunity, to send a united message that Highland will not accept any form of managed decline in adult social care when it comes to issues like new generation care homes, that we will demand investment, and that we want to plan for the future, and we want to secure the care our people deserve. And I realise the reasons that Councillor Fraser has tabled his amendment to my motion, but I would say to him, in doing so, it will lessen the impact of what we could say today, and will therefore present a missed opportunity for the Highlands.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baxter, and actually thank you for the motion. I think it has added to the overall debate that we've had today. You'll recognise that there are elements of the motion which I do support, and I've taken these into the amendment. I want to focus on what I saw as the main thrust of your motion, which was the establishment of large care homes, mainly in the West. For a number of reasons, I'm not supporting that suggestion. So let's start by looking at what the experts say about the delivery of care. 2011, the Christie Commission, not Councillor Christie, but the other one, might have been, set out 4 pillars of public service reform. Number 1 was a decisive shift towards prevention. When you apply that to care homes, it's clear that we should be doing everything we can to enable people to live at home as independently as possible for as long as possible. In 2021, the Derek Feely report on adult social care in Scotland was actually much clearer. And I quote, "Old thinking is about a place for services, e.g. a care home. New thinking is about a vehicle for independent living." His recommendation 31 was investment in alternative social care support models should prioritise approaches that enable people to stay in their own homes and communities, maintain a rich social connections, exercise as much autonomy as possible. Who wouldn't want that for the Highlands? The Highland Strategic Plan, as consulted upon, is consistent with the Feely vision. Looking at the finances of creating large care homes, we need to be mindful of what Audit Scotland said in March this year. IJBs need to find ways to transform services so they are affordable. Investment in prevention, early intervention is needed to help slow the ever-increasing demand for services. Members, I could have gone on to discuss the costs, deliverability, impact of motion, but actually the choice is much clearer. Do you want to be in a care home? Do you want to live independently for as long as possible? We need to move forwards. We need to support independent living right across Highland. My amendment seeks to achieve that. I'm asking for your support, and I am not hiding from the financial challenges that we all have at the moment. And I'm sure Councillor Baxter will support us in that. Thank you.
Councillor Craft.
Thank you. I'm going to focus on the actual motion because I know that Councillor Baxter slightly deviated from what was actually in the motion when he spoke just now. The motion and the paper by Angus MacDonald on which it is based does nothing to address the challenges that we face, and in my opinion demonstrates a complete ignorance of our social care system geography and encouraging small shoots of development and recovery we're seeing on the ground. We know that we face huge challenges in our social care sector. We are aware of the high levels of delayed discharge and our ageing demographic. We are presented regularly with these challenging figures at our Health and Social Care Committee. The sentence in the motion, notwithstanding the current review of social care in Lochaber, I'm sure Councillor Baxter is aware of all the work across the whole of Highland and is not just limited to Lochaber. I'm not sure what he's referring to regarding the Care Inspectorate, bureaucratic processes that should be streamlined. The Care Inspectorate ensures quality and equitable care for all, and actually has demonstrated considerable flexibility in engaging with the transfer of care homes in Highland from private to public ownership. Delayed charges are too high in Highland. However, and this is national figures, approximately 30% of delayed charges are due to no power of attorney being in place for complex cases. And that is being addressed, and I refer to the recent Health and Social Care Committee. Interesting to note that Ullapool has been named as a place requiring a larger home. I presume Councillor Baxter is aware that there were 2 facilities in Ullapool, one taken over by a private provider not so long ago, who very quickly abandoned the home and residents when it became clear that the second facility, an NHS-run nursing home, would not be passed over to a private for-profit provider, mainly due to the staff wishing to remain with the NHS. And I'm sure Councillor Baxter is well aware of the current work to look at a single care model being piloted in Ullapool, as well as the fit homes that are being built to keep people at home for longer. No mention is made of the hugely encouraging development in Tongue, with the 15 beds, or Strathburn, the smaller care home in Wester Ross, or Isleview, or, if you speak to my colleague, Councillor Biz Campbell, she can update you on what's happening in Lochcarron and over in Kyle. So while I 100% accept the challenges, this motion doesn't address any of the real issues, and it doesn't offer a solution. The amendment has a clear aim to keep people living well and independently for as long as possible, supporting the multi-agency joint working of allied health professionals and third sector, to continue to advocate for flexibility around the National Care Home contract and to work with the Care Inspectorate. I'll be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Coburn.
Thank you, Convener. I'm seconding this amendment from Councillor Fraser, and the reason I'm doing that is because care homes are not the answer to all the challenges. Of course we need care homes, however, we must look at caring for people in their own home and fixing the situation in their home. Sorry, I do apologise, I've lost my thread there. We need realistic expectations as well, and we cannot fund these large care homes. It's not a solution. We do have challenges, and Councillor Baxter is correct to highlight some of these challenges. But as my colleague Councillor Craft has just said, we need, as a public service organisations with our NHS partners, to work on guardianship and power of attorney. There is no reason we should have clients waiting to get systems in place because of poor paperwork and delays in paperwork. It should not take 6 months. However, back to the main thrust is that we must support families, we must support individuals, and whether that's, Councillor Baxter, you have got a well-established handy person scheme down in Lochaber that is working with our third sector colleagues. We need to do that and continue to work with relationships with our third sector. We also need a duality of healthcare, and again that is third sector, NHS, Highland Council, and that will come. And I've picked that up from, I had the privilege of sitting at a workshop recently with Sir Lewis Ritchie, who has worked extensively in Skye. And our planning must be intelligence-led and data-led, so we will be doing that as part of whatever model we work towards. So I'm going to stop there because I've sort of lost a lot of my script. A lot of it was said this morning, but I will be seconding Councillor Fraser's motion and encourage everybody to think about protecting our people and keeping them in their own homes where they want to be.
Councillor McIntosh.
Thank you, Convener. Much of this was discussed this morning. I agree with Councillor Baxter, but this is out of date. Most of it was discussed this morning, and so the move to renegotiate the national care home policy or contract is being done. I'm intrigued as to how you were going to find some way of capping the costs of bank staff, perhaps. I don't know. It's a bit Trotskyite-like, which is not what you expect from a right-wing group like the Lib Dems. They can give a giggle at that if they like. But most importantly, I think this ties us down to large care homes. And we debated that this morning. We decided that's not what we wanted. Not worse than that, it's saying that those on the West Coast must take precedence. That will be decided when the money is available. And the needs of the people in Wick and Golspie and Thurso are just as important, and we need to look at their needs and balance them. This may have been appropriate early on in the year, but I doubt it. I will be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Christie.
Thank you, Convener. We have a chance here to do something different. What the amendment does is say, and it's really point one of the amendment, it's the key part, that we stick with the Highlands Health and Social Care Partnership Adult Services Strategic Plan 24 to 27. Nearly halfway through that, and it's not actually turned the tanker on adult social care at all. And Councillor Fraser, you quote experts. Our own expert, our own Chief Social Work Officer, who is equally an expert as the ones you've quoted, actually tells us there is a misalignment of the strategic vision detailed in the Adult Strategic Plan with current operational pressures that are having to be dealt with through crisis management. So the plan that you're putting forward to address this, in the view of the Chief Social Worker, is already stressed and isn't working, and we're halfway through the time period of the plan. What we're being offered here is a chance to do something else. We know that we want to keep people at home as long as possible and make them have independent lives, fulfilled lives, worthwhile lives. But there is an ever-increasing number of folk that do actually need care homes. You know, there is. And we have to accept that. And we will always have a need for care homes, as well as care at home, as well as housing solutions, as well as respite, step-up, step-down beds. There will always be a whole myriad of factors that feed in to dealing with adult social care and providing a service that we want to see in Highlands. But your amendment is more of the same. And if next year we're actually in the same position, I will remind you exactly, of this meeting and how we had the chance to change it. Because sticking with a plan that does not work is not doing our older people in Highland any favours, any justice, or their families. And it's about time the administration took their head out of the bloody sand and actually did something to try to improve the situation in Highland rather than ignoring it.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, this morning we had a very honest report from the Chief Social Worker. But what was obvious from reading that report was the fact that finance is a big issue. This motion is asking for the government to help with the increased costs of running care homes, as well as a sustainable financial system to help us to do that. We need to remember that care homes may be absolutely necessary, whether we like it or not, in rural areas. There's a small pool of staff to look after these folk. And while it's wonderful to think that we can keep everybody in their own homes, if nobody's coming to visit to provide that care they need, then it's not worth it. Because that is not a quality of life that any of us would want to attain to as we get older. We need to have something financial to encourage workers into this care industry. We don't have enough, but there aren't enough bodies in the ground in some area. And these things need to be considered as well when we're looking at this. It's time for change. What we have at the moment is not working, particularly in our rural communities. And we need to have a look at it and see what can be changed, which is what this motion is asking for. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Convener. I think one of the things that's really clear by this motion and this amendment is that everybody in here cares and cares deeply about the future of social care, because let's face it, we're probably all going to end up users if it is some point. It is a complex picture, but the one part of the picture which I'm afraid is missing is the role of unpaid carers. In all of this, none of this would work, none of this would be supported, none of this would happen without families looking after families, without husbands looking after wives, without siblings looking after each other, without young carers. It is the morally right thing to do as family to look after each other. That's what families are for. However, they can't do it alone. They do need support. I do think that people, as been said, they don't want to be in care homes. That's a last resort for all families. People, just because you care for somebody doesn't mean you don't want to spend time with them, doesn't mean you don't love them anymore. The people, when they do go into a care home, they still want to be close to their families and close to their communities and their culture and their heritage. And I think it's really important that it's about changing the model for care homes so that we can move away from these supersized care homes completely. And in the same way as the Home to Highland project looks at small residential units for young people returning from care, we should perhaps be looking genuinely at having the quality of that care being in smaller homes in communities. I think that when we look at the Highland investment plan and looking at pods and looking at co-location with care homes, we need to be genuinely looking at more things like having daycare centres. It's a preventative spend. More daycare, more places for people with care needs to go to take the pressure off families. And I think we have a real opportunity coming in the future. My last wee point was going to be on delayed discharge. And if you'd indulge me, convener, I'd love to know how many people have got a power of attorney in place in here, because I do. And I know that it just takes an immediate medical crisis like a stroke to mean that every single one of you could need a power of attorney immediately. It is incumbent on all of us to show a good example and have our own affairs in place when it comes to this sort of thing. And I believe that very strongly. And I think that if, for me, delayed discharge is a really personal thing. My children's grandfather died in an ambulance because he couldn't get into Rigmore with a heart attack. So, it's really, we need to change the society that we all have our powers of attorney and have our legal affairs in place. Thank you.
Councillor Fraser.
Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for the contributions. We've been trying to change the balance of care for 20, 30 years, and we haven't managed it yet. But that doesn't mean that the strategy that we embarked on 18 months ago is wrong, and I seek that we continue. Developing a major policy strategy such as building large care homes in Portree, Fort Augustus, Alpool, Fort William requires far more in-depth analysis than consultation than can be covered in a 30-minute debate. Being in a care home is also not always ideal. The most recent published figures by the Care Inspectorate show that on average across Scotland they receive 5 complaints a day. That's more than any other sector they cover. Care homes include residential and nursing. It is the position of the strategic plan that we seek to reduce the reliance on residential placements, as that is not consistent with the preference of most people. But as I said earlier, there will always be a place for more complex and nursing provision. Remember, care home fees are means tested based on your capital. The system is complex. Anyone that is self-funding will pay on average £80,000 a year. You can be paying up to £130,000 a year. Generally, once your capital goes below 21,500, care home fees are funded. Our adopted adult care strategy is about enabling people to lead their best lives and to be able to live at home as independently as possible. I seek your support that we continue to deliver on that. I know what my choice of care support would be, and that is to live at home in my own community for as long as possible. Absolutely, there is a place for nursing homes and care homes, but that doesn't mean we should abandon the current strategy and build large care homes all across the West Highlands. We talked a lot this morning about delayed discharge, and we need to include prevention in the solution. We should talk about the whole system: telecare, reablement, wellbeing groups, even yoga, things like that. They all help with mobility and the ability for people to remain in the family home safely and not be subject to trips and falls, which result in the hospital admission, which results in the delayed discharge. The situations are complex. Let's all work together on these solutions. An effective and efficient handy person scheme is key. It's in Lochaber. With both prevention and assistance, they help with quick discharge from hospital. So finally, please support the amendment. It supports independent living where possible and is an entirely positive integrated impact assessment. Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Fraser and colleagues that have contributed to this debate. I'm disappointed that some have tried to paint this motion as wanting to get rid of care at home and that it's an either-or solution, and it definitely is not. And too many have given the impression that they think supporting care homes is a bad idea and that it's simply institutionalising individuals. Try telling that to the spouses and partners and families of those people who live in the Moss Park care home and did everything to save it, recognising that it was the best option for their loved one rather than care at home. Because care at home is not always the solution. And I agree with Councillor Fraser, it is my preferred solution when I get to that stage where I need care. But I also recognise that it might not be the best solution for my individual needs or those of my loved ones who are caring for me. So do not allow this debate to fall into care homes an expensive and unnecessary part of the solution, because they are. I've listened very carefully to the contributions, not least of all Councillor Crafts, who I think fell into the mistake of automatically, almost a reflex action of criticising Angus MacDonald's carefully thought out reports. I can tell you a lot of effort went into that, including discussions with 88% of Highland care providers that were both in the private sector and also in the public sector as well. And we heard a lot about evidence base today, and that's when he came to his conclusions, because of that comprehensive evidence base reflecting the real views of operators here in the Highlands, that there is a need for a new generation care home across the Highlands. Okay, the locations may be different from what is suggested in this motion, but there is a necessity, and I think it is important that we listen to those on the front line that are providing this care. And I'm glad that some of Councillor Craft's colleagues are doing exactly that. I know that Kate Forbes is not exactly flavour of the month within the SNP these days, but she's actually this afternoon meeting with Angus MacDonald down in Holyrood with the Care Minister, Tom Arthur, to actually discuss these proposals and not dismiss them outright and unnecessarily. So much so that Kate is jointly hosting a care summit with Angus in Fort William at the end of October. And I suggest, if Councillor Fraser hasn't had an invitation yet, I will make sure that he does get one, and suggest to some of those colleagues in this chamber that have dismissed this outright that they come along and attend, and they listen to those care providers and other policy experts that will be discussing exactly this issue in Fort William for the whole of the Highlands at the end of next month.
Thank you, members. Stuart.
Thank you, Convener. Members, we have a motion from Councillor Baxter, seconded by Councillor Robertson, and that's in your papers,
We have an amendment from councillor Fraser, seconded by councillor Coburn, and again, that's available within your papers. So for those members in the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the motion from councillor Baxter, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from councillor Fraser, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button, and we'll start the voting shortly. Thank you.
Interesting how this pans out. Oh, yeah, mine's okay.
We're all tired.
It's the fingernail factor.
What's wrong? Sorry.
Yes.
So has everybody in the chamber who wanted to vote voted? So councillor Brown? So, Kavira, we'll get one person that hasn't voted. So, yep, everybody's now voted. Thank you, members. So we can close the vote the chamber down. Thank you. Now going around those members on Teams, if you tell me if you wish to vote for the motion from councillor Baxter, the amendment from councillor Fraser, or to abstain. And I'll start with councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Baxter, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment.
Councillor McGilvray.
Motion.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment.
Councillor Morrison.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Niven. Councillor Reid.
Amendment, please.
And Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Thank you, members.
Sorry, Stuart. Sorry, I was just answering the phone. Sorry. Amendment, please.
Thank you, Councillor Niven. Sorry, Convener. Convener, there were 19 votes for the motion, there were 40 votes for the amendment, and there were no abstentions, so the amendment is carried.
Members, we now move to motion number 2 from Councillor McGilvray.
Thank you, Convener. This is a very minor parochial issue of no great implication to the council. It's been a long day. The council is minded to accept my motion. We can move on.
Nice try, Jim.
Okay, look, right. First of all, Convener, I'm going to submit a fulsome apology to officers and members I have offended over this issue. My words and actions were robust at best and woefully intemperate at worst, and I apologise for any offence caused. I got caught up in community passion and the heat of the moment. Matters pertaining to the Dornoch service point may be viewed from afar as I've said, as a small, insignificant glow, but quite a conflagration close at hand, and I still feel the heat. It boils down to effectively a matter of numbers. Previously, we had a service point officer doing 1.5 days, 3 half-day sessions, with an average of 17 customer visits. That's 6 consultations per half day. These numbers show quantity, but they don't record quality. And that's those few hours every week in the Durham Service Point offered the community as a whole. The Service Point officer is vastly experienced in the council structure and embedded deeply in the community. In the few hours she can attend the venue, she can deal with every situation with deep knowledge of the people and empathy for their problems, something that can't be replicated by a call centre at the end of a phone line. Whether it's senior citizens unhappy with technology, local worthies with a gripe, or Americans moaning about paying double council tax on their properties, issues are dealt with seamlessly and with great charm, without growing arms and legs and expanding rapidly into other council areas. That to me is real efficiency. It's a successful containment operation we have. The Durham community greatly appreciates the few hours every week of personal service point support it had. I would very much like to have these back again, please. It's a small concession for a growing community. I note the amendment, but will press on with my motion and trust it merits a seconder. Thank you, Convener.
You already have a seconder, Jim. Councillor Brennan.
I think that everybody in the chamber will have thoroughly appreciated the sentiment in which Councillor McGilvray actually made that contribution. Whilst the council strives to deliver services as close to communities as possible, there are areas where the service delivery position is simply no longer sustainable when the resource is needed elsewhere, and where there is 4 times the number of contacts requiring to be processed. Dornoch's a registration office with 121 entries completed in 2024. However, now over 90% of the birth and death registrations in Dornoch opt to now complete this remotely. Residents can continue to access all the previous services through the current service point. Dornoch is still an open door service point. Access to pay, report and request a service is still available through a dedicated phone line. In-person appointments by arrangement are still available queries are more complex. Access to purchase the CityLink tickets are still available, led by the library staff. The registration of births, deaths and marriages is still available through appointment, as it has always been. General inquiries are being led by library staff, and feedback from Highland library staff around the service changed to date 6 weeks in has been really positive. And feedback from service specialist management, the direct phone line, specialist staff managing the direct phone line has been very positive as well. 8 calls received thus far with an average speed of answer of less than 20 seconds. So given all that I've listed there just now, I think that the local community could have confidence that many services are and will remain available to them, and that's what is being taken forward. And it's just a different way of delivering them. Thanks.
Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Convener. I think I'd like to get this into context. We're talking about a very, very small service here. But as Jim said, it's a quality service. It's been delivered very successfully for such a long time. And it also makes up the very small input into service points that Sutherland has. There's this small service in Dornoch and a half-day service in Goldsby. And that's it across the whole county. And I think I'm a little bit disappointed, if I'm honest, about the response that we've got here from the impact assessment, which effectively plays off Goldsby against Dornoch, which I think is a very unfair thing to do, and is totally unnecessary. Goldsby did have another service point worker until recently. That person resigned and was never replaced. And I think that's the fact that we have had that service or that resource removed has now found ourselves in a situation where we're trying to utilise the staff that we have remaining in Sutherland. I think if we take a chance to have a review of this, then we would have a chance to see if there is additional resource available that we can actually utilise in the area. And I think that would be the sensible way forward. It's not a big ask. We're talking about a day and a half here, and a good. I mean, six inquiries every half day. I think is quite a good response. I'd like to know what other service points do across the Highlands and how they deal with customers. But the feedback we get from customers and residents in Dornoch is always very positive, and I would suggest that there's absolutely nothing to lose by having a review as been requested in this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you, Convener. I was going to say it was a point of clarification, but it can't be that, so I'll say it's about accuracy and perception. This motion is based on a request from its 3 signatories, not a result of a decision made by the Sutherland County Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Ross.
Thank you. By the way, I would like to second the amendment. I am a very community-orientated person, and I don't like losing services at all, but I looked into this quite carefully. No services are being lost here. They're just being delivered in a different way. And I think we now have to look at adapting, at how we manage things. There's been a significant decline in the use of the Dornoch service point. So we do have to look at adapting. Something similar happened in my own community with the post office. We had to adapt, and it is working quite well. So thank you.
Councillor Bremner, you're able to sum up if you so wish. Councillor McGilvery.
Support, Convener.
Okay, I think that meant go to the vote, Stuart.
Okay. Thank you, Convener. So, members, we have a motion from Councillor McGilvery and it's seconded by Councillor Gale, and again, that's available in your papers. We have an amendment from Councillor Bremner, seconded by Councillor Ross, and again, that's available in your papers. So for those members in the chamber, if you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor McGilvery, you press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Bremner, it would be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, please press the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. Thank you. So, has everybody in the chamber voted that wanted to vote on this motion? Okay, we'll close the vote down. Thank you, members. And then going round those members on Teams, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor McGilvery, the amendment from the Council Leader, or to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Jim McGilvery's motion, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment.
Councillor McGilvery.
Myself, Stuart, please.
Councillor Miller.
Amendment.
Councillor Morrison.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Niven.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Reid.
Amendment, please.
And Councillor Rosie.
Amendment, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 20 votes for the motion, there were 36 votes for the amendment, and there were 2 abstentions. So the amendment is carried.
Members, we have one final motion, and I know it's custom and practice these days that we cease at 6 o'clock. This would mean it going beyond 6, probably towards 6:30. I'm looking for your opinion. Shall we continue or not? Well, that means, members, you're going to have to come back on another day for one particular item. Well, thought that might make a difference. So, shall we continue? Okay. Motion
Can
number,
we have a loo break?
motion number 3 is Councillor Gregson.
Thanks, convener. Yes, I will be brisk. As you can see, oh, sorry, John.
Are you carrying on?
Oh, wait, right. A great role model of mine, John Swinney, said, the visitor levy must be as simple and straightforward as possible to avoid damaging businesses and Scotland's competitiveness. It doesn't quite do that as proposed at the moment. The headline figure, £10 million, is very attractive, especially in the light of our budget pressures. But that figure is neither guaranteed nor without cost. In Argyll and Bute, 57% of respondents have opposed it. The belief is they would raise 9 million, but actually the other estimates are that £48 million would be lost by introducing a visitor levy. I'm proposing a pause and seeking of advice and consultation with the Scottish Government. We have people in the room who have SNP affiliations and SNP adjacent folk who also may have some sway with the Scottish Government. In Highland, we have a fragile visitor economy, still recovering from COVID, Brexit and the cost of living crisis. Hospitality could be pushed over the edge and there could be knock-on effects on bars, restaurants and the nighttime economy. Stays are becoming shorter and price sensitivity is real. There's some effect of small increases in cost. Industry has placed alternatives before the Scottish Government. Discussions are going on, even as we speak. A simpler flat rate model, digitally collected with payment made direct from the guest to the local authority, and a fairer system would include previously omitted cruise passengers and motorhomes. Scottish Government is working with stakeholders at present. Should we not await the outcome of that process? We have shifting sands. We should not legislate before we need to. Tourism enhances our economy. It's a backbone of our economy. In our society, in jobs, business rates, local spend, we need tourism. The question is whether this scheme, at this time, in this fragile region, is the right tool. There are several areas to consider, as Rob Dixon of Visit Scotland said at the recent Economy and Fair Work Committee of Scottish Parliament. The parameters of the Highland tourism industry, the accommodation mix, the seasonality. Do we need caps on the number of nights charged? Different levies in different places? Different sectors, exemptions for Highland residents. As Malcolm MacLeod wisely said to that very committee, there are honeypot issues we have to address. There are important variable factors within different parts of the region. What may work in Edinburgh, a major urban centre, may not work in fragile rural and island communities such as ours. Digital 21st century solutions exist. Separating the levy payment from the room sale is essential. The council should become the collector. Digital visitor QR code payment system is possible. Vehicle-based charges based on ANPR, so motorhome owners and campervans pay their fair share, is an essential element going forward. We need to pause, reflect, and co-design a model that works for our communities, our businesses, and our visitors. As Daniel Johnson said, we need to look at various options, not simply the 5% one. Colleagues, risk might outweigh benefit here. A responsible course is to pause. Let's not press ahead blindly, but look for the right solution. A future-proof model is what we need. Thanks.
Councillor Bremner.
In summary, I think, Councillor Gregson, a lot of what you're saying is actually preempting a decision, a process. However, the economic impact assessment is a cornerstone of our evidence-based approach. and has been consistently requested by tourism industry professionals. In response, the Council has actually appointed independent consultants to carry out that rigorous work and process, which is progressing well and is expected to conclude by early November. And pausing that process now would actually disregard the clear wishes of our tourism stakeholders and remove a vital component that will enable members to make an informed decision in due course. The Council has actually taken a proactive and transparent approach to consultation and communication. We have conducted extensive public engagement. We've received over 4,300 responses from a broad range of business stakeholders and members of the public. And in addition, we have over 20 individual events across Highland communities. We've hosted a series of very well attended webinars for community representatives and established a reference group that meets regularly, also representing a broad cross-section of industry and communication stakeholders, community stakeholders. Additionally, we maintain ongoing dialogue with the Scottish Government and with other local authorities, and that's just as a matter of course. Our actions are governed by the legislative powers granted to us. The Scottish Government is currently working with stakeholders across Scotland to develop a simplified payment portal. It is important to clarify that local authorities do not have the power to introduce vehicle charging. This has already been explained to others. If there is any uncertainty, we'd encourage colleagues to refer directly to the actual legislation. We're committed to ensuring members have all the necessary information to make a fair and effective decision regarding the visitor levy. But I've got to say, this is only possible if we actually allow progress to continue. The motion's first point, and that's actually to pause the process, directly contradicts that aim. Halting the progress would prevent us from actually gathering the full evidence that we need to base and get to the members to support in making a really well-informed decision. The amendment addresses this by proposing a progress update in October, followed by a comprehensive paper in December. This will include the results of our extensive research, development work and final recommendations. So much of the motion calls for actions that are already underway. The process is taking time, and rightly so, given the thorough, robust and rigorous approach that we've been taking to date. This ensures members will be equipped to consider all the available options thoroughly and take an evidence-based approach in December. Members should be aware that a Conservative to Edinburgh Council to pause their visitor levy was actually defeated by a Labour Party amendment, which was supported cross-party by the Lib Dems and the SNP. So there will be no delay in Edinburgh's plans. You may want to reflect on that.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you, Convener. And Councillor Gregson's motion makes several good points, which my amendment retains, and the Leader's amendment does not. We do need to strengthen off-season demand to create a sustainable tourist industry, and a lot of work has been put into a very thorough consultation. And while the industry inevitably has concerns about its implementation, there is public support for such a levy. It is wrong for VAT to be charged on a tax, and the report needs to assess the possibility of small businesses being pushed into the VAT threshold by the tax. Currently, it's £90,000, so my reckoning is that a 5% levy could affect any business with an income of between £86,000 and £89,000. And my amendment asks that the report analyses as best it can how many accommodation providers in the Highlands sit within that bracket, so that we can decide how to address that if necessary. VAT is not usually charged on taxes, and it shouldn't be. So my amendment calls on the Council to engage with the Westminster Government to sort out this anomaly. I can understand that businesses, I would expect businesses to object to collecting taxes, though they already do that for HMRC. We have a duty to examine all the potential methods of collection to see which would be least onerous on the businesses, and my amendment calls for that. It's also true that we'd benefit from a point of entry charging mechanism for those arriving by cruise ship or motorhome, but the chances of new legislation coming in before May are zero, and what happens after that is anyone's guess. It may never come. We need the income now. Personally, I support an exemption for people needing to stay over for early morning hospital or medical appointments, or for families visiting close relatives in hospital, because we shouldn't be taxing illness. And I would like the report to analyse the cost or the results of that. But the Leader's amendment ignores all these important issues, while the motion kicks the whole issue into the long grass. It preempts the report on the consultation, and we need to see the results first before deciding whether to pause. I believe in a properly funded public services for public benefit. Austerity politics have meant that local authorities across the UK have been starved of cash over the last decade. Our annual budget is an annual list of cuts. If we are to provide decent services, we have to increase income, and the visitor levy is one way of doing that. Tourism does put its own pressure on public finances and the council resources. A visitor levy could bring a wide range of significant benefits, enabling us to reduce cuts in the future. Edinburgh Council, for example, has agreed to ring-fence £5 million annually out of its levy towards building new affordable housing, something we desperately need. We heard this morning about how the lack of affordable housing is affecting care at home and other services. It also affects the tourist industry. We hear of many businesses who have been forced to reduce their offering because they can't get the staff, because they can't find the homes for the staff to live in. A levy could strengthen off-season demand to make tourism a sustainable career, which it isn't really at the moment. It could even help to improve roads in tourist hotspots. It could provide more public toilets. It could support Highland arts and culture to give visitors something to do on those occasional wet days in the summer. It could help improve waste collections. In my ward, public waste bins regularly overflow daily during the tourist season. Subject to the conclusions of the report, I support Highland Council following the lead of major tourism destinations across Europe in imposing a tourist levy. My amendment identifies some of the key issues that have come into our inboxes and which the report which is coming to us really needs to address so that we can make an informed decision when the report comes to us. We need the report to look at these issues, and then is the time to decide whether to pause or to go forward. So I move my amendment. Thank you, Convener.
Councillor Edmondson.
Thank you, Convener. Okay. I'm reading the motion slightly different to maybe other colleagues, and it's just about pausing progress on implementation rather than actually doing anything in between. So I think what it's asking for is a period of reflection. But I'm afraid the tourist levy, as far as I'm concerned, is a typical example of how the Scottish Government does things. They would have looked to the continent, where it's very common, but it's a municipality system. It's a very small areas that collect the revenue and then distribute it locally. And we don't have any such structures in Scotland. It is all a very centralised system, and we don't do things at a very local level. And I think that's one thing we should be asking the Scottish Government about, is how we actually expect to distribute this kind of money. And that's why the flat rate as well, a flat rate system which is predominant on the continent is a lot better. And that's why we should be talking to the Scottish Government about changing the legislation rather than having a percentage fee. It's the flat rate that is a lot more popular. Now, I know it's meant to be by room, by percentage, but really flat rate per person is the most common kind of tourist levy. The other thing that I would like members to be aware of, and everybody's probably clocked this, but I'll do it for the benefit. The council could have taken the view that anybody living in the Highland region was exempt from the tourist levy. Now, if we want to attract people to this area, then we need to think that when they come up, that they are actually able to move freely within that area without being taxed. They're being taxed twice. So they're being taxed by their council tax, and then they're taxed for moving throughout the area. Now, we should really be examining this very, very seriously as an exemption. And I just would like, that's why I think we need to just have a period of reflection. There's no need, there's no doubt that we need more revenue from all the tourists that visit us. But I think we also have to think about the residents who come here and live and make it their home so that they can actually take the benefit of being in such a wonderful place. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, the tourism levy, certainly as it has appeared, will help with some of the finances of the Highland Council. But I do wonder about the consequences of introducing them. I spoke just recently with one parent who lives in the north who won't come to visit her family in the summertime because it's just too expensive to have a hotel and there's no accommodation for them in the house. Multiply that by anybody who needs to come to Rigmore Hospital for an appointment, who, with travelling that kind of distances, definitely need to stay, sometimes 2 nights, and the expense of that. We need to make an exemption for that, and we haven't got that covered in here. The burden on small business as well, because we do have a lot of expensive large businesses who, it beggars belief sometimes, the charges that we hear that they are charging. But we have small businesses that are dependent on that income just to survive. And that income mainly comes in the summertime to see them through the winter. We haven't really considered what the extra cost for them is and would that mean that they would have to give up. There are an awful lot of little nuances within this proposal that really mean we have to think again. We have to get this right. We can't afford to get this wrong because the damage will be done. So please support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Finlayson.
Thanks, Convener. I think it's important to provide clarity over what we're discussing and voting on here today, as I feel many members of the public are confused about what this motion is out to achieve, and they assume we are making a decision today about whether or not we will introduce a visitor levy. But that is not the case. What we are doing is deciding what the next steps should be, and also, from my perspective, respecting and acknowledging the input from people across the Highlands who took part in the consultation process. We cannot just ignore and not reflect on what over 4,000 people have said to us. And I know that many of the responses that were received came from Skye and Razi, and I clearly think that these people's voices should be heard. To this end, that seems that we should support the First Amendment, which makes no commitment of any kind to the tourist levy, but does listen to what the people of the Highlands are saying, which surely has to be seen as a positive learning curve. To this end, I feel we should be collating the findings of the consultation, and I'm expecting these to be presented in an open, honest and transparent way, and that will allow me to consider what decisions I take going forward, and it will also hopefully inform the members of our communities. Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you to Councillor Finlayson for that explanation. So we're not here to decide on whether it is or is not a visitor levy. I think we need to take the public with us. And a question I'd asked of Council, full Council earlier, was how many second homes there were in Highland. And the answer was 3,453. And we know we've got a housing challenge. And the next question was, and how much council tax on second homes is generated? Because remember, on second homes, people are paying double the council tax. And the answer came back as 5.8 million. And was that money being spent on building new homes because we've got a housing challenge? And the answer came back flatly as, no, absolutely not. It goes into the general fund. We're not spending that 5.8 million on housing. When we recognise, we've been discussing throughout the day at various times, that's where the money should be spent on, because that's what's causing challenges for us. So Councillor Gowan's very helpfully informed us earlier today that there are around 150,000 council taxpayers. We know that we've got a population of 234,000, but obviously some of them are school children and others won't be paying council tax. But so you said we've got circa 150,000 people as council taxpayers in Highland, and we've got 8.4 million visitors come to this area. So it would make sense that if we can get something from the visitors. Well, let's just go back for a minute and rewind to when we first started talking about a visitor levy. I first came across it in the Lake District when I was chairman of the Chamber of Commerce in Fort William and Lochaber, and we were looking at using the model that was used in Lake Windermere, where people were delighted to toss £1 into the bucket for an overnight stay, and everywhere they went, when they were drying their hands, having been to the toilet, this was provided by your visitor levy, your pound charge, the park, the car park, the lay-bys, everything nice and tidy, the benches, the hanging baskets was provided by your pound. Let me throw another £1 in, that's great. So everybody was on point with this whole idea. So when we talked about this, everybody seemed to come up with the idea, these pesky motorhomes and pesky camper van owners, they're the ones that are coming here in their thousands and we've get nothing from them. Let's find a way if we can get this levy. And yet we've produced a paper on a visitor levy that excludes the very people that we said are the pesky people that we need to capture. So let's even oh, there's none of them. Let's run through our fingers. We never caught any of them. So we've got a mechanism, as has been mentioned here by Councillor Gregson. ANPR stands for Automatic Number Plate Recognition. They have it on the Dartford Bridge in London. And when your number plate is recognised, it costs you £2.50 to go one way, £2.50 to go the other way. And if you don't pay it within 24 hours, it goes up in charge. It's £3 each way for a 2-axle vehicle, goods vehicle. It's easy to do. We've got B&B providers and guest houses, thank you, who are separating breakfast out of the accommodation charge for the visitor levy because they say it's going to be unworkable. I think we need to pause and reflect. Thank you.
Councillor Atkins.
Councillor Finlayson said everything that I was going to say. We are talking about a process. We're not making a decision on the visitor levy. Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Hello, thank you, convener. I'm in the middle here amongst this whole chamber with this. I mean, I understand the principle of bringing the motion, but obviously I'm then trying to then get my head around the fact that we've still got to wait for the outcome of the report that's coming down the line. For me, it's the principle of the visitor levy. That is my thoughts and feeling, that the current legislation, the current legislative framework is not fit for purpose in the Highland context. And that is the aspect of all this. But obviously going forward, we've got to have a point in time where we are able to apportion what we are meant to be deciding on. And I feel that there are other ways of going about raising money, and we've all been talking about this today. And I just feel, I hope and pray that we are able to get to a public debate about this or in the chamber, that we can then really strongly be able to put whether or not we're going the right way about this, because at the moment I feel it's the legislation that again has its flaws, and I just feel like there must be a more fairer, more transparent and economically viable way to deal with this particular topic. So thank you.
Councillor Craft.
I don't need to speak. Councillor Finlayson has made all my points. Thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, thank you. Council tax from second homes is ring-fenced for housing, I believe. I have an STL licence. I'm not trading, so I did think about declaring an interest, but I thought we were just deciding on a timetable, not the levy itself. So very much agree with Councillor Finlayson here. ANPR can recognise vehicles, but they have to be registered in a certain way. I also own a camper van. I really am storing up these declarations of interest. It is not registered as a camper van. It's registered as a regular domestic vehicle. You don't get magic with it. You also don't get magic with QR codes. Someone has to say when the visitor stayed, how long for, how much they paid, because that's what the bill will be based on. There are lots of things that we need to discuss. Let's get the consultation part over and done with and get on to discussing them. I support Raymond's amendment.
Councillor Balance.
Thank you very much. Just very briefly to reply to Councillor Macpherson, this is not about second homes, which we do charge extra taxes on and which do bring a large amount of money in. This is about short-term let properties. That's different. They usually pay no council tax. They frequently are eligible for small business bonus relief and so pay no rates either. We get nothing at all from self-catering, and this is a way of getting something from that. In response to Councillor Edmondson, I think a flat rate will highly disadvantage those who are poorer and visiting the Highlands. £10 for somebody staying in a hostel or a bunkhouse will make a huge difference over the cost of staying here for a week, whereas £10 on someone staying in a hotel at £200 a night will make very little difference, frankly. The income advantage for this will actually come to the next administration, not to this administration, because of the timescales. So I don't know whether the Lib Dems and other parties expect to be the next administration. If they are, they will get the benefit of it. I would like the report to analyse the points that have been made in our inboxes, which I think are valid and which need to be looked at before we can come to a decision. And that's why my amendment highlights that and asks the report to decide that.
Councillor Bremner.
Members, a lot of what's been talked about here in this debate is actually jumping to conclusions, as if a process that we are following has actually concluded and decisions have been made. Any considerations in respect to the feedback that we have had while we are following this process, and that's exactly what Councillor Atkin hit the nail on the head with. This is a process that we're still following, and the outcomes are yet to be presented to members. Any funds that could be raised going into a general fund could be free to be determined for use as members see fit. Pausing the process will not achieve anything other than delivering up a waste of time, effort, process, time, which is set to inform members and to allow them to be able to make good, well-based decisions in the future. Thanks.
Barbara, I'm extremely sorry. I never voted. I never noticed your hand, but it's now too late. It's Councillor Gregson.
Well, very briefly, I would emphasise that there's no request in the motion for a pause in everything. There's a pause in order to look closely at details, discuss with the Scottish Government. That's the point of having an SNP-led administration, that you've got an inside track, haven't you, Ken? And can ensure positive outcomes for our area. At the moment, there are large omissions, areas which need to be thrashed out, talked about, and a proper assessment needs to give us clear outcomes. And finishing in October, there's no conflict at all with the timescale of having officers reporting back, giving us more information. There's simply a pause to reflect, as has been said eloquently by my colleagues. So the motion, please read it, rather than listen to negative spin about it. Thanks.
Members, we now have 2 amendments to a motion. Stuart.
Thank you, Convener. So, as Convener has said, members, we have a motion from Councillor Gregson, and that's seconded by Councillor Robertson. We have a first amendment from Councillor Bremner, seconded by Councillor Atkin, and we have a second amendment from Councillor Balance, seconded by Councillor Willis. So we're going to start with a vote between the first amendment and the second amendment. So the first amendment is that of Councillor Bremner, and the second amendment is that of Councillor Balance. So for
members, you know, give them a chance, really. Do it quiet.
So for those members in the chamber, when we come to the vote, if you wish to vote for the first amendment from Councillor Bremner, it will be the green button. If you wish to vote for the second amendment from Councillor Balance, it will be the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it will be the white button. And we'll start the voting shortly. Thank you. So everybody in the chamber has voted. Thank you, members. Now going around those members online, if you could wish to vote for the first amendment from Councillor Bremner, the second amendment from Councillor Balance, or to abstain. And I'll start with Councillor Mrs Jarvie.
Councillor Bremner, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
First Amendment, Councillor Bremner.
Councillor McGilvray. Councillor Miller.
First Amendment.
Councillor Morrison.
First Amendment, Councillor Bremner, please.
Councillor Niven.
First Amendment, please.
Councillor Reid.
First Amendment, please.
And Councillor Rosie.
First Amendment, please.
Thank you, members. Convener, there were 37 votes for the First Amendment, there were 12 votes for the Second Amendment, and there were 8 abstentions, which means that the First Amendment is carried and will now be the subject of the vote against the motion. Members, the next vote is between the motion and the First Amendment. So the motion is that from Councillor Gregson. If you wish to vote for the motion, it would be the green button. The vote is with, sorry, a second. Sorry. I'll start again, sorry. So the next vote is between the motion and the First Amendment. So the motion is from Councillor Gregson, the First Amendment is from Councillor Bremner. If you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Gregson, you press the green button. If you wish to vote for the amendment from Councillor Bremner, press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, it'll be the white button. And we'll start the voting in the chamber shortly. So everybody in the chamber has voted. Thank you, members. So now going around those members online, if you tell me you wish to vote for the motion from Councillor Gregson, the amendment from Councillor Bremner, or to abstain, and I'll start with Councillor Jarvie.
Sorry, Bremner, please. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Amendment.
Councillor McGilvray. Councillor Miller.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Morrison.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Niven.
Oh. Amendment, please.
Thank you. Councillor Reid.
Amendment, please.
And Councillor Rosie.
Fifth Amendment, please.
Thank you,
Sorry, could I change to abstain, Stuart? Sorry for that second vote.
Convener, the motion received 16 votes, the amendment 38 votes, and there were 3 abstentions, so the amendment is carried.
Members, thank you very much for your time today. It's been some very healthy and lengthy debates, so please drive carefully on the way home, and apologies we're a wee bit late.